All right, good evening. Welcome to the City of North Miami Beach City Commission meeting of Tuesday, January 16th, 2024. Can we get a roll call, please, Madam Clerk?
Commissioner Jay Chernoff.
Here.
Commissioner Mackenzie Florimon.
Here.
Commissioner Danielle Lejean.
Here.
Commissioner Michael Joseph.
Here.
Commissioner Phyllis Smith.
Present.
Vice Mayor Fortuna Smuggler.
Present.
Mayor Evan Piper.
Present.
Mr. Mayor, quorum has been established. Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you. All right, next for our invocation, I'd like to call on Reverend Dr. Kyle Gibson of the Greater Gibbs Chapel African Methodist Episcopal Church.
Heavenly Father, we come to you today asking for your guidance, for your wisdom, and your support as we begin this meeting tonight. We ask that we engage in meaningful discussions, allow us to grow closer as a community. Fill us with your grace and heavenly benediction, Lord God, as we make decisions here tonight that may affect the lives of those around us. Continue to remind us that we are here today to do those things acceptable in thine sight. What we do tonight is for the pursuit of truth, for the greater glory of your kingdom and the service of humanity. We ask these things in your most magnificent name. Let all who love the Lord say amen.
Thank you very much. All right, so now would everybody please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance to our flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. Okay, requests for withdrawals, deferments, and additions to the agenda. Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I've been advised per the request of Commissioner Joseph through the Office of the City Manager, a resolution regarding discussion item 15.2 titled Weekly Recycling Service has been moved to legislation, which will now be item 11.4. A hard copy has been placed in your individual areas for your review. Those are the only changes I have made to this agenda.
Mayor, if I may as well.
Yes.
We have professors from FIU here with regards to item 11.3. Out of courtesy, I'd like to see if we can take them out of order and move them before the quasi judicial.
Okay.
Also, just a point of clarification, and I don't know if we need to move it out of consent, but item 9.18, which is a resolution with regards to Toshiba American Business. There's a Scribner's error within the in the resolution where it says that the item is $258,000. Just to clarify for the commission, the budgeted item is for 175. We anticipate only spending 125 as we're moving from Xerox to Toshiba, but just so that you have, I don't know if we need to pull the item or if we can keep
in 918, it only shows the 125. It doesn't show the
it's
other
within the
number.
resolution itself.
But, okay, well, it's in the
Yeah.
okay.
So I just wanted to clarify that. I don't know if we need to pull it from consent
So
to
if
amend
we
it.
clarify, well, if we make maybe the city attorney would answer better on that, but if we clarify the Scribner's error, can we keep it in the consent, or do we need to do something different?
So every resolution that we prepare for the commission to approve actually has a clause in it that anticipates the possibility of Scribner's errors. So if you approve the item as a consent agenda item, staff will take the necessary steps to correct that in the final version that gets signed and becomes part of the record to reflect that pursuant to that provision in the resolution itself. And it would be perfectly okay to leave it on consent, subject to the stated correction that we will make to the document in its final form.
Okay, so when you read the items on the consent agenda, you'll make note of that?
Correct, and in fact, I believe that the title is good to go. I'm trying to
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, the title, I believe, is good. It's within the
Right.
the
The
resolution
title's
itself.
correct.
It's within the body of the document. We'll correct that before it gets signed.
Okay.
Could I just ask,
Yeah, go ahead.
Mr. Attorney, Scrivener's errors, when it comes to numbers like this? Scrivener's errors when it comes to numbers like this, because yes, every single resolution says that if there's a Scrivener's error, you're going to correct it. But when it comes to numbers, does that fall obviously under the umbrella because you're going to fix it? But
In this particular instance, because it's been stated, yes, it does. And every other provision of the document, including the title as well as the body, except that one whereas clause, refers to the correct amount.
okay,
And we'll correct that whereas clause.
thank you, and we'll put it on record from now on when there's something. No problem. Good.
Okay, and so we're gonna move 11.3 to right after the consent and right before the quasi, right? Okay,
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that.
okay.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes,
in addition, we do have an additional presentation that's going to be made. It should have been at the 5 o'clock. It'll be at 6.
okay, so we'll add that into our presentations. Okay. Two. Okay, anything else, or we're good with overhauling the agenda? Good, okay,
I make a motion to accept as amended.
Second.
okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, passes unanimously. Okay. All right, so let's start with presentations, and I guess let's do the proclamation first, and then we'll do this short presentation afterwards. Okay, so you're on for that.
Yes. Everybody join me.
Okay, if everybody could please join us in front of the dais here so we can do the proclamation.
Check.
Mayor Nickerson.
Come on, Mr. Mayor. All right. Everything good? Everything's good. It's better now. You're right there.
Right here.
This is her shot.
So back in November, I went to the State of the City of El Portal, and I found out that you were the first Native American mayor of Miami-Dade County. And I started Googling as you were talking, and I realized that that month was actually Native American Heritage Month, and it was too late to honor you here at our city, and December didn't work, so we're in January, and a little bit behind, but I am we are honoring him here tonight for being the first Native American mayor of Miami-Dade County. And my clerk is in love with your braids, and I wouldn't tell her the story that I recently found out, and I'm hoping after we do the proclamation, I really do want you to tell you the reason behind your braids, so because I think it's beautiful. No, it's okay. You don't get it yet. And I actually met him online. It was kind of like, right?
Personal.
It was through Mayor Cava, but we did meet online. He's watching. Hi, Saul. Whereas Mayor Omar C. Nickerson, Ph.D., is the first Native American mayor of Miami-Dade County, serving the village of El Portal for 8 years as vice mayor and becoming mayor in 2020. Currently, he serves as the second vice president of the Miami-Dade County League of Cities, and I'm just gonna.
And whereas Mayor Nickerson serves the village of El Portal, which is a bird sanctuary. If you guys haven't had the chance, drive by there, you'll see what they're talking about. Peacocks all over the place. The city was originally the capital of the Tequesta tribal area and also boosts links to prehistoric Indian life at the Little River Mound, and
whereas Mayor Nicholson was born in Miami, Florida, he received his bachelor's degree from the University of Miami in liberal and social arts. His first master's degree is in global history and geographic studies from the University of Cairo in Egypt. And his second master's degree is in international political science and economic development from the University of Damascus in Syria.
And whereas Mayor Nicholson is a lecturer who has given speeches to the public throughout the Middle East and Asia. He works as a hands-on educator with schools that are listed under the educational transformation status due to their low scores on standardized tests. And whereas today's his birthday, happy birthday! And whereas he's an amazing human being.
Whereas Mayor Nickerson has certifications in micro and macroeconomics, world history, American government, American history, and geography. He has certifications to educate individuals with a wide range of disabilities, including those with special learning needs, varying exceptionalities, specific learning disabilities, and emotional and behavioral disorders, and, that's whereas Mayor. Yeah, you can do that.
Whereas Mayor of El Portal, he has overseen historic, economic, financial, infrastructure development, and business success, and credits his residents, his administrative and governmental team, his city clerk, his city manager,
Now, therefore, we, the Mayor and Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, do hereby celebrate Mayor Omar Nickerson as the first Native American mayor of Miami-Dade County. Thank you for your service and commitment to the residents of El Portal.
And I just want to say that his clerk is here, and if you want to come and join us. And she is a resident of North Miami Beach, so come. Come on. And also, his city manager is away, but she did help me, and she sends her love. And State Representative Joe Geller also sends a hug. So thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Oh, and happy birthday.
Well, I really appreciate this, you all. I'm not going to take too much time just because it's a full house, and I want you guys to get to your agenda. I know how that is as mayor, running the meetings to get to the agenda, but you did want me to explain the braids. So a lot of people see me, they see the two braids, and they're like, why does this guy always have these braids? Well, my dad is African-American. My mom is Native American. My mom is Lakota Sioux. She still stays on a reservation in South and North Dakota with her family. And so just to kind of really quickly take it back, this land where we are, it's a different type of situation. It's a situation that I always kind of told myself that I would always remember. And so, as I said, my mom, a long time ago when I was very young, she said, Omar, you have to understand that your bloodline is a different bloodline. She said, because your dad's African-American, therefore half of your bloodline belongs to a group of people who came over as slaves, the only group of people that came over to this nation as slaves. She said, but the other half of your bloodline is Native American from me. She said, and that is the only group of people where this land originally belonged to that was taken away from them. She said, so both of those bloodlines, you have the only ones that can say either or. And because we went through genocide as Native Americans, and because you really, if you don't go on a reservation or you don't go to a casino, you really don't see us anymore. And that's something that always stuck out in my mind. It always kind of haunted me because, you know, when you go to Japan, every corner you will see a Japanese person. When you go to Russia, on every corner, you will see a Russian person. You can walk down the street here in North Miami Beach. How many Native American families do you run into? But yet, this was our land. And so, being that's the case, we do keep our hair long, and we do usually keep it in braids so that when we see one another, it's a reminder that they didn't kill us all. And some of us are still here. Oh, wow. Okay. And that's why. Thank you.
You brought somebody with you. Should she come up?
Well, she's wonderful. Yes, she can come.
Oh, okay.
Come on up. Come on up.
Okay.
Come on up.
And doesn't he have the most beautiful smile?
Always smile.
Yes.
Always.
That smile is always there.
He is always like this.
Well, thank you guys very, very much. Coming up right now, that's my clerk Jacoby that we said it came. But coming up right now is Miss Chapman. She's like my partner in everything positive. And
She has her braids.
and I met her because I'm like part of every chamber of commerce. So I'm part of like the Hialeah Chamber of Commerce, the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, the Latin Builders Association, the Coral Gables Chamber of Commerce, Chamber South, which is Pinecrest, Palmetto Bay, Cutler Bay, Homestead. And so, and so the Aventura Marketing, there we go. I'm going to be part of this one soon. The Aventura Marketing Council and Chamber of Commerce, she's part of that, and she's a outstanding upcoming force in that. And so that's where we kind of connected. I appreciate all of you. I'm not going to take up any more of your time. Thank you very much, Madam Commissioner. You are wonderful. I love you to death. I appreciate you. Thank you very much.
Wait, picture.
And thank you all for being patient with me. Thank you very much. Thank you guys very much. You want it? You good? Want a picture?
I got it. Thank you so much.
It's funny, I went there to the state when the preacher
Yeah, that's it. I don't believe that's it. Writing things on my brain.
You know why?
Okay, so back to presentations. We also have I guess, a short presentation that's going to be on our typical presentation. So you guys ready to roll that? Is there Okay. Do we have any other presentations or? Okay. Do we have a right one? Oh, there we are. Okay, good.
Hey there, North Miami Beach. Wishing you a fantastic Happy New Year. We just concluded a thrilling month filled with excitement for our wonderful residents and fantastic business owners like yourself. Today, let's dive into the festive highlights and eagerly anticipate the amazing things awaiting us in the upcoming days and weeks of the new year. Cheers to a joyous and prosperous 2024. Do you know about NMB Water's We Care to Share Payment Assistance Program? Residents in need may apply to receive help in paying their water bills, thanks to the voluntary contributions of other NMB Water customers and businesses who care to share. The City of North Miami Beach launched the Home Rehabilitation Program that allows approved homeowners to receive funding for the replacement of windows, doors, and roofs, which will make homes more efficient. December 15th was the last senior luncheon of the year. Special guests like Commissioner Daniela Jean, Commissioner Phyllis Smith, and Commissioner Jay Kernoff dropped by to share some holiday cheer with our seniors. The next senior luncheon will be on Friday, January 26th from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. The city manager's listening tour took place on Thursday, December 21st at 6:30 p.m. at Highland Village. To look back at the photos from the latest events here in the city of NMB, simply scan the QR code on your screen with your phone or find all City of North Miami Beach event photos at flickr.com. On January 2nd, 2024, the City Building Department went live with electronic plan review using Project Docs. Project Docs is a web-based solution that lets customers initiate and complete the plan submission, review, and approval process online rather than using a manual paper-based process. Friday, January 12th, was 2024's first farm share drive-through distribution from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. Walk-ups were accepted while supplies last. The City of North Miami Beach Mayor and Commission and the NMB Youth Advisory Board presents the MLK Song Contest. The deadline was Friday, January 12, 2024, for all NMB students from grades K through 12 to submit their entries. Now, let's take a look at some of the upcoming events. Join the NMB Library for the North Miami Beach Literacy Fair on Sunday, January 28, 2024, from 2 p.m. to 5 p.m. This event will also feature games, performers, student art presentations, and more. For more information, contact the NMB Library by calling 305-948-2970 or visit nmblib.com. The Mayor and Commission of the City of North Miami Beach and the Multicultural Committee presents Harmony of Heritage, a Black History celebration on February 3, 2024. Doors open at 5 p.m. for the art exhibit, and the show begins at 7 p.m. at Julius Littman Performing Arts Theater. Let's honor the rich history and cultural contributions of the Black community. Experience the legacy of Black composers and musicians in a night of musical excellence. This is a free event. The City of NMB will offer on-site DMV services on Tuesday, February 6, 2024 from 9:30 a.m. to 1:30 p.m. Renew ID card, Class E license 18 months in advance and CDL license 12 months in advance. To schedule appointment, call 305-948-2921 extension 2240. Save the date. The City of North Miami Beach Mayor and Commission and the Commission on the Status of Women will present the 10th Annual Heart Health Walk on Sunday, February 25, 2024, from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Registration starts at 8 a.m. In the words of Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., the ultimate measure of a man is not where he stands in moments of comfort and convenience, but where he stands at times of challenge and controversy. And that will do it for the announcements. Happy New Year.
Okay. Thank you. All right, so now for public comment. Madam Clerk.
Good evening, everyone. The Mayor and Commission of the City of North Miami Beach has opened the meeting for public comment at this time. There is a 3-minute time limit for each speaker. Speaker, when you're called to the podium, please state your name for the record or the name of the organization which you are representing. The Mayor and Commissioner of the City of North Miami Beach recognizes the importance of civility. The City of North Miami Beach requests that all in attendance to exercise civility towards each other. And our first speaker is Emma Sotero.
Hello, Commissioners and Mayor. My name is Emma Sotero. I am 16 years old. I'm a student at Barbara Goldman Senior High School in Miami Lakes and the Administrative Director at Virtutum Popolo. Virtutum Popolo is a 501c3 nonprofit, completely student-led, which advocates for student engagement in government as well as civics. Virtutum Popolo is planning the Miami-Dade Youth Governance Day, a program that will take place on April 10th, 2024. This day is an MDCPS teacher planning day, so students will not be in school. The Youth Governance Day is a program where students from each of the 34 local governments in Miami-Dade will become mayor for a day in their city. Virtutum Popolo will take care of the process of filtering through applicants and narrowing down to 2 options where the local governments will be able to pick from. Applicants from your city must either live or attend school in the area of jurisdiction they are applying to. We will also take care of training the selected student beforehand to ensure they are prepared. We will create custom flyers and advertisements for the respective municipality. Transportation for the student as well will be provided by Virtutum Popolo. The only task you are given by taking on this project is creating an agenda for the student to complete or events for them to participate in on April 10th, as well as supervising them throughout the workday. With several other cities and towns already on board, we hope that you join us in spreading our mission that government is at the core of American democracy and local government is the heart of it all. Through firsthand experiences such as this, we can kindle a love for government in more students, creating a better tomorrow for my generation, along with future generations after us. Your city was previously contacted by email. However, we believe the best way to spread our message about youth involvement in government is to attend city council meetings, where we can show our involvement firsthand. I have several flyers explaining the program in further detail if you would like to see them, which have contact info if you are interested in hosting our program in your city. Thank you and have a good night.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Mayor, I'd like to say that I think this is something we should do.
Okay.
And if we can direct staff, if they can reach out to her or vice versa. Thank you.
So one thing on top of that.
Is your mic on?
Sorry. To piggyback on your point, I know they said this is in regards to the Dade public school system, right?
Yeah, correct.
Is there any way we can try to see if we can get the day schools involved as well, Taurus MS, and because just so they can, because they're in our community as well, just to see if they can get involvement on top of this.
Yeah, of course, we'd be willing to spread.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. April 10th.
Okay.
Mr. Diego?
Thank you. Happy New Year's, everyone.
New Year.
Hope everybody is blessed. My heart is filled with what I just seen and witnessed with the mayor of El Portal. And I'm so proud of all of you in front of me because I seen camaraderie. The division that I have been witnessing.
Speaker?
I seen something. Oh, my apologies. My name is Sir Diego, and I'm also a resident of North Miami Beach. I'm so excited to make this speech. I forgot to give that presentation first. I'm smiling, and I did brush all these teeth and gargle before I came. Thank God for a good dental plan. But my heart is filled with what I just witnessed with all of you. I'm so proud because I have no animosity toward no one sitting up there. And I see a new face here and a new face there. But all in all, we'll eventually get to know each other. But I'm so happy with what I seen there. I seen all of you working together. And Mayor, congratulations on your win. And I see you representing for a certain class of people with physical challenges, but you did not let that deter you. So I'm so glad. With that being said, too, with Polly Villard, you know, she was running for something big, too. She wanted to be the first woman. She wanted to be the first woman of African descent to win, and she did not win. She was very close, but I know there's a lot of politics behind the gift cards. There's still animosity. But all in all, a lot of people lined up from 5 o'clock or so in the evening the night before, and they slept in their cars and waited until the morning after because the need was that great. It's just a shame that a lot of those same people didn't show up to vote for her. So sad. And I say that lovingly and with all due respect, but it's just a sign that we have to do better because there was such controversy behind those gift cards. She may not have made the best decisions and so forth, but again, it showed the need, and a lot of you agreed to have that happen. I actually ended up being a person who was gifted from that. But it's just sad that she's been crucified behind that. Also, moving on, I want to say that in regards to what's happening with Chief Police Smith, I'm at home in my house, moving along with my duties, and I see her on the news being investigated by the Florida Department of Law Enforcement. This is a woman who's representing a movement that's going on. She's first woman and first black woman that have been promoted into her position as police chief, the same as you see that has happened in North Miami, the same that you just seen with Stephanie Daniels the other day, who is now the director. And I just reached out to the department per the advice of Police Chief Smith and also interim Police Chief Camacho in regards to a Miami-Dade police officer who parked in their car illegally in our community. And I got a call immediately from Lieutenant Saunders, the work that I'm doing in the community. But it broke my heart to see that whenever you are of African descent, we go through a lot still. Yesterday was Dr. Martin Luther King's birthday, but never forget that the struggle is still there. We had to endure centuries of
15
discrimination, and it still goes through with the Jim Crow laws and so much more. We still have a lot of work to do. It hurts. It hurts. And again, I have no animosity toward no one in the room. All I'm asking is just simply to understand what it is. She's a good woman. She deserves an opportunity to remain in her position as far as what I see.
Time.
And so with all that, everybody be blessed. Happy New Year's, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. David Zapin.
I'm David. I'm the founder of the charity corporation 30K for Back Pay. I also have thoughts about crime and punishment. I'm looking at this form for how people apply for jobs. Has anyone actually tried to use this lately? I tried, and if I can't figure it out, there's a bit of a hurdle. Again, it's not the fault of any one person here, but, lead me to your systems analyst. Part of why I ran for mayor is it was easier to run for that than any of these jobs. Maybe I should lead a reality tour. Now, I have all the respect in the world for our police, for them fighting blue-collar crime. How about a tour of white-collar crime, places that I know I have to pay cash or they'll skim my credit card? How about a supermarket where I use the bargain bin and then I have to yell at them over and over that they forgot the discount? Who is the white-collar liaison? I've asked this in the past, and recent changes have made that more difficult. Who is our white-collar crime liaison? I guess and what used to be the DeVita Venture over by the Chai Walk, what's going to happen to that? What developer is going to swoop down and take advantage of that property now that DeVita has moved not into our North Miami our neighbors, but the unincorporated area? I had to find this out from North Miami. I hope that the Homeless Trust, someone will convert that into a homeless rehab center, especially for people who cannot get money from the CSL plasma next door to the current DeVita Biscayne Bay Center. For all of my credentials, I have no rights. The closest thing I have to rights is, my 3 minutes here voting. On a good day, I can be heard on Chicago radio, but not local radio. That's just not the nature of the beast. So, Happy New Year, best wishes, and we'll see what happens. I hope this will be, a more productive year than we've seen recently. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other speakers? Mr. Kazan?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Mubarak Kazan. Happy birthday to Dr. Martin Luther King, which is today, and Mayor Nicholson. Today is your birthday. Happy birthday, Mayor from El Portal. I want to talk today about strategic planning because I heard it came up last week that all of this high rises that we're having now stemmed from that. The strategic planning, questionable to me. I'm going to keep my opinion to myself tonight. But more bad than good came out from that. From that, we outsourced the sanitation. From that, we outsourced the award-winning water plant. It claimed that it ran to failure, but the only thing that ran to failure were some of the staff and politicians. Those were the only thing that ran to failure. We outsourced the law firm. We're not getting a good bang for our buck. Sorry, sir, John. And we learned last week that the high risers came from the 2015 strategic planning. Were any studies done, like the Glatting-Jackson study done in 2006, 2007? From that strategic planning, they want to put 4 Burj Khalifa buildings at the mouth of Eastern Shores, 4 40-story high buildings. Well, the Burj Khalifa is a little taller, but I mean, you guys are going to get a conundrum with traffic if better access is not garnered from there. I went to the PUC meeting last week, and we still have understaffing. Mayor, commissioners, you guys had asked for a headhunter, specifically for the water plant, nothing. You had asked for a dedicated procurement officer, nothing. And that you requested 5 months ago in your budget. Mr. Mayor, you were not here, but the vice mayor, he was acting as the mayor, he was here. And, this thing is not a one-man show. It's a seven men and women show. And you tell the city manager what you want. And he has to carry out your wishes. He cannot carry out his own wishes. You have to carry out a collective body of wishes. Or we would fall again. We would go down that road of no return again, where we have to fight like hell to get back things like the water plant, because it's going to run down and it's going to get more expensive. The vendor that we have there is very expensive now. It's getting very expensive because of the delays, and the honeymoon is over. The honeymoon is over, I'm telling you. You guys, wake up. We don't have time to skilly-dally. We don't have time to skylark. We have to move now. If the commissioners say headhunter for the water plant, and they want a dedicated procurement officer for the water plant, that is what they mean. Nothing else. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you.
Reverend Kyle Gibson, Senior Pastor, Greater Gibbs Chapel, African Methodist Episcopal Church. Each year begins new thoughts, new ideas, new opportunities, and new responsibilities. 10 months from today, we will face yet another election for this city. In the past election, out of only 3,555 people of 21,391 eligible voters participated, for only 16.62%. Over the next 279 days, the voters of this city will make another decision. Factors that will influence those decisions will be service rendered over the past year and what will happen over the next 279 days. I pray that we continue to operate in unity as we've seen since the beginning of 2024, and just know that the eyes of North Miami Beach is watching. I pray that you keep a spirit of Spike Lee and do the right thing, for the people will fight the power on Election Day. God bless you.
Thank you.
Any other speakers? Mr. Mayor, that was the last signed speaker.
Okay, thank you. All right, and next will be City Commission reports. Madam Clerk?
So you'll be closing public comment, right?
Oh, yeah, we need to close public comment, yes.
Commission reports. We'll start with Commissioner Jay Chernoff.
Good evening, everyone. Nice to see everybody. Happy New Year. I attended, along with, I think, all of us yesterday, the 5,000 role models, and we have 2 role models on our commission. Mackenzie Florimon and Michael Joseph were installed, so congratulations to them. Thank you to Frederica Wilson congresswoman who puts on the 5,000 role models for as long as I can remember now, and it's grown to be like a major, major event now with almost every mayor from every community of Dade County there. It was a nice event, and congratulations to all. Mr. Manager, I'd like you to put on the next agenda the ability to go out for bid or a study to do bringing back home our trash and garbage service.
Sir, on the agenda is a discussion items which talks about insourcing. It's been on the agenda for several months. We need to get there in order for you to give direction whether we will move forward with a consultant to analyze the findings that we have to validate the numbers or not.
Mr. Mayor, would you please get to that agenda item so we can discuss it? Thank you.
Okay.
Commissioner Florimon.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for being with us tonight. To reiterate to a certain degree that we did participate yesterday on Dr. King Day at Miami Beach Convention Center. We had a great time with our 5,000 Role Models project that is spearheaded by Congresswoman Wilson. I remember when it was 500 role models years ago when I was at Edison Middle School. That's when I actually became part of that program. And so a lot of us, including Commissioner Joseph, have been involved with this program ever since we were in school. And so today to be mentors to other students who are receiving scholarships so that they can continue their education is a great thing. And we salute everyone that was there yesterday, including all of our members of the commission that were present. Thank you so much for your support. In addition to that, I know that we have an agenda item to discuss the trolley that I definitely would like to get to, because I think that we definitely need to make sure that we stay steadfast in the services that we're offering our residents. And when we look at the Better Bus Network, I know that the county had its vision or has its vision as to what the Better Bus Network is. But, when you keep your ear to the ground or to the street, you hear from your residents, and a lot of them have been expressing their dissatisfaction with how it's been rolled out, and the fact that a lot of them are losing routes that they've been used to for decades. And so while there are some great positives and foresight to the Better Bus Network, I think that in its rollout, a lot of people are also realizing that there are people who've been taking certain routes for 20, 30 years that don't have those routes available and are now having to walk 30 minutes even further to get to a bus. And I think it's us as a municipality's responsibility now to really supplement where those routes have been eliminated so that our residents don't feel the burden as much. So I look forward to getting into that conversation so that we can figure out how we can get to a good consensus as to how we supplement those issues that are happening with the bus routes. So that's it for me for now. Thank you so much. Look forward to an expedient meeting. And that was a joke.
Commissioner Jean.
Good evening, everyone. Happy New Year. Again, we had a great time at the MLK. I actually had the pleasure of attending the parade as well. Thank you, Mr. Kazan. I had the great pleasure of attending the MLK parade and also the 5,000 Role Model Breakfast with my colleagues. And I'm excited to announce that we had many students participate in our MLK songwriting contest. So we'll be sharing some of the entries that were in that contest. Tomorrow, Wednesday at 7 p.m., the Parks and Recreation Division will be hosting its monthly teen chat. So if you have teenagers that would like to participate, it will start at 7 p.m. at the McDonald Center. I wanted to also share a quote from MLK. Life's most persistent and urgent question, what are you doing to help others? And I think that's going to definitely be the message of this year for us. To the manager, I did ask for all of the social services that we have in the city, and I did receive that email from you. My next question is, how are we communicating this to our residents? I did make mention that I would love to see more communication in the different languages that reflect the community, and I know we're going through some transitions in our communication department, so I don't know if you can speak to that, and hoping for a great meeting tonight.
Commissioner, absolutely. We've had staff separate from the village. They've opened up their own business, which we're always proud of. However, that does create a transition for us. We do have an RFQ out, and we created a pool of consultants to be able to do. We've tapped into one of those consultants to help us, and one of the first tasks that we're doing is reorganizing the overall plan for communications, how the city moves forward. And that's one of the key aspects of what needs to be done, is communicating in tri-language as opposed to in just in English. So creating content is at the top of that list, to make sure that we're pushing out not only information about events and the programming that the city has, but also giving the residents information so that they know about all the happenings. What is Public Works doing? The successes of PD, of the beautification, and all the other departments within the city as well.
Commissioner Joseph?
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Looking for an expedient meeting. I know we had a great time over at the 5,000 Role Models breakfast yesterday. It was a pretty hyped up affair. And Commissioner Flourmont has been a role model longer than I have, but just by only a couple of years. He started middle school, I started in high school at Miami Edison. Also want to congratulate Commissioner Daniela Jean. She's an MLK inductee 2024 FIU alumni. Go Panthers. So I want to congratulate her for that. So as a proud alumni, I want to state that. I'm looking for an expedient meeting today as well, and that's not a joke, and hopefully that works out. Thank you.
Commissioner Smith.
Thank you. Well, it was a very busy weekend, actually. First, I want to congratulate our mayor, Reverend Gibson. Has a project for having a ramp and bridge to his church, and he has made honored our mayor as being the co-chair of that.
Yeah, of the special ministry.
Yes,
We'll talk about it in a minute. Yeah,
the whole ministry. So, I was honored to be able to be there and to give him his proclamation. Also, our yeshiva school, which is very big in North Miami Beach, had a huge dinner with, almost 1,000 people. And what was really, really nice, not only was it a beautiful event, but they really reached out to North Miami Beach to thank us for all that we do and for being good partners for them as well. I want to again wish happy birthday to our El Patel mayor. He is always this personality. I met him when he was teaching a class, and he mesmerized everybody in that classroom for over an hour. So it's an honor to have him in our city. I also want to ask the manager, could you get back to us in reference to the headhunter for the water plant? Could you get back to us for all of these emails that are coming that we put through request to make it easier for North Miami Beach and better for North Miami Beach to run smoothly by hiring some very strong top of departments? Could you get back to us why it is taking so long and where are we at that? And I want to remind everybody the senior luncheon is January 26th. Be sure to call them at the recreation department to tell them you're coming, if you're coming, so they can have plenty of, nobody will be left out for their lunch. And I just want to say to my son and daughter-in-law who just celebrated yesterday their 19th wedding anniversary, how proud I am of them. And I just wish everybody 2024 to be your best year ever. And when you go out every single day, make memories and make sure they're good memories. Thank you very much.
Mayor, if I may. Commissioner, we have been speaking with various headhunter companies, recruiters. What we've learned is that one company doesn't do everything, and they're more specific towards one industry or another. And so we're putting together and finalizing an RFQ. So in February, you will have the item before you to be able to pick on, I think we're looking at probably 3 firms to be able to look at the various type of positions. We are also having issues recruiting for a chief financial officer, as well as the community development director and assistant director. So we're hoping to be able to bring to you all a package so that we can have the firms that specialize in those type of fields help us find the right fit for the city.
So February, you're going to bring it back. February, you're going to bring it back, and are we going to get an opportunity between those 3 companies to pick a company, or you're just putting it out for bid now?
The idea is so that we'll have a pool and we'll be able to use whichever company is stronger in finance or stronger in engineering or stronger in planning, be able to use whichever of those companies would benefit the city more.
I think if we can move it all up. I'm speaking in, and I don't know, is it on?
It's on.
It's not close enough.
Thank you. I just would like to, it'll be 6 months in February, and we definitely need those positions, especially the water plant, to be taken care of. So if you can bring something back, we're ready for it. We're ready to move forward. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Smuggler.
Thank you. So Happy New Year to everyone. And I want to congratulate Commissioner Jean, the mayor, Commissioner Florimond, Commissioner Joseph, that the 5,000 role model breakfast, it just gets better and better. Except during COVID, I've been to every year that they've had it since I've been on the dais now almost 6 years. And I think there was like 1,800 people there yesterday. I also want to give a shout out and an acknowledgement to someone who's in our audience by the name of Ron Ben-Hion, who just came back from serving 90 days in the Israeli Defense Force. And thank you so much. Thank you so much for your service to protect Israel. And last month in December at the commission meeting, Commissioner Smith made a comment about whenever any of us go to a conference that we should come back and bring that information. So I was at a conference in November, December, and I do want to talk a little bit because I don't want to take up the whole night. And I also want to be careful because there's some things that I don't want to say that we may vote on. But the state wants to take away the BTR licenses. And I was talking to the manager in Opelika, and if they take away the BTR license, they have Amazon. They live off of that. So we live off of we don't. That's not the main source of the monies coming into our city, but it's a good chunk of it. So we need. Well, I just want to let you know about that. The property taxes, it may get to a point where we may not be able to afford lowering the millage because, they just want to give more and more exemptions, and they're well-deserved exemptions, but it's going to affect us. They want to raise the limits on the sovereign immunity. They want to change in the state the residential building permits to review and approve from 30 days to 3 calendar days. Can our staff really do that? I mean, we would have to hire more people to do that. So these are things that that adds adds expenses to us. The water bill, utility surcharge, and this is all because I'm on the taxation and finance board and the advisory boards. We have, I learned a little bit about the annexation do's and don'ts, which, that's something that we're doing. And, we really need to, I don't want to talk anymore because I don't want to violate any sunshine. And I also stayed for a little bit extra, and I went into a focus group that I participated and gave my opinion, which is actually some stuff that I'm going to bring back to the League of City as well, which will help us at the very end. So thank you for your time, and happy birthday, Mayor Nickerson. Thank you. Hold on. I want to see everybody. Sorry. I do want to see everybody. The Multicultural Committee is having a free event for Black History Celebration, Harmony of Heritage, Saturday, February 3rd, 5 p.m. at the Littman Theater. Tickets, you can get them online. We're going to pay tribute to the rich history and cultural contributions of the Black community experience, the legacy of Black composers and musicians in a night of musical excellence. And then we have the Heart Health Walk, February 25th, Sunday. Thank you.
Mayor Piper.
Okay, thank you. So just since our last meeting, just a few observations and things I wanted to share. It was really a great holiday season. I got to experience in the spirit of unity, as one of our speakers has said before. I got a great opportunity to experience a lot of different things since the last meeting. Of course, during the Hanukkah time, I was involved in many menorah lightings, including the one at City Hall, and even for some other businesses and residents, and it was really nice. Christmas, we had the Mystic Force Foundation's holiday party right here in front of the police station, which was a really nice party, as well as other things. We even had, for New Year's, at the library, there was a seniors karaoke party. I even sang a little bit. Hopefully, Patrick is hiding the video of that somewhere. I'll probably see it during election time. I'm sure. I just reminded someone. Okay. But it was really, we had a really good time there. And last Friday was the Haitian earthquake commemoration ceremony, which was down in Little Haiti. I was there, Commissioner John was there, Commissioner Smith was there. Very meaningful. Commissioner Joseph was there? Were you there as well? Okay, all right. And so very nice event. There was a little walk afterwards, so I got to participate in that. That gave me another view on things. Also, on Saturday night, there was the prestigious Haitian Musician Awards right here at our theater. Another great event. I mean, I've never seen so many well-dressed people. And incredible. And really, they turned our McDonald's Center into what looked like a grand ballroom. It looked really nice. And but really nice event, and was honored to be there with Commissioner John, Commissioner Smith, and was able to share and welcome everybody for that. On Sunday, a very special day for me this past Sunday was at the Greater Gibbs AME Church in Washington Park with Reverend Kyle Gibson, who's here. There was a ministry naming in my honor, as well as another gentleman that the Reverend knows for a very worthy cause. They're trying to create better handicap accessibility to the church. So it was a big honor for me. Really nice to see Commissioner Joseph out there as well to support me, as well as Commissioner Smith. So, Commissioner John, yep, right, you're there too. Trying to keep it all in shape. I mean, insult somebody always, but do my best. But no, and also just a quick shout out to Reverend Kyle Gibson. He's come into this community just a few months ago, and he's really got himself into this community and stepped up and is involved in the Chamber of Commerce and events and comes to commission meetings, and really just like to see the involvement from the church, from spiritual side, business side, resident side, just really a role model for that kind of thing. And if we had a lot of people doing that, it would really change how our city would be in so many ways. And then Sunday evening, I was able to go to the Chaim Taurus Emmett event with the yeshiva, with the Jewish school, and it was very nice event, also very meaningful. And then yesterday morning, something I've never done before, was been invited to the 5,000 Role Models Breakfast. I was pleased and proud to see that some of the former inductees were Commissioner Joseph and Commissioner Florimond. So that was really nice, and got to have some of my colleagues there as well. So just really nice there. I got to see some other people also, Congresswoman Frederica Wilson, who puts that together. So I was really happy to have all of that. Back to a more direct nuts and bolts city business. I did kind of follow the manager around on his listening tour, and I really good input from hearing the residents in different communities and being able to act and hear what the needs are of those residents. So I commend you for those tours, and I commend you for not kicking me out. And so that's really good. Also, and the last thing is the lighting initiative that I mentioned at the last meeting, that is underway. When you start paying attention to how many street lights we have out in our city, it's amazing. Deputy Chief Camacho and his team have been out at night. They're mapping out different areas where the lights are out so that the staff can get working on that. Most of those lights are actually they're not really owned by the city. They're owned by the county DOT, FPL. So they're doing the necessary things to get those fixed so that we can start working on our safety and beautification of the city. Other than that, Happy New Year, and thank you.
Consent.
Okay. And
Consent agenda.
okay, all right, we're on to the next item. Got it. All right, so on the consent agenda, I'm going to request a motion and
Move
a
to
second.
approve.
Introduce the agenda. So we've got
Introduce.
by Commissioner Chernow, second by Commissioner Smuckler. And all right, all in favor?
Aye.
No.
Read the items.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just in favor of introducing it, but okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the commission. First item on the consent agenda, 9.1, is the regular city commission meeting minutes of December 19, 2023. Item 9.2, resolution number R 2024-01, entitled Resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing a change order with Home Depot USA, doing business as Home Depot Pro, for the purchase of citywide janitorial supplies, increasing the estimated annual budget amount by $150,000, and authorizing the city manager designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, subject to the budget appropriation availability of funds, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. Item 9.3, resolution number R 2024-02, entitled Resolution of City Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving a piggyback contract between the city and Amaya Solutions, Inc., doing business as American Water Chemicals, for the purchase and delivery of anti-scalant and an estimated annual budget amount of $194,000, authorizing city manager designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing for effective date. Item 9.4, resolution number R 2024-03, entitled A Resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving a piggyback contract between the city and Brightview Landscaping Services for the purchase of athletic field maintenance services in an estimated annual budget amount of $135,880, authorizing city manager designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. Item 9.5, resolution number R 2024-04, entitled the resolution of the mayor and city commission of the city of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving amendment number 1 to the agreement between the state of Florida Department of Legal Affairs Office of the Attorney General as the pass-through agency for the Victims of Crime Act VOCA program, accepting additional grant funds in the amount of $55,069 for the use towards the salary and benefits of the city's victims advocate, authorizing the city manager designee to execute the amendment and implement the terms, and providing an effective date. Resolution number, item 9.6, resolution number R 2024-05, entitled a resolution of the mayor and city commission of the city of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving a piggyback contract between the city and Altech Industries, Inc. for the purchase of a Freightliner bucket truck in an estimated budget amount of $240,887, authorizing the city manager designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. Item 9.7, resolution number R 2024-06, entitled a resolution of the mayor and city commission of the city of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving a contract between the city and AMCS Group, Inc. for the purchase of fleet management software and maintenance solutions in an annual estimated budget amount of $60,000, authorizing the city manager designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. Item 9.8, resolution number R 2024-07, entitled the resolution of the mayor and city commission of the city of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving a purchase order between the city and Core and Main for the sole source purchase of census products and services in an estimated budget amount of $80,000, authorizing the city manager designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. Item 9.9, resolution number R 2024-08, entitled a resolution of the mayor and city commission of the city of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing a change order with Crom Corporation for the purchase of baffle curtain replacement and modifications, and increasing the estimated budget amount by $20,715, and authorizing the city manager designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, subject to the budget appropriation and availability of funds, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. Item 9.10, resolution number R 2024-09, entitled a resolution of the mayor and city commission of the city of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving a piggyback contract between the city and Enterprise Fleet Management, Inc. for the purchase of vehicle leasing services in an estimated annual budget amount of $266,000, authorizing the city manager designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. Item 9.11, resolution number R 2024-10, entitled a resolution of the mayor and city commission of the city of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving a piggyback contract between the city and Environmental Products Group, Inc. for the purchase and delivery of a Whirlwind vacuum street sweeper truck in an estimated budgeted amount of $399,600, authorizing the city manager designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing an effective date. Item 9.12, resolution number R 2024-11, entitled a resolution of the mayor and city commission of the city of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving a purchase order between the city and Fluid Control Specialties, Inc. for the sole source purchase of process control instrumentation products in an estimated budget amount of $320,000, authorizing the city manager designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. Item 9.13, resolution number R 2024-12, entitled a resolution of the mayor and city commission of the city of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving a purchase order between the city and Gilson Engineering Sales for the of Florida for the sole source purchase of precision digital products in an estimated budget amount of $82,000, authorizing the city manager designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. Item 9.14, resolution number R 2024-13, a resolution of the mayor and city commission of the city of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing a change order to the piggyback contract with Gray Bar Electric Company, Inc. for the purchase of electrical products and services, increasing the estimated annual budget amount by $235,000, and authorizing city manager's designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. Item 9.15, resolution number R 2024-14, entitled the resolution of the mayor and city commission of the city of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving a piggyback contract between the city and multiple vendors for the purchase of original equipment manufacturer OEM automotive parts and services and an estimated annual budget amount of $200,000, authorizing the city manager or designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing an effective date. Item 9.16, resolution number R 2024-15, entitled a resolution of the mayor and city commission of the city of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing a change order to the piggyback contract with Sherwin-Williams for the purchase of paint and related items, increasing the estimated annual budget amount by $70,000, authorizing the city manager or designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing for effective date. Item 9.17, resolution number R 2024-16, entitled a resolution, the mayor and city commission of the city of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving a task order for engineering services for the project management of the mechanical integrity testing and deep injection well operations in an estimated amount of $79,200 under the continuing services agreement with Stantec Consulting Services for professional consulting services, and authorizing the city manager designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts and subject to budget appropriation, availability of funds, and providing for an effective date. Item 9.18, resolution number R 2024-17, entitled a resolution of the mayor and city commission of the city of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing a change order of the piggyback contract with Toshiba American Business Solutions for the purchase of copiers and print services, increasing the estimated annual budget amount by $125,000, and authorizing the city manager designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing an effective date. That's the one we're going to correct, Commissioner Smith.
Thank you.
Item 9.19, resolution number R 2024-18, entitled the resolution of the mayor and city commission of the city of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving a purchase order between the city and Trinova, Inc. for the sole source purchase of Endress, Hauser, and Prominent products in an estimated budget amount of $102,000, authorizing the city manager or designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. And item 9.20, resolution number R 2024-19, entitled the resolution of the mayor and city commission of the city of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing a change order to the piggyback contract with Waco Filters Corporation of the purchase and delivery of cartridge filters, increasing the estimated budget amount of $80,000 for 3 years, and authorizing the city manager designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Move to approve, Mr. Mayor.
Second.
Got the motion from Commissioner Turnoff, second from Commissioner Smucker. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just for the record, if the city manager, because you have over $3 million total under consent, and I just want for the public to understand, because this has been a conversation before, as to why these items are under consent and why they're being presented in the form that they're being presented and how they've already been in our budget, et cetera, et cetera. If you can just make a comment on that, thank you.
Sure, Commissioner, thank you. Items have been budgeted through the normal budget process. However, when the commission approves the budget, they're approving the funding for various line items throughout the various departments. They're not approving the individual expenditures. And so what we're doing as staff is we're bringing forward the individual expenditures. These are day-to-day items under, I believe, here at NMB, our threshold for a consent item is up to $500,000. And so these are typically non-controversial, regular items that go through, trying to go through these 20 items one by one. The consent allows us to kind of process these items quickly in a matter so that we can get to other parts of the agenda for discussion and so forth.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Mayor, before you vote on this item, if I could read in an agenda item 9.21 that did not make it onto the printed agenda that I read. It's in the materials though, because I know it got distributed to you all, which is the settlement of the Roman Perot litigation matter. If you give me a moment. It's on the updated agenda, which I didn't get. Our 9.21 resolution number R 2024-21, entitled the Resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving a settlement agreement, mutual release in the litigation-styled Christian Romain Perot versus the City of North Miami Beach, pending in the Circuit Court of the 11th Judicial Circuit in and for Miami-Dade County, Florida, case number 2022-022157-CA-01, authorizing the appropriate city officials to execute said settlement agreement and mutual release, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for effective date. That is the totality of the consent agenda.
Okay. All right. So are we still good with the?
Well, I would change it to include that one.
Okay. All right. And your second?
I need him.
Okay. So now we have a new second. Okay.
But
all right. We all good over there? Yeah. Okay. All right. Beautiful. All right. So we've got our motion. We've got our second. And all in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay. Passes unanimously. Okay. All right. So now before we go per the manager's request, before we go on to quasi-judicial, you wanted to do the legislation, item 11.3?
Correct, sir.
Okay. So let's go over there.
I'll make a motion to introduce.
Okay. Get a second? Okay. Good. All right. And we need the city attorney to read the title. That would be 11.3 on legislation. I know we got you all jumbled up now.
Item 11.3, Resolution R 2024-20, a resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing a professional service agreement between the City of North Miami Beach and Florida International University Jorge M. Perez Metropolitan Center for Citywide Strategic Planning Services, an estimated amount of $106,300, authorizing the city manager or designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, and subject to the budget appropriation availability of funds, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing for effective date.
Mayor, if I may.
Yes.
Mayor, this item's come about. We first started having this conversation, I believe even my first few days with various members of the commission. Two items that I feel that are very important for the city is the economic study and the strategic plan. Both of these are going to allow us to create a path knowing who we want to be as a community, both for the business and commercial district as well as for overall as a city. The point of the strategic plan, the way that I like to kind of put these together, is at least once every 4 years to do something as extensive as what we're looking at tonight. This is an opportunity to have the city, which I view in almost like three different prongs. One is with you all, what your priorities are as a commission individually and then as a group. What is the staff's priorities as well as capacity to meet your priorities and needs, but also just equally as important are the stakeholders and especially our residents. So the idea is for us to go through a process in which we will have Dr. Howard Frank and his team, who are here from FIU, yes, go Panthers, to be able to kind of lead us through this, not only together as a whole, but also the individual groups as well. And so we'll be looking to, just to read off of the background analysis here, just to voice it, this citywide strategic plan will focus on the city's futures, our needs and desires, governance, and measurable actions over time for growth and economic enhancement for the city, our residents, business owners, staff, and visitors. And so we are looking to partner with FIU. Between the strategic plan and the economic study, I think we'll have a synergy between both plans that will really give us a true north of how the city's going to be looking forward, where we want to go and what we want to be as we continue to put these together. Now, I say we should do this a minimum every 4 years, but I think at the very least every 2 years we have an update to the plan. These are living documents, and we shouldn't be just tabling once we have it. The point is not only to get the plan together, but then have that implementation aspect. That's going to allow for the community to hold us accountable and for you all to hold staff accountable. These are the plans. This is what we said were our priorities and what we're doing. How are we meeting those goals? And you'll see that reflected on the items that come before you, as well as through the budget. Dr. Frank, I tried, I believe he's here. Yep. Okay, he's hiding behind the column. He doesn't want me to see him. But if you have any questions for him or his staff, I'm sure that he can answer any of those questions, and I'm happy to answer any questions from you all as well.
Okay. All right, so for a point of order, before we have commissioner questions, I'm going to ask the clerk, do we need to do public comment first?
It's a resolution. It's up to you. You can do public comment on it. And yes, I did put it.
Okay. Okay, so then I guess we should do it to play it safe? Okay.
I'm saying yes.
Okay, all right, good. So we will follow the rules. All right, so then City Clerk, if you can open up public comment, and then we can bring it back to the commissioners.
Good evening. If you'd like to speak on this item, please step up to the podium. Can you hear me now?
Good evening again, everyone. Is this on?
Tap it.
Okay, thank you, Mubarak Azan. Thank you very much, Mayor Piper, for allowing us to comment on this resolution. A few mayors in the past allowed us, and others did not. When I heard about strategic planning, as I said earlier in my public comment, the strategic planning in the past, it did not bode well for the city. We lost more than we gained. We lost the sanitation. We lost the water plant. We lost the law, the 6-member law team that we had here, and many other things. Okay, we lost a lot of money as well. $38 million we saved from the water plant. $38 million, and that went in a jiffy. Within a matter of months in 2018, that in 2019, the city manager, at that time, he says there was no checks and balances in spending that $38 million. And all of this came out from the strategic planning. So this strategic planning to me is like a nightmare on Elm Street, or more like a nightmare in North Miami Beach. And if you guys, you mess up again, well, most of you are not here. But the old team, Commissioner Smith would remember there was a lot of angriness, fighting, screaming, shouting. Even the F-bomb was laid out at one time. That is a strategic planning. That to me is not a strategic planning. That to me is like a rum shop gathering. And I prefer something much better. I think Commissioner Joseph as well. They blew up in that meeting. It's not good. If you want transparency, which at least 4 of you had promised transparency, keep it out in the public. Let the camera see what is going on live, not hide up on the 4th floor, on the 3rd floor, or wherever, and then ask for the audio. There's no audio from 2014, 2015, 2016 until 2017. Then the assistant city clerk, Andres, she managed to start videoing it and audioing it. But if it was a good plan, it would have been on tape. We did not have anything to hide, but it was all not transparent. It was opaque. It was bad memories, and it was not good for our city. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you.
Any other speakers? Please come forward. Mr. Mayor, no other speakers came forward.
Okay, so public comment is closed. And okay, so commissioners, just want to start with Commissioner Smith.
Yeah. How many times is FIU going to meet with the mayor and the commission?
We will.
I've been through a couple strategic plans. So one we had right over here at FIU when at Nova University when they were here. And it was a couple days that we would go to different meetings. So how many times are we going to meet with them?
I'll have FIU come up and kind of explain what their process typically looks like.
Excuse me. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, Commissioners, Mr. Manager. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for inviting us to speak and answer your questions. And that was a very thoughtful question that we intentionally didn't put a specific number on because we will speak with you as many times as necessary. The way this process typically unfolds is that we do an assessment, foundational assessment, which we present to you, to which you can respond. So these would be one-on-one interviews, discussions with individual commissioners. Then we may come back to you with certain recommendations, also one-on-one. There is a commission workshop that's also part of that plan. But we don't want to put a limit on how many times we will meet with you, as long as it takes for you individually to present to us your vision, for us to understand it, then to discuss it with your colleagues, and ultimately to include it in this planning process.
So the strategic plan works if we all participate. That's
Absolutely.
Most important, that we have to participate together and go to the workshops. And I think we also, in conjunction with the strategic plan, have to have a workshop of the vision of the city. Besides what we see the city, we've spoke about this several times, Mr. Manager, you and I, that besides just what you want the city to be, we also have to see it. I don't know that that comes under strategic plan. In other words, see how tall the buildings, what color the buildings, what, et cetera. I don't know that that really comes under strategic plans.
No, that's more of a comprehensive plan.
It is definitely, and that's the reason I'm saying it needs to be handled in conjunction with that, though, so that we can have a full change or a full movement forward to what we want, not just with the strategic plan what we see, but what we see to be the whole North Miami Beach to become. And I want to thank you for adding visitors to whereas the fourth clause. And I tell you, if people participate, it can be very successful. We just have to, one of the gentlemen that was a speaker that came up, he was correct. It was just a lot of, instead of working together, there was unfortunately a lot of trying to manipulate, which instead we should be working together, and it'll all work out very nicely.
Commissioner, to your point, I think during this process, there will be conversations with regards to what kind of city we want to be, which will feed into the comprehensive plan update. But there's very specific statutory requirements when doing a comprehensive plan update, and we got to make sure we follow that process. That's starting something that staff is starting to put together to bring you at a later time to start moving that forward. But That's going to look more specifically at the code itself, the heights and stuff. Although during this process, we won't get to that granular level. We will be talking about, what kind of city we want to be, higher density, do we want it lower? We'll have that 30,000 foot conversation in that aspects, which will then feed into that comprehensive plan update process that we'll be talking about. So it's not excluded from here, but we won't get down into the actual, is 10 stories better than 12 or what? We won't get to that kind of
I understand.
under this process.
And my conversation, Mr. Mayor, right now is in reference to let's get that started
Yep.
because that comprehensive plan takes a long time. And we have a lot of projects coming before us that are moving in a direction that we may not see in the future, but we can't stop it because we're not changing it. So I think that this is something brought before us that I think is important for our commission to work together, but I also think we need to get started right away with a plan about the comprehensive.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Mr. Fleming, anything?
First of all, thank you, staff, for bringing this before us. I think that this is strategic planning that I'm looking forward to. As Commissioner Smith said, the last strategic planning sessions that we had really weren't as fruitful as they could have been. But the fact that you're bringing in the university system to help out with this, I think speaks volumes, because we see it in healthcare. We see it in even development. We see it in so many other areas where the university system is working hand in hand to make sure that those sectors are successful. And I think that this is a great opportunity not only to do a strategic plan with FIU, but to build a partnership with FIU for the long-term success of our city. So I'm looking forward to that. And Mr. Manager and staff, if we can think about more creative ways that we can leverage this institution that's right in our backyard, especially our Biscayne Bay campus with the canal that we have. And there's a lot of, there's a hospitality school, and there's just so many things going on with FIU that being right in our backyard, they should be way more involved with our city than they are now. So I'm looking forward to these first steps. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. John.
Thank you so much. All things Panthers are great, so I'm definitely in support of it. Per some of the conversations I've had with the manager, to me what's more important is not only the plan itself, but the execution of the plan. Because oftentimes we have plans that are seldomly executed and are not necessarily people-centric to what's happening in the real time of the city. So I'm looking forward to not only us coming together to discuss how we envision a city collectively, but also execution of the actual plan so that the city can move forward in an even more productive way. Thank you.
And Commissioner, to that point, and I have a feeling Doctor was about to step in, but FIU does partner separately from even just conducting the plans on helping the actual implementation and monitoring of that as well. But that'll be an additional step that we'll start talking about once we start bringing this plan down to a close. But their intent is to really form that partnership with us, not just in creating these studies, but keeping the long-term viability of the city with them hand in hand.
I did want to add one thing. I had the pleasure of visiting the School of Architecture, and they do something where they come into cities and create real life, to Commissioner Smith's point, a visual representation of some of the enhancements that are potential. Will this kind of be part of that process in essence, or will this be more of a physical document? Will they also pair it with actual, visualizations of what could potentially be in certain areas?
No, the strategic plan itself doesn't include the renderings or charrettes are what we call these meetings where you invite the community to provide feedback on some type of a design. Whether it's a street design or a building design, it has to be something practical and physical like that. As your manager said, this is a little bit more bird's eye view where you share with us what do you want to see your city becoming. Do you want more density? Do you want more retail? Do you want specific types of industries? What do you see in the future happening to your city? And then once we move through that phase, once you share those visions and there is buy-in, obviously, from your various stakeholders, then you move on to the implementation where you start, through specific actions, whether through comprehensive planning or specific actions, corridor planning, cluster industry sector, recruitment, you start implementing that vision. That's the second phase that we hope to be able to work with you after we finish this one.
And that's also very popular, Commissioner, during comprehensive plan processes, because we start looking at the actual zoning for each of the different districts throughout the city. And so having those charrette opportunities where we'll have residents come in, we'll have commercial realty businesses come in, we'll have realtors come in, different segments of different type of industry will come in and start kind of talking about what would work, what not work, and then you have those architectures who start rendering those ideas of what they're talking about. So that's definitely a great opportunity to bring in that segment into the community. And it's really great because you now have something visual to look at. I was like, no, that's not what I was talking about, or yeah, that's where we're leaning towards. And renderings can all, sometimes it's a lot easier to draw the picture than it is to build it. But they really help put a visual representation in front because everyone understands a picture. Sometimes just reading the plan, it's a little harder to understand, but everyone understands the picture. So that's a wonderful idea as we start looking at that comprehensive plan update, things that we can do to make it a little bit easier for the community to understand as well.
Okay. Commissioner Smuckler.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I wanted to know, do we know how much we paid for this last time that we did this? Do we have any of those numbers?
I don't have that on me. I know that the last time that this was done, it was just more of an internal type of plan. And so this includes going out towards the community in various facets, having focus groups, having town halls, and even having an online survey. So FIU is doing a much more extensive outreach to the community as opposed to just doing the internal version.
Didn't we do some charrettes last time?
It wasn't, charrettes, I don't think was in conjunction with the strategic plan. I think it was around 50, 60, but I'm not.
Over the years, we've done a lot of different things. We've done charrettes, we've done all kinds of things.
Yeah, but I thought the charrettes was part of that when we did it in the past. I wasn't sure. Oh, no, I'm asking you because I trust you.
Yeah, I don't think it's part of what this is about. I think that's another thing, the charrettes.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so I obviously when we do the one-on-one, it's one-on-one, but other than that, I do hope that we do it here where it can be televised and so everyone can see it from either the audience or at home.
Yes.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, the way I was always I'm in the mic. The way I always did this, though, you were in a room where you have to go and tape up your ideas and how many yellow stickers and how many orange stickers. Strategic plans means you have to walk.
Right, but it should be open.
Well, or wherever we go could tape it, or what they did do, and I remember at Nova, is they invited the public to
Right, we could just make it a noticed open
Everybody
meeting.
can come so they can.
Well, okay, so we could record it. Yeah, we could record it.
We'll make the proper accommodations, Commissioner.
Yeah. Okay.
right.
All right, you're good? Commissioner Trump.
Thank you for bringing it forward. It's definitely needed. In the corporate world, they do it once a year. And once a year, the goals change. And it is a living document that forever lives on. It's a blueprint of where this community wants to go. So I commend you on bringing it forward.
Okay. And Commissioner Joseph.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think it's a great idea, so I'm looking forward to it. Thank you.
Okay, great. All right. Any other comment from Commissioners, are we good on that? My personal opinion is that we, of course, we should be careful with studies and not overdoing studies and what have you. But I think in this particular case, that I think that this is a good move and something that we should do, and I think something that we need so that we can have some guidance on how to move forward as a city from the macro sense. So I like that. Okay, I think with that all being said, I will look for a motion in a second.
Move to adopt resolution number R 2024-20.
Second.
All right, Commissioner Chernoff and Commissioner Smith, and all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, passes unanimously. All right, now let's go find our way back where we were before.
Move to introduce resolution number R 2024-20.
I don't think that's where we are.
No.
No, we're going
10.1.
back now to quasi judicial.
Right, that's the first one under.
I thought it was 2023 119, right? All right, so we need a motion, a second, to introduce 10.1, which is resolution R 2020-119. Okay, we've got Commissioner Smith on the motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second from Commissioner Chernoff. Okay. And would the attorney read the title?
Yes, sir. Resolution number R 2023-119, a resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving the site plan application with conditions and 13 non-use variances for the construction of 2,075,810 gross square feet, 34-story mixed-use development with 1,217 residential units and 23,279 square feet of ground floor commercial space, 1,622 parking spaces on a 3.03 acre site area located at 16385 through 16445 West Dixie Highway and 2255 Northeast 164th Street, granting a variance from section 24-58 figure MU 8 lot standards for tower building type to allow a width of 480 feet and 6 inches where 250 feet is the maximum, granting a variance from section 24-58 figure MU 8 to reduce the required 15-foot tower setback for a portion of the north tower fronting northeast 22nd Avenue, granting a variance from section 24-58 figure MU 8 to reduce the required 15-foot tower setback for a portion of the south tower fronting northeast 22nd Avenue, granting a variance from section 24-58K 2BI to allow decorative screen on portions fronting northeast 164th Street and northeast 22nd Avenue in lieu of the liner building, granting a variance from section 24-93C2A to allow for handicap parking spaces to be 18 feet in length, granting a variance from section 24-58R2C to allow for a maximum ground floor height of 25 feet and portions with no mezzanine, granting a variance from section 24-58R2C to allow for a maximum floor-to-floor height of 20 feet on the 8th level of the parking garage, granting a variance from section 24-58S1A to allow a building length of 474 and 4 inches along northeast 22nd Avenue, where a maximum of 300 feet is the maximum, granting a variance from section 24-58S1A to allow a building length of 427 feet along northeast 164th Street, where 300 feet is the maximum, granting a variance from section 24-58J3AI to allow a portion of northeast 164th Street to be covered by the podium where 95% is required to be open to the sky, granting a variance from section 24-58.1H6A, figure MUTC5, to allow a turn lane in lieu of the required median, wider sidewalks in lieu of an on-street parking, and various portions of the landscape strip by 2 feet where a minimum of 5 feet is required, granting a variance from section 24-58.1 L1A, figure MUTC8A, to provide dedicated turn lanes in lieu of the median required by urban greenway type UG1A, granting a variance from section 24-95D, table 9-2, to allow portions of the drive aisles to have widths of 22 feet and 22 feet and 10 inches for 90-degree parking, where 23 feet is required, providing for findings of fact, confirming expiration and limitation of approval, providing for conflicts, and providing for an effective date.
Okay. Madam Clerk, can you do the Jennings process?
Yes. Per resolution number R95-24, the subject matter of any ex-parte communication, together with the identity of the person, group, or entity making the communication, shall be disclosed and made part of the record on file with the city prior to final action on the matter. I received Jennings disclosure forms for Commissioner Daniela Jean, so we'll start with Commissioner Chernoff.
I did have conversations with the attorney and the architect at our after the last meeting. But I do believe I can, based on the information I'm going to see tonight. Thank you.
Commissioner Florimon.
I've spoken to the attorney on the project, Matt Amster. I've also spoken to our city manager, I believe, about this, and spoken to our city attorney about this project. I've received and read emails from former Commissioner Kramer and received messaging from Mubarak Kazan, and that's what I can remember on the record tonight. And I can make my decision based on the information that I received this evening. Thank you.
By the way, out of curiosity, Madam Clerk, disclosing people like former commissioners and residents and stuff like that, is that something we need to disclose as part of this process?
Whoever you spoke with.
Just want to make sure that it's just not people directly related to the process. Yeah. Just want to be clear on that. Okay. Yeah.
I'm sorry, but I do remember during our workshop, there were several people who did speak, and I believe, Mr. Attorney, you said you were gonna make a blanket statement or make sure that their names were iterated on the record. So I just want to make sure we do that.
Those names will be part of the record. We will include the minutes of that workshop into the record.
Thank you.
Commissioner Joseph.
Thank you. In taking consideration that workshop we had where the attorney in the project, as well as the people that represent the project, were here, I was present for that meeting. I did hear a lot of information. I did receive some information from you, from the requests I made that was directed to you, and I did have those, and as well as I incorporate everything I said in those meetings into my disclosure, because, like I said, there was a lot of things going on, and I don't want to misspeak. I did have conversations with the city manager as well as the chief of staff, just to inquire if that information I requested you was given to me, and I can make a decision. So based on the best of my knowledge, it's all the communications I can recall, and I can make a decision based on the information presented to me this evening. Thank you.
Commissioner Smith.
I spoke with Matt Amster. I spoke with Mitch Edelson. I received the email from former Commissioner Barbara Kramer. Kassan sent us also an email. I spoke to Julian Kreisberg's on the planning and zoning. I spoke to the young man that's the owner of the project. I spoke to the architect after the workshop. I spoke to the city attorney. I spoke to, I believe, the city manager. And Karen, one of our residents, also sent something in reference to air rights. And I spoke to another one of our residents in reference to the air rights. And I spoke to another one of our, quite a few actually, Bruce Lamberto and Bruce Cousins. So quite a few of the residents in reference to this project. And yes, I'll listen intently and make my decision based on what we hear tonight.
Might be easier to say who you didn't speak to.
That's it.
Vice Mayor Smuggler.
I spoke to Matt Amster, Mitch Edelstein, Mario Diaz, Karen Harold, Bruce Cousins, our attorney John Herron, Isaac Castle, and I received an email from Commissioner Kramer. And I'm sure I've spoken to other people. I just can't remember right now who they are. And I can make a decision based on the information I hear tonight.
Mayor Piper.
I spoke with Attorney Amster, Mitch Edelstein, City Manager, Karen Harold, Commissioner Kramer, and I think that's it. And I can make a decision based on what I hear this evening.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. And then, Madam Clerk, can we swear in the speakers?
If you plan on giving testimony on this item, please stand and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to provide shall be the truth and nothing but the truth? So help you God, and your answer is?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay. And Mr. Ring.
Thank you, Mayor. Commissioner, staff has one small correction to make at the beginning of this. It's instead of 60 Highway, it should read Harriet Tubman Highway for this project moving forward. We did the staff block and the advertisement was written before we receive a full clarification. So for the record, we do need to update that. Staff understand that the commissioners, the Mayor Commission heard a lot at the workshop. However, for the purposes of this being quasi-judicial, we do need certain items reintroduced into the record. Mr. Attorney, am I correct in saying that anything, because there was a table, anything in the prior meeting would automatically carry over into the record?
The prior quasi-judicial hearing that's continued to today is this is a continuation of that hearing. So anything that you heard and any questions you may have asked and answers received are part of the record and can be considered here this evening during the course of your deliberation and ultimately your decision. But not, as we said before, not the workshop, the prior hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney.
Everything that was introduced and made part of the record is, again, part of the record for today's hearing as well, automatically.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. Mr. Mayor, because the applicant had provided certain updates to what they proposed during the workshop, at the time we would like the staff would like to have the applicant present to you for the record the updated proffer and any revision to the site plan and facade architectural renderings and so forth that differ from what was previously presented to you last month.
Okay.
When I got IT, but it's not I submitted it too late.
I think it's the same.
This one is in there, so they submitted late, I think. It's not on here as a result. Our apologies. Normally we have a deadline for submission because our IT needs to run security check. We take cybersecurity very seriously. but we did not receive the presentation from the applicant until around 1:30, 1:40 today. Usually we ask that it be sent the week before. So I apologize for the delay, Mayor and Commission, as we upload the file.
So you just need a couple minutes or something? Is that the delay?
It's going to take about a minute.
Oh, okay. Okay.
But Mr. Mayor, I can get started if you like.
Okay.
I apologize.
Go.
Good evening, Matt Amster with the law firm of Burkow, Riddell, Fernandez, Larkin, and Tapanez, offices at 200 South Biscayne Boulevard in Miami. Sure. Matt Amster with the law firm of Burkow, Riddell, Fernandez, Larkin, and Tapanez, offices at 200 South Biscayne Boulevard in Miami. Thank you very much. Here today representing May NMB LLC, which is the applicant for a mixed-use project at these properties. The representatives here from our development team, Isaac Castle and Eli Levy. I have our project architects, Larry Beam and Melin Yanis Vega. We have traffic expert, Juan Espinosa. Also our economic expert, Andrew Dolkart. And from our firm, my partner, Jeff Burkow, and our colleague, Gray Crow. These people are generally seated in this area. Yeah, I know you've seen them before, some at the workshop, some at the prior meeting in December. If we can have the PowerPoint shown. Perfect. Again, majority of this will look familiar because it was what we basically showed at the workshop, as Mr. Ng has referenced, because there were some additional statements made at the workshop. We've updated to include them, but as that is not formally part of the record, I want to make sure that we go over it. I'll be as brief as I can. The City Commission in 2015, after a number of years of extensive, and that was part of your your prior strategic plan, did result in basically a very comprehensive amendments to the comprehensive plan and the zoning and land development regulations to create and establish 7 mixed-use districts in the city. These covered a wide area, and that was, again, subsequent to multiple public meetings and workshops that all were vetted to create this new plan, which these mixed-use districts, of which Fulford Town Center is where our property is located. It's actually the largest of those 7 original mixed-use districts. These created targeted urban areas for higher intensity and density for mixed-use projects. This was done to encourage development for both revitalization, which can create all kinds of benefits to the city, increased tax base, better homes for residents, the improvement of your roadways and other concurrency and utilities. And this basically is what created back in 2015, the rule book for developers and property owners to follow, and that's exactly what we have done. This page is just basically summarizing some of the many goals and objectives of the comprehensive plan that was established. Transit-oriented development, a mixture of pedestrian-oriented with retail establishments, social gathering places, a variety of market needs being met. Then the zoning code itself also had numerous purposes and intent, again, of which our project has been following and meets. Compatible development to encourage commercial and retail activities and pedestrian shopping experiences, all of which we have included in our project. But more specifically, our project is meeting the very extensive requirements of the land use and zoning code. This here is showing you that not only the entire Fulford Center district, But at the right-hand side, our project outlined in red. You can see it's a very irregular parcels, but that's what the Lorenzo's development has been using for decades, and we're taking over that to now take into consideration and follow the rule book that was established of how to appropriately develop. This area, all in the dark color on the right, is the core, right? The main area for development in this mixed-use district, meaning it's the highest and most dense and intense location as prescribed and envisioned back in 2015. The heights here are also, again, in the dark black, are the highest proposed and outlined for, again, as a guide for what development is encouraged to be located here. Even the street network, it shows you, and you can see that blue line going kind of all the way from the left side all the way through our project. That is Hanford Boulevard, northeast 164th Street. And I want to make sure you're aware, you can see how it's actually straight aligned right through that intersection with Harriet Tubman Boulevard, formerly West Dixie Highway. That was actually part of all of that work 20 years ago. I know that there was an effort to have the Lorenzo's redevelop and straighten that intersection. And that is almost anecdotal because our project team didn't know that when we came to develop this project. And right away with our traffic engineers, they explained, you got to realign this road. It is it's poorly aligned today, and it's not going to be safe. It's not going to support safe and secure pedestrian vehicular activity. And so actually the whole project was designed around realigning the road. And this is part of that explanation. The regulating plans show a straight on through intersection. We had talked about the basket of rights. This is how density is allotted. It's based on a final TRAD sign off. We were heard by the Planning and Zoning Board with unanimous approval. Then we came before you all for our first meeting and then a subsequent workshop. And now we're here. It's been 2 years of a very extensive but thoroughly vetted process. Your TRAD process is extremely vigorous. Multiple reviews, bless you, 60 pages worth of comments that have to be all vetted and approved. And we worked very closely with your staff and all of the city's consultants. And through that process, it's not just about going through and checking off items and responding. There is a give and take. There is suggestions and guidance for trying to come up with the best project that can be presented. And I feel that, again, I thank the staff for their efforts and for their comments, because I believe, again, all of that is iterative and makes for a better project, but we would not be able to be heard by the Planning and Zoning Board or the City Commission at all if we hadn't been thoroughly vetted and get a TRAD sign-off. And so that is all the things of how you comply with your setbacks, how you comply with concurrency items, thoroughly vetting the realignment of this road, both on our property and off of our property. And we even have conditions that are already been in your current staff draft resolution to address concerns about the future with that roadway. And for example, the neighboring properties redevelopment. We also have with staff vetted our variances and come up with, again, only what's needed. The code, again, spanning this great area in the city does not, it cannot be a one size fits all. And when you take the specific projects into account, like we are, and going through that extensive TRAD process, that's when you determine, and as often happens, there's actually conflicts within the code itself that will make you have to provide a variance request. We have kept them as minimal as possible, and we feel that in totality, meeting, again, the basic intent and purpose of this is an urban area, this is a tower-type building, there are extensive regulations on how to design that, how to lay it out, that we have followed that we feel that we are preparing and providing the best project to move forward. Now, while not expressly required, we have made what we feel is additional proffers that will assist both this project and it being compatible with the neighborhood, as well as helping the city, as we are a partner, a major citizen, to basically provide these new residences and commercial uses, and the economic and fiscal impacts that provides. So as a summary, again, collectively from what we presented at the workshop and agreed to additionally at the workshop, we're setting aside 15% of our units for workforce housing. We will include reporting requirements, working with your community development staff so they can keep tabs on us providing that 15%. For parking, we have analyzed the different phases. If you recall, the north side of the street gets built first. That's phase 1 and phase 2. The street realignment will come online and be finished no later than phase 2 coming online. The street could possibly happen a little earlier. And then building over the road and the south tower is the last phase. So we have a good surplus of parking for phase 1 and phase 2. And we will introduce a valet company and system, again, working with community development to iron that out at the last phase to improve the efficiency of the parking. We're going to include additional public art, if you recall, and you can see in the renderings facing Harriet Tubman. We have a large public art piece over 164th, which does come into play in the last phase of the project. So we've agreeing to add at the first phase of the project, basically north of that, 2 different sculptures to, again, enhance our pedestrian experience. Remember that ground level is fully commercial with storefronts, and so there'll be pedestrians from not just our building, but the neighborhood coming and shopping, and they'll be able to benefit from that public art, which, by the way, is many of the goals and objectives in the comprehensive plan, promote the use and inclusion of public art. So we're doing that both at phase 1 as well as at the end of the project. These renderings here are the modification of the exteriors to enhance the view and appeal of the building, and to accentuate the already great architectural features. And I'll have Larry, the architect, explain that to you briefly in a minute. We're going to improve. We're going to have local and minority hiring, doing our best efforts to have at least 10% of all the construction contracts to be local and minority. There's a very extensive condition that's been proffered before that has both reporting requirements. We have to hire a consultant to help assist to really make sure that we get that 10% minimum. We talked about creating a very nice commemorative historic display for a remembrance of Lorenzo's. And I know that the street already in that area has been renamed Lorenzo's, or co-named Lorenzo's, so that itself will assist, but in a very prominent place, we'll have a nice remembrance of Lorenzo's. The demolition of all the existing buildings will happen in the short term, soon after we get our approvals here. For a variety of city needs, we're donating voluntarily $150,000. That's all. Half of that is short term. Again, it'll happen in a couple of months' time, with the rest happening being paid for the building permit for phase 1. And that is, while at the discretion of the city, with all of your guidance for things like the public library, youth sports, economic development initiatives, and affordable housing initiatives. And then not only have we agreed to add a trolley stop in the project, we worked extensively with community development to make sure that we can, on our private property in the north parking area, there's a large drop-off area, which we will work with Public Works to make sure that there is a trolley and that the route is extended, to make sure it goes into this property and serves not just this property for its commercial, but anybody here, residents, would then be able to use the trolley to go outside in the area. And I'm not going to go through all of these, but these are essentially the written proffers for that summary. which we provided to your staff. But we would ask that those be included as part of the approval of the project. And now I'm going to turn it over to Larry to, again, explain the changes that we did to address your concerns for the design.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Oh, I can see that one. Hi. Larry Beam, RSP Architects, 3059 Grand Avenue, Miami, Florida. Hi again. So when we designed this building, we had a number of goals in mind. Besides meeting all the requirements of the district, we wanted to make this a very walkable and generous pedestrian space, lined with stores and restaurants and other uses on the ground level. We wanted to make the towers as slender as possible to minimize any massive appearance of it. And we wanted to break up the base of the building and hide all the parking behind habitable spaces and other uses. And so you saw the renderings that we had when we came in December, so we've gone back, and one of the things we did was accent the building with color and a darker material. And what this is, really, these are three-dimensional elements that were already in the building. And when you look at the two towers, the idea of those vertical towers was to frame out the street vista. That was one of our goals also in the design of the project, is to create a really strong and memorable street vista as you're looking down 164th Street towards the east. And the art piece is part of it. The art piece is framed out with a screen, and then the two towers on each side. And those are three-dimensional elements. And you can see it much better with the darker colors that we used. This is how it looked when we came in December, and this is the change today. So we've accented a lot of the vertical elements. We broke up the base of the building to give it a smaller appearance. And also you can see the walkable sidewalk, which is over 30 feet wide in some areas. And covered, the first half of it, the 15 feet of it along the storefronts is covered. And you can see how the shading really helps break up the facade of the building. We're using rich and warm materials on this lower level. Warm colored tiles, the round columns, which are a lot softer, a large amount of landscaping along Dixie Highway to help separate Harriet Tubman from the sidewalks and the sidewalk cafes. We have a variety of railing systems on the balconies to help create some movement visually through the facades of the tower buildings, and also some wood and other soft materials on the canopies. Also, a little difficult to see in this one, but you can see better here at the corner of 164th and Harriet Tubman. On each side of 164th, there's also an open plaza. We have a lot of good locations for some art along 164th, along Harriet Tubman on the first phases. So you can see the improvements that we've made with the color. And with that, I'm going to turn it back to Matt.
Thank you, Larry. To follow up with this, our written proffer for this architectural revision, these 4 sheets that were given, the 3 renderings you see, and the one elevation that had the materials. We expressly reference these revised plan pages saying that we've submitted them, which we did to staff today, and so that these will replace the similar sheets with the mostly white design. And by having that condition in the approval resolution, that's what will be vetted through building permit to tie us to this design. So this is the design that we would like to go forward with. We actually appreciate the comments and feel that it has helped to, again, accentuate the building design, and that's through that condition, and are providing these plan pages today. Those are the ones that we will be tied to. Again, as another reminder, the project itself it will create 2,800 or so jobs for construction, and we have our additional proffer to do our best efforts to make at least 10% of that be local and minority. The building permit fees to the city is upwards of $4.5 million that will come in, again, in the short term. But then the project itself is going to bring in almost $1.5 million annual for property taxes. That goes to the city. The county gets at least $3 million annually, some of which goes to schools. Again, some of that payment, both impact fees at building permit as well as ongoing taxes, gets returned and used by the city for things like the school system. Road impact fees go to the roads, such as the improvements that we talked about for Harriet Tubman, which, as a reminder, we've been told that that project will begin in 2025, which lines up very well with our construction timeframe. And also, you know, the new residents here from this project are estimated to spend over $31 million annually which likely will go to area businesses here in the city. Another benefit from, and that is why meeting the vision of that comprehensive plan and zoning overhaul will provide. So we have felt that we have followed that rule book as well as possible with a project that meets design requirements, meets the requirements for meeting concurrency, realigns the road, which is a safer issue, which improves traffic flow for not only us, but the other users of this area. We have been thoroughly vetted through both for numerous TRAD meetings. We had unanimous approval at the Planning and Zoning Board meeting. And again, with our additional proffers, we feel that this is the type of project expressly envisioned by the comp plan and the zoning development regulations, of which we have made every effort to be best compliance and provide the best, most suitable project that will be a benefit to the city for years to come. We are respectfully request your approval with the proffers that we have made and I outlined today. And our entire team is available, and I'd like to respectfully request any time for rebuttal as needed.
Mr. Ng, anything?
Mayor, the only thing staff had to add from our prior conversation is that given the updates, we suggest several items. First, on the facade, to ask the applicant to ensure that what they're going to use is not going to fade over time, and if it's going to fade, what the remedial plans will be. Commissioner Florimond mentioned during the workshop that he would like to see how it's enforceable. Mayor, within the development agreement, there is a clause that any representation proffered by the by the applicant on the course of the evening are enforceable. So everything you just saw are things that staff can provide a follow-up on by asking the applicant. But we do ask that as needed on items like that, we tease out the relevant details onto the public record. In addition, for your review review of the proffer, staff recommends that you consider the time frame for what the covenants are in terms of deferring best value for the community. We note that in other communities, as was discussed with some, instead of 15 years, other communities ask for 30-year covenants. Obviously, this is a proffer, so that did not ask any of that regard. We just are noting for the record what happens in other communities. And at the time, if there are any questions, I know there are questions about the variant. The staff is ready and available to answer.
Okay. Yeah, I think we'll have some commission questions and what have you later on. But for right now, if you're done with the presentation part, it would be time to call on Madam Clerk for a public hearing.
We have a speaker coming forward. Speaker, were you sworn in?
I'm sworn in.
Thank you.
David Zapin of 30K for back pay. Where to begin? Obviously, I have some nostalgia for Lorenzo's. After all, that's where I met the actress Lorraine Bracco. Granted, she was selling wine, but still. Look, I realize this is going to happen, and that's fine. I just want to make sure we're all talking about the same place. It's walkable. I'm sorry, factoring what level of heat and humidity and rain? I mean, sure, at this time of the year, the temperature is mild and the rain chance is relatively low. But much of the time, walkable, really? And don't worry, it gets worse. Let's see. My gold standard is, okay, impact fee. I'm sure it's very reasonable. But my gold standard is, what is the impact fee compared to, say, a toll, since, as we know, we are a drive-through community, despite heroic efforts. I'm sure there's a Spanish firm that would help us set up a toll. And, I'm sorry, Harriet Tubman, I mean, a heroic figure, absolutely. So I'm just curious, which version, the passive version and the cartoons that helped escape slaves reach Philadelphia, or the gun-toting, rifle-wielding Harriet Tubman that helped them reach all the way into Canada to escape the Fugitive Slave Act? And to be a little redundant, how many hours of a work week will be needed for a person to live in these facilities? I mean, let's presume, a random number, $20 an hour. Factoring in, the magic number of 1/3 of income should go to housing. How does that work? Or will everyone be subletting or abusing Airbnb laws? So I realize this is going to happen. Maybe there's more artistic things to be done, but I'm a little, freaked out mathematically, not just aesthetically. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Mubarak Azan. Mayor, Commissioners, I thank you for the second and third reviews on this project. I also thank the gentleman coming up here and saying the street by the rightful name, Harriet Tubman Highway. It was renamed officially a few years ago, but nobody used it in this city until some residents objected to that. In fact, when I was listening to the workshop that you had, This property is still owned by the Lorenzo's family. If I'm not correct, just correct me. It's still owned by the Lorenzo's family, and we were told that for the last 2 years, the new guy who wants to buy it, he was in discussions with them for the last 2 years, and Commissioner Michael Joseph, he asked to see that contract. I myself would like to see that contract if it was in 2 years, actually they were in negotiations, because that is what I think is based on with the homesteaded fact that they're going to go with the old parking, which if they come up with a new parking, and if you look at the October 16th P&Z meeting of last year, they did mention about the new parking at that workshop. And they would have to provide double of what they have right now to meet that standard. So trying to weasel through and saying that you were in discussion for 2 years and can't provide a contract to show that you actually were in 2-year negotiations, that brings question to me. The 15% workforce housing, sometimes I know like in North Florida, it boils down to tax write-offs. They come before you, hey, we can't really rent this thing that the workforce housing can afford, so we need some tax write-offs to make it affordable to them. And that, instead of having a $1.5 million in taxes, you would not be having that. As per the A rights, be very careful with that. I think they want to put up the 2 buildings and then put parking garages between the two buildings, if that is what I understand. The city is very new to that. A rights, you probably need to do more homework on that than to be rushing like a bull in a China shop and saying, take the air rights, and they do whatever they want, and they put up that little artwork there, and 150 mile per hour breeze come by and blow it off and injure people or something, I do not know, but every year or so the miles per hour for the winds going up. And you need to get a 3D of all the buildings not only in that area, but in North Miami Beach. Because sometimes, it's looking like if you're going to be looking at nice blue seas or something, but then you might be looking at another concrete building right next to you. I'm just saying, and you need to get a 3D. And thank you very much for having me.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
If you haven't been, then you need to
raise
be.
your hands? You aren't sworn in? The testimony you're about to provide shall be the truth and whole the truth, so help you God.
So help me God.
Thank you.
I did not swear in. If you want, I can swear in now.
Yeah, let's,
Want to swear in, sir?
I guess let's posthumously swear him in.
I'm a Kazan, had spoke the truth just now. So help me God.
Would that be enough legally?
Hold on, please. Anyone who has provided testimony that was not sworn in, please stand up and be sworn in by the clerk. So if you've already provided testimony and you did not stand and weren't sworn in, I understand. So, Mr. Zapin, you did.
I just want to add a redundancy.
Okay. Well, no. Did you stand and were you sworn in at the beginning? Yes or no? Yes. Okay. Anyone else who's going to testify, please stand and raise your right hand and be sworn in. And those who have already testified as well. Go ahead.
Thanks. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to provide shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, do I have another 3 minutes?
All right, once again, Sir Diego, North Miami Beach resident. I want to first of all finish up with what I wanted to say previously. That is, we have Edwina here from the North Miami Beach Library. You want to stand up, Edwina? Let the people know who you are, for those who don't.
Dania.
Adenia, thank you for the polite correction. Thank you for making it know who she is. She's been fighting, because I was at that library twice this past summer, and it ended up being closed because the AC was broke. She shared with me her fight with trying to get an AC unit, and I did tell her that when I have opportunity, I will advocate for her. Please, I'm sure, well, Mario, Mr.
It's best to limit it to this topic.
Okay, please forgive me, but I'm just trying to find a space to be able to continue with some of these concerns that I have. But in regards to that project, let me speak to that. That frustrates me because these multi-billion-dollar, million-dollar buildings going up, and on my street, I still got to call Eileen, Government Affairs, Vice President for Coastal Waste, about garbage that's spilling out of the dumpster of the building next door because they don't want to pay for extra pickup. It's still nasty and filthy in my part of North Miami Beach. So why are we paying to have this multi-billion-dollar building built, and there's no money being advocated to clean up the part of the neighborhood that I live in? It don't make no sense. The quality of life in my part of the neighborhood is horrible. Take the time, besides leaving this building, getting in your cars and going to your residence, come to where I live, spend some time, and see what's going on there. It's not fair. We see all these big, expensive condos, these luxurious buildings being built. We know there's a housing crisis. The governor took the right away from local municipalities to be able to do affordable housing. But still, this city has the right to be able to give these people permission to build this building or not. And it's not fair for people. I still live here. And it's not fair to see these luxurious condos in the air. And I'm constantly arguing with my neighbors. I almost burnt my apartment down because my neighbor's too busy mad about the landlord, but she's too scared to speak up to him for fear of getting put out. But I'm trying to do the work. I can't speak for everyone else. And I'm telling her, but I'm doing the best I can to get things done in my neighborhood, make sure the trash is cleaned up off the street, making sure the landscape is taken care of, and certain things. We got landlords that don't even live here. They got these terrible management companies that don't do nothing because they're getting paid. We can't have these multi-billion-dollar buildings being made, but in here in your own neighborhood, there's certain sections that have a horrible quality of life every day, day in. And I don't live here for free. It's not free to live here. I got to pay on top of other responsibilities. So these people that want to build these money, put these buildings in here, why are they not contributing to affordable housing? Or why isn't the money being sent in my neighborhood on my street? I'm tired of living around the trash, the filth, the roaches, people, drugs, and all kind of mess. And I've been very polite, and I'm still trying to be respectful, but this is my only chance to let you know what it's like on Northeast 167th Street with these raggedy buildings. The neighbor next door living in mold, and she's too afraid to speak up for fear that the building's going to be closed down.
Your time is up.
Okay, well, these things are happening. Address those issues,
I'm glad
please.
you brought that forward. And by the way, the staff is here, and you might want to direct some of that to the staff, and perhaps they'll look into it. Do something positive and speak to these folks when you have the opportunity. They're right here. They're right here.
But it's not fair.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor,
Okay.
members of the commission. Alan Sakowitz. I think the answer to what he has is this building, because this building is going to generate a lot of tax. There'll be money for police officers, more code enforcement officers if that's if needed. They're not going to be in this building because this is going to be maintained. They will be in his neighborhood, in my neighborhood, and other neighborhoods. So you have to generate money. The other thing is a lot of people talk about that the taxes are too high. It's 20 or 25% higher than the county. If you take 25% of the new taxes that come in from this building and from other buildings that are coming in, you'll be over time, you'll be able to get very close to what the county has and still provide great services. And with affordable housing, he mentioned, and you have workforce housing. So you're going to have some housing in there, but what happens whenever you build, this is not going to be an affordable housing building, obviously, but whenever you build more units, what happens is people that are in units that could afford to move up to a nicer building, they will. And as people move up, there are more buildings, the rents go down and the availability comes up in those buildings. when you have more units, you have more availability, and that helps everyone. I think also when you fix up a neighborhood, you build nice buildings, it encourages other people to do the same thing. Just like when you have situations where there's a lot of crime and there's dilapidation, other people give up on fixing their properties. This will encourage both residential and commercial properties to fix them up and to make them nicer. And areas that are tired will not be tired anymore. This will be a nice area, and it's a nice view coming down the streets. I hope that you'll support it. I think it's a great idea, and I think that you should also reduce the millage rate when you get buildings like this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Karen Harold.
Hi, Karen Harold. I live in North Miami Beach, proudly. Thank you guys for all the hard work you do so we can continue to be proud, and I only hope we can go onward and upward. I just wanted to repeat some things that I mentioned at the workshop because I understand that wasn't on the record. So I did ask a question about the balconies because it looked like the building was pretty much up to the sidewalk. So I was wondering the balconies in the front, if they're going to be overhanging where people are going to be, or landscaping. That was a question I had. Maybe it was addressed before I got here. And the other thing I was bringing up about air rights, because I knew nothing about this, I started trying to do a little research just to understand, and I just was wondering where the city was at with that, whether it involves taxation, zoning, you know, what is this something that has to go into the master plan? So those are just some questions that I brought up because I don't know. Maybe you guys know the answers. I just wanted to put it on the record. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi. I'm Ron Benayoun. I'm a fellow resident of North Miami Beach. Just want to thank Commissioner Schmuggler for recognizing my service on behalf of Israel. Being reserve is quite the privilege, and seeing folks like yourself and stand proud, strong means a lot to me and the community. Growing up in North Miami Beach, I'm 25 years old. I've lived on 173rd and 11th my whole life, and living here and not seeing any high rises is a little unfortunate. A lot of people my age getting married, especially being Jewish, getting married young. Everybody wants to go to Aventura. They want to go to Brickell. They want to go to Surfside, Sunny Isles, all where all the high rises are. And nobody really stays in North Miami Beach because there's not a lot of options. So to see a project like this present itself, I really think that it's a great idea. And I hope you guys decide to decide the right thing. So thank you very much for your time.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you again for your service.
Anyone else? Mr. Mayor, no one else has come to the podium.
Okay. Thank you. All right. So I guess back to the commissioners for comment. How about Vice Mayor Smuggler?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I wanted to start, Commissioner Joseph, I wanted to ask him if he was ever given the contract.
No.
Oh,
I was going to use the restroom real quick.
okay. You go to the restroom. I'll go back to that. Okay.
He's got permission.
All right. So I'll get back to that. So also, I just wanted to say, and Commissioner Florimond, when you were asking about the paint chart and the approval and seeing if we can approve it, actually all the buildings located in the commercial zoning districts B1, B2, B3, B4, B5, and FCC, which used to be Fulford City Center and now is the Fulford Mixed Use Town Centers, they're required to obtain a permit to paint the building exteriors. So you're not that far off. I mean, they do need a permit and when you get a permit to paint the building exteriors, I'm assuming they're providing a color chart.
Yes, ma'am. It's required a part of the building permit process. I actually have personally denied the certificate of occupancy because the wrong paint color was used.
Right.
So we do enforce this from the community development side.
Right. So you're not too far off. I mean, they are approving it. Now, if you wanted to approve, that's something, if you want us to approve it, then that's something we would need to bring back. But it is in that particular, in FCC, or the Fulford Mixed-Use Town Center District, it needs to be approved. Okay.
Yeah, and I think there was a question before about, fading issues or something. And that would, if nothing else, the code enforcement would also be on that too, I would assume, right?
Yes, sir. There are some variations to this. We would cite them if it's just a simple paint job, but I can't tell from just the renderings what the architect was intending, if it's a metal facade, it's designed a certain way. So we would actually need more detail from the architect on what the actual materials are for planning staff to give you the full answer on that one.
Okay, then the air rights, how many square feet are they asking for?
That's a good question. I don't know if Mr. Hampton had that on top of his head, but let's see. They're looking for, was it 6 stories above the right-of-way at a width of, I have to do the math real quickly. I apologize. It's in here in the 20-page report, but I don't know it off the top of my head. I apologize. Mr. Hampton? Need to find it before I do.
So the footprint of the area that we're building over is 9,854 square feet. And that is 30 feet above ground and six floors of parking with our amenity deck on top. I believe it's a total of 109 feet above the roadway. But 30 feet is the portion that is free and clear for the road, which is well above anything needed for utility access and fire trucks and garbage trucks and the like. So
how many square feet of air rights do you need?
It's about 55,000 square feet is what I'm getting, Mr. Hampton.
55.
You got a footprint of just under 10,000, 9.6, and 6 stories of that. So I have
yeah, roughly speaking, yeah,
roughly 55,000.
55,000. Okay, and Mr. Manager, if this project were to be approved, what is the process about how much we're going to be charging them for that?
That is something that we are currently mapping out. One of the things that we will need to do is get an appraisal of that cost so that we can see their offer and what the city is willing to do, and then bring that back to the commission.
Okay, I mean, I would think if I were a developer that I would want that now, because the city can come back and say, we want $10 million, and of course I'm exaggerating, but the city can come back and say, we want $10 million, and that's what they're going to have to pay. So on your side, and I'm not telling you what to do or not to do, but I don't think that was very smart. Okay, you said it. Someone said it. To not know how much we're going to charge you, because I'm telling you, this commissioner right here is not giving it away. So just so you'll know that if this project does pass, you're not getting this for cheap, because we've done a lot of things for cheap in the past. It's not happening anymore. And we do need to make rules on the transfer right developments for air rights. So that's something we need to start looking to do. Okay, Commissioner Joseph, you didn't get the contract.
Well, to your point, I did make the request last meeting. I did bring it up to the city manager, and I guess he communicated that to the city attorney. He did send me an email saying he did send an email to me today saying that basically that information is confidential. I'm just saying what they're saying, and that they would not be able to give me that information. And for me, the only reason, no issue for me, is that we're the ones giving you a benefit, and from a transparency standpoint, I would like to, at least if we're being forthcoming, for the other side to be forthcoming, because this it's a benefit that has a real price, a real cost to it. And as you pointed out, in the past, we've done a lot of things that were not above board, or people would have the perception that it was not above board. And just because, as us moving forward in a very cohesive approach, it would have been nice to see the whole process. And I think we had one resident that said that they've been working on this for 2 years, and I never really thought of that aspect. But you're right, that agreement, for all intents and purposes, should have been around for at least 2 years. If it's not, and if it's been updated or what have you, then I think we have every right to know. Since we're giving a public benefit, we're here representing the community, and they have to have every bit of input for us to have a very informative decision. So that gave me a lot of pause, and that's what happened. That's to answer your question.
Okay, so I've been doing everybody's homework in the last few days. In section 24-174, on rezoning, and you're not too far off by asking for it, because it says a statement, says a statement of applicant's interest in the property, including verification that he is the legal owner, a prospective owner having a bona fide purchase contract, or a duly qualified attorney retained by said owner or prospective owner. So in reality, they, at some point, if they didn't have a duly qualified attorney or any type of verification that they were a legal owner, they would have to come with a bona fide purchase contract.
The legal owner also signed the application.
Yes, I'm just saying that it could happen that there could be a contract given to the city at some point.
No, I got.
A contract is not always a private.
Oh no.
On the city, but what I don't actually understand, and this has nothing to do with this particular, but it says a duly qualified attorney retained by said owner or prospective owner. A prospective owner doesn't have a right to apply for zoning. So I'm not even sure why it even says that here. But it's not, you're not too far off by asking for that copy.
Right,
when
well,
at some point.
Look, guys, so we understand the fact that the contract's been asked for. It
I just
hasn't
want
been.
to talk to him
And I-
and tell
and I-
him
and-
that I think he's right, that he's not too far off, because according to this, at some point, the city could have asked for a bona fide purchase contract.
It only came about from the last discussion, this, because it was said on the record,
Right.
not on the record because of that, but it was mentioned that this deal is contingent on us doing something. And if we don't do something, that deal, for all intents and purposes, fails. Because that's basically it.
Right.
If we don't do something, then the deal fails. It's not like this is the Lorenzos that are bringing this project. They've done all this work, and they're moving forward with this development. We're a trigger for something.
Right.
And I'm agreeing with you, and you're not too far off, because the city at some point does have a right to ask for it if certain things.
Right, well,
didn't meet.
that's, so the
Okay.
one, I don't want to interrupt the vice mayor, but for the attorney, just one thing you might want to be prepared to answer later would be, what is normal and customary, what is legal, what's the requirement? You don't have to do it, you can tell us later. I don't want to interrupt the vice mayor unless she wants to interrupt me now.
No, it's okay.
But after that,
I
maybe
could
you can tell
be
us.
during your time. Okay. Did you say that the developer is going to pay for the trolley, for the additional trolley stop?
Yeah, the developer's going to work with the Public Works to make sure and to implement and basically install whatever is needed to increase the route to this location. There are maps to
clarify. You're
fix.
going to pay for a trolley stop, or you're going to pay for a trolley?
The trolley service. Are you paying for the service of the trolley?
We are going to work with the city to do what is needed to make an official stop on the trolley path that is nearest to this location.
So you're not answering the question.
That will, I'm not exactly sure of the exact need. It is inside of our building, so I think that there'll be signs. We have to work with the city to.
No.
To establish.
My question is, are you paying for the trolley an additional trolley service to stop there? I don't want to know if there's going to be I don't want to know that there's going to be
A physical stop, a physical.
What do you call those?
A bench.
Stop, a bench. I don't want to know if there's going to be a bench. I want to know if you're paying for a bench or are you paying for an extra trolley service to go there? That's the question.
We are going to pay, working with the city,
Mhm.
Public Works especially, but I know your manager has perhaps more information to add to this, to extend the current service line to service this building.
So that's the question. Would there be a cost to extend the service route? I think that might
All
be.
right, well, let me just help you out real quick here. So basically, we've got the construction of the actual bus stop, if you will, right, on the property, right? So there's that part. So I guess one question is, will you be providing that bus stop? Or
Absolutely.
the trolley bus stop?
The
So that-
service. Are you paying
and then the second question is, in the event that there is a cost involved from the trolley provider of bringing the trolley however much further it is to get there, are you involved in that? That would be the trolley service. So anything having to do with the trolley company getting the bus to your stop, would you be involved in any of that cost, or would the only cost that you'd be involved in would be the physical building of the trolley bus stop? I think that's the question. So if you don't know
To
the answer, you don't know the answer, but-
to extend the route, we need to work with the city. I don't know official costs of doing that, but to add in a new stop to your current line, and I would appreciate if we can get some of your staff to weigh in, because they actually know this better than I do, but that is what we will do. We will work with them to not just have a trolley can come here. No, we need to make sure to work with the city so that the line is established, and this is where it goes.
Mayor and Commissioner, to the extent of will there be an additional cost to route the trolley a block north of 163rd? I don't know. We'd have to work out what the route would look like, and then be able to come back to you. But we have the trolleys traveling down 163rd and crossing over already. So turning on
164th.
Turning towards 164th into the building, I'm not quite sure if there's like an additional cost.
But if there were to be an additional cost for whatever reason, are they paying for it?
I mean, it would create a delay on the line, at least if you've got people going in and there.
Right.
That would create a cost.
I can't tell you whether
I'm saying that it would create an additional, because the fact that you would have the bus route go, or the trolley route going in there.
So let's just I'm sorry to interrupt, but just to not belabor it anymore, would it just be fair to say that you'll guarantee that you're going to build the physical bus stop?
Absolutely.
And that there is no guarantee that you're going to participate in the cost of the trolley getting into the space? Meaning, if there's a additional cost to the city to have the trolley operator go that extra space, which there may or may not be, that you can't really tell us now because you don't have enough information to commit to that. Is that where we're at?
Could I add something, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, well, just in case I'm just.
Could I just add
We will, if there's an incremental cost, we'll work with the city and we can make sure to pay it so that the stop goes to this location. It's an extension of an existing line. We don't have any, numbers to say what they are, but we're committed to getting the stop located here.
Could I add something, Mr. Mayor?
Go ahead.
'Cause
I'm out of
it's
order,
about-
but go ahead.
It's a trolley. I'm kind of embarrassed by this whole conversation. Our trolley is going to Aventura, which is not North Miami Beach, for free. Our trolley is going to Walmart, which is in the county, for free. Our trolley is going west of I-95 for free. Nobody's participating. These will be North Miami Beach residents. And if we're providing transportation, why does somebody have to pay for that? I understand what everybody's asking, but I can tell you, we don't even know when this complex has occupancy if we're going to still have a trolley, if freebie doesn't become more or there becomes another transportation. But I do think that if we're already on 163rd and West Dixie Highway or Tillman Highway, and it's going to go to 164th, what could the cost be for the extra 5 minutes?
All right, you
of
know
the
what, it's
driver?
actually my turn to speak.
It is your time, yeah.
Finish, because
Okay,
I want to
so,
say that if we're going to do this, let's go after the other
okay,
areas.
so it's my turn to speak, but
All right,
just,
so let's
okay, but just for the record, I have several times said that we should be getting Aventura Mall to pay for the stop at Aventura Mall. And also, as Commissioner Joseph said, that it may add more traffic. So if more people are doing it, and, you know, we don't need an actual traffic stop there. We can just put in a traffic stop across the street. We don't need them to put a sign that says trolley stop. The trolley company could put a sign that says trolley stop. So to say they're going to put a trolley stop there, wow, that's not a big deal. What's a big deal is that if we need an additional trolley, then yes, they should be paying for that. But we don't have to have your permission to just go right outside of your property to put a trolley stop. So, you know, here we are, that if we have to have an additional trolley because of the additional traffic coming from your residents, then let's go for it. Let's have someone pay for it. For the traffic study, I don't see where Brightline and Tri-Rail were mentioned in it. Why was that?
So traffic patterns are managed by traffic counts through the traffic methodology approval with our engineer and the city's engineer through their consultants. And that's establishing all of the existing traffic in multiple intersections throughout this area. And that takes into account also different modes of transportation are accommodated because you are first getting all the data about actual vehicles, but there is no train stop local nearby.
No, there's no train stop. There's traffic stop when the train comes.
Right. So
And
you're
that produces-
you're getting all of the feedback for I believe the tests are taken over 24-hour period. 48-hour period that will be, again, addressing all of the different, and through the weekday, so that you are getting all of that train traffic and vehicular traffic is all through all those counts. And I can,
But I mean, the words Brightline or Tri-Rail are not even mentioned in it. It's just like if it's,
But that-
the impact of the routes is not, I don't think is included or taken into account.
yes, they are tracking all of the vehicles that go through probably half a dozen or more intersections throughout this area, which will, because it's for a 48-hour period, will address how that traffic flow is impacted by the trains.
Okay. You know, I'm sorry, I need to go back to the trolley. Where is the trolley going to make the U-turn to get in and out?
No,
How is the trolley going to get in and out?
the trolley goes into our, so you, coming from at the intersection of Harriet Tubman and 164th, you go east on 164th. We have an entrance to for a drop-off area, as well as for residents to go out and for guests and patrons to use the parking garages. It's on, you turn left and go north into our parking area. And there's a drop-off area there, and basically it allows you, it's not a U-turn, you know, it's a curved area where the trolley will drop off, and then it turns around through that, like a circular drive situation, and come back out to that same
So the
entrance.
trolley can fit through there?
Yes.
Okay.
It's
All
very-
right. I want to ask the traffic engineer, can I speak to him, please?
Yes, certainly.
Is there a reason why the words Brightline or Tri-Rail, and did you even take into account that Tri-Rail is having that new route as well?
Yeah. For the record, Juan Espinosa with David Plummer and Associates, traffic engineer. So it's not typical for traffic study to analyze that, basically because when the Tri-Rail or the Brightline line is crossing, it's basically the same time that Biscayne Boulevard is going. So it's the short commuter trains. So we don't have that information from Brightline. So when they do their study, when they provide the train, they have to mitigate their impact into their roadways. So that comes with mitigating by signal timing. So the time that train is going, that is the traffic on 163 is stopped, they have to provide additional time after the train passes. So it's an issue of Brightline making the impact, not the developer.
All right. Okay, thank you. Mr. Nig, I want to ask you about the parking. Did we use, hold on, let me find my notes. Parking 3 top. Did we use, what, do we go by the multifamily? Is that what the formula we use?
Yes, ma'am. It should be under the zoning code 24-58K3 and 24-96.
So is it
Code
the,
written in, sorry.
is it the one car for each efficiency, 1.5 for 1 and 2 bedroom units, and 2 cars for 3 bedroom units?
No, we have a chart for you on page 5 of the staff report that breaks down the formula. With while 24-96 is the base parking regulations across the city, as you're aware, 24-58 being a mixed-use code supersedes that by how it was adopted. And under this, we have a multi-tier formula because it is a mixed-use building, ma'am. That involved a commercial use where the spaces are 2 spaces for 1,000 square feet. Visitors is 1 per 20 units. Residential had a minimum of 1 per unit as well as a maximum in the formula. There are other additional rules in there as well.
So it's not the 24-95, the multifamily?
2496 provides some of the regulations, but to reiterate, ma'am, 24-58K3 being a mixed-use district regulation supersedes 24-96 where applicable. So where in conflict, the mixed-use regulations are the overriding item.
Okay, so I didn't have that one, so I didn't do that math. But what I did look at was at the hold on, my notes.
Madam Vice Mayor, if it will help you, on page 5 of your staff report, staff had provided the calculation for you.
I know, but I always like to check people's math. And because sometimes, I don't know, I guess because I always liked math in school. So, but I did find in this Miami Economic Associates, Inc.
I got to look at the, I'm not sure I'm understanding your question, ma'am.
So, no, I just wanted to show you there's this from Miami Economic Associates, Inc.
I believe that was part of the submission package.
Right, so this is the math is wrong on the number of units. It's actually short, it's missing 49 units on this report. I don't know how important this report is or not, but it's missing 49 units.
Not at all, ma'am. Staff undertakes its own independent analysis based on what's provided to us in the cover letter of intent from the applicant. That and the site plan both together tell us how many units and how much square footage as reported in the first page of the staff report rendered before the commission.
So what is this?
That is part of the applicant's submission. It may contain errors. Staff job is to verify independently. So in verification independently,
So they did it wrong.
we have provided the actual numbers.
Paid them less.
If I may, that is our economic and fiscal benefits report.
Okay, so it's, the math is wrong, just letting you know that.
I would not think that the entire report, there may be an erroneous number,
Okay.
but I will vouch for, and we do have our economic expert here who wrote that report, Andrew Dolkart.
It's okay, just wanted to say it. All right, also, I just wanted to talk about the alignment on, that you guys are saying is such a great thing. Have any of you driven by and looked at the alignment that they're doing? the street alignment? Because it's only like half a block, so it's really doesn't benefit us, it benefits them. I mean, I know last time I said it, that it benefited them. It's only half a block in length that's gonna be realigned. I drove by the other, I hadn't driven by it and realized it's totally it doesn't benefit, it's not for our benefit, it's just for their benefit. So for them to say,
It's a city street that's not correct.
It's like not a thing. There's not going to be an accident. There hasn't probably been accidents there because it's not aligned. They need that aligned to be able to, if they don't align that, then that other building is kind of going to be in their way. So this is just, it's for their benefit. So don't, please. Okay, I would just have two more items I want to talk about. The pervious.
Come on, please.
I'm not going to hurry this up. If you're going to hurry me up, I'm not going to hurry it up. And you know what? We've let other people talk in the middle of my thing. So I haven't been talking that much. So for the pervious, see, now you messed me up by getting me all nervous. Yes. The pervious, okay. Oh, here it is. In my notes. Okay. So the code says that we have to give 10% of pervious space. And the administrative waiver can give a decrease or an increase for not more than 25% of the 10%. So at the highest, that would be 12.5%, and at the lowest, that would be 7.5%. So they're asking for 4.4%, which is lower, and 4.4% is much more than half of 10%. So really, they're asking for 56% of pervious space.
Ma'am, the 25% rule applies for, as you read in the code, for item post fact. This is during the process and subject to the rules within the other section of the code.
Okay, but that's fine. You don't have to. I can be confusing all of you, and that's fine, because it doesn't even matter. Well, it doesn't, because listen to this. A new development subject to site plan approval, signage, and floor plan regulations is not eligible for an administrative waiver.
For administrative, what, I'm sorry, what was the last word?
Is not eligible for administrative waivers. We cannot give them an administrative waiver.
Well, administrative waiver would be, that would be him.
Yes, but a new development subject to site plan approval is not eligible for administrative waivers.
He's not giving administrative.
That's why they're here.
Yes, he is. He's giving them two administrative waivers.
Are you giving any administrative
Yes, for the
waivers here,
pervious.
or these are all variances?
No,
I'm
these
telling
are.
you, right now, it's the variances, but the city is giving them two administrative waivers
They're not.
on the pervious space.
Let Mr. clarify for us.
They're not administrative waivers in the waivers in the sense that you have it written in the code from what you're citing, ma'am, on the 25% and so forth. For example, within the code, I'm going to direct you to the height item, that's waiver request number 1. Waiver request number 1 isn't written in the code as an administrative waiver per se. We do process that administratively, but we process that administratively as a waiver because the commission provided certain guidelines and rules. For example, in the code, it's not listed as an administrative waiver, but it says that if the applicant meets such and such a condition, we provide it to the Mass Convention because those are the rules that are written. For example, in that case, when you look at administrative waiver 1, it's not actually a waiver as you would normally imply, that the special exception outside of rules on a judgment call. It's written within the code that, hey, if they're allowed either 30 stories or 375 feet. Oh, by the way, the code also says that if if they're below 375 feet and don't exceed their normal density otherwise, they can go 30, 35 stories, so long as they don't exceed the 375 feet in height. I want to put that as an example because, in that sense, it's not listed in the code as an administrative waiver, but it is a rule the applicant can use. If that clarifies that further.
I just see here that it says the following are exceptions where administrative waivers shall not be authorized. New development that is subject to a site plan approval provided in section 24-172. This is printed off of.
All right, so just to get to that point, you're the expert here. Is there any issues with what is being said?
No, sir. In our review, staff hands were pretty tight on this. Honestly, staff doesn't really like it when we have items come before us with less than the perviousness. If we could fight against it without violating the code, we would, but our hands were pretty tied in the review process.
Okay, all right. And Mr. Attorney, from your perspective there, do you see an issue with that from a legal perspective?
Well, and I think not to avoid answering the question, I'm trying to, and I think Mr. Ng is as well, we're trying to understand what is the specific concern or
We
question.
granted 2 waivers, and it says here.
Well, you were, hold on. The reason why I'm questioning and trying to understand is you specifically made mention of the pervious or impervious standards. Are you saying that one of the waivers is to that standard?
Yes.
Okay.
There's 2 waivers. One is for the pervious area, and the other one is for the parking lining. So it says here, and I think that the pervious waiver is wrong. Forget that it's against, it says here that we can't do it. I think that it's wrong, but the point is that it doesn't even matter if it's wrong or right. It says here that new development that is subject to site plan approval is not allowed to have administrative waivers.
I think that's because when you're going for site plan approval, you're getting everything's being addressed as a variance.
But we're giving them 2 waivers. It says here that they're not allowed to have waivers. I'm not sure what you're not understanding.
No, are we giving waivers here?
Yes, we're.
No, Mr. Nang, is there administrative waivers?
The answer, but yes. Essentially, this falls under the open space rules under the answer.
I
If you want to
remember
make
at
that
the
note in
last
process.
meeting, I said how upset I was that we do administrative waivers to developers, and we let our residents have to pay thousands of dollars, and nobody said we weren't doing it back then. So we are doing waivers, and it says here that we can't.
Well, I think I'm not kind of getting it. Are we doing them? Are we doing them on this project now?
Yes, we are.
Well, I understand that you believe we are.
I will defer the answer to Mr. Ng, who is our Director of Community Development, who is the person who is professionally trained and has the most knowledge, as well as the applicant. But I do want to make a comment or an observation about, the charging residents for an application or getting an administrative waiver versus the perception or the belief that this applicant isn't also paying for that administrative waiver. They're here for site plan approval, and our code specifies what the cost that they have to pay to obtain that site plan approval. So the suggestion that we're requiring our residents and not the applicant.
That's not my suggestion. My suggestion is that when residents come here who will live here for 20, 30 years, and they come here for a little teeny weeny zoning issue or something, that they do not get administrative waivers. But when a developer comes who will most likely flip it or not live in there, we make exceptions for them. And I said that at the last meeting. Nobody said that there was no waivers. And now I'm reading here that site plan approvals, site plans that come before us, that they can't get waivers. So I'm not arguing right now. My argument is not whether they're paying, the residents are paying. That's not my argument. That's for another day. I'm just reminding him that I had that conversation at the workshop. Nobody said there wasn't any waivers. There's two waivers. One is for pervious area, and the other one is for parking. So it says here that new development that is subject to site plan approval cannot get an administrative waiver. That's all I'm saying.
Mr. Amster, can you explain that for us?
Yes, so to clarify, we have a project that's...
You don't have to rely on anything you don't want to rely on. Just hear what you have to say. All right, go ahead.
We have a project that's in the mixed-use district, of which has numerous regulations, requirements, both for minimums and maximums, and there is language that your staff is following that says that minimums of certain but limited requirements may be waived by the community development director. That is specific to the mixed-use districts and a project that comes in to follow those rules. And that is what I believe Mr. Ng was actually saying, that's what they were following. That is for projects that are following those mixed-use district regulations. It may sound like an administrative waiver, which I believe is a separate identified process outside of the mixed-use district code. So it sounds like, and may have been written as a quote, an administrative waiver, because administratively, right, your administration is working on the waiver itself, but it says that a waiver so we were basically getting a waiver for those two items, subject to all of the other and fairly rigorous regulations and requirements in the code. And we had to justify those waivers to staff through our application, and they have vetted that, and it's even explained here. This is substantial competent evidence that we have justified our waiver requests. They are not administrative waivers, I think, of the same nature of what others are asking about that may also require you to, in the future, address
It's not
separately.
about what other people are asking.
No, I know, but you're talking about like someone trying to avoid a variance at a residence versus what's happening here.
I just made a comment that I didn't think it was fair. That's not, I'm just bringing that up because I brought it up at the workshop, and I'm reminding everybody, those that don't conveniently remember, that wasn't brought up. So I'm just saying the following exceptions where administrative waivers shall not be authorized is new development that is subject to site plan approval process. That's it. They were given 2 administrative waivers, put them as variances. That's it.
So you're saying that they shouldn't have been waivers, they should have been variances.
Right.
All right, Mr. Ingham.
Mayor, under the provision of Section 24-58, the Community Development Director does have the ability to review a project on technical observation to look at the open space standard that's within the code. In this particular case, as I provided during the workshop, I did cover, in response to questions, a pervious area waiver, and at the same time, if folks recall, I had referred us back to page 4 in conjunction of the staff report, because as I noted at the time, and I want to note again for the record, this aspect of the pervious area cannot be looked at in a vacuum. You have to look at the whole project, and on page 4 of the report, what I had previously mentioned was that there are aspects of flood-resistant development. If you permit me just a quick into this, the area and I know the public had questions on it before as well. Within the area, that does evaluate flood as part of evaluation. That's where the pervious area comes in. It's about potential for flood and site retention and the building from that standpoint. We know that the full development is in FEMA AE EL6, elevation 6. In exchange for that aspect of the perviousness, the applicant had the finished floor elevation of 9 feet instead of 6. 3-foot elevation is actually much higher, much more expensive, and actually better for us in the long term from a technical evaluation standpoint. In fact, in our CRS program, you actually get the maximum amount of points for that area within the CRS program, providing 3 feet instead of 1 feet as a regulation. So that's the kind of technical standard we're looking at.
So the question is that, are you comfortable with the legality of how this is written? Because Vice Mayor Smuckler is concerned with the legality.
The letter of intent says administrative waiver.
Do you feel that what she's referring to as administrative waivers need to be converted to variances? Or are you comfortable the way that it's written, holds its legal water?
Mayor, staff is comfortable and note that in consistency with prior rulings at the city, it is consistent with how business has been conducted.
Okay, so we've messed up in the past and we shouldn't have. The letter of intent says administrative waiver, and a new development site is not subject to administrative waivers. That's it, over and done with. I'm finished.
Okay, all right. So I think that you're done.
Just because it was done in the past by accident, nobody picked it up, doesn't make it right today.
I get it. All right. So anyway, we don't really know the real answer right now. I don't think. Well, no, listen. We all know in the legal world there's a million different interpretations, and then there's the truth somewhere in between there. So. Yeah, you're a lawyer,
Hey, I'm not. Hey, up here. I'm not a lawyer. So I'm not a lawyer up here.
Okay, so anyway, the point is,
I'm not a lawyer, but I produced 2 lawyers, and
I produced a couple also.
Okay, so you know what? It's what is here. So now everybody can just come up to us and say, well, it's subject to interpretation, and it doesn't really mean this or doesn't mean that. So it doesn't matter. Everything means whatever it can mean.
What was the second thing?
All right.
It was the pervious and the parking liner.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. So
lining, not alignment. The lining, not the alignment. The parking lining.
When you say what do you mean by the lining? The exterior part of it.
Aren't you guys doing your homework?
I don't want.
Film that's on the.
I understand what she's talking about, but I don't want to take anything from her time.
You can do it.
Go ahead.
It's fine.
Go ahead. Explain. If you can explain it, please do. Go ahead.
It's the film. It's
And I don't want to take your time. That's the thing.
It's fine.
It's the interior liner, so you don't see the headlights.
Okay.
When at night.
Okay. And there's a concern with that.
So let's ask Mr.
What's the concern with that liner?
It's not a concern. It was an administrative waiver that.
Oh, the waiver. Okay. Oh, there's the 2 waivers. I got it. Okay.
That's one of them.
Okay. All right, Mr. You have anything?
Thank you. Administratively, the director can review an area. The code allows the director to look at the active line requirement along certain frontages, and as long as alternative screening for the architectural element that ensures no parked vehicles are visible from the street is provided, director can waive that, provided those conditions. Those conditions were provided. It has to be, the other rule about that is that we have to look to see that the artistic screening of the garage in those areas where it's waived had to have varying architectural elements that are consistent and harmonious with that of habitable space. It had to be screening, had to be sufficient that no parked vehicles are visible from the street at any angle, and the very decorative architectural element increased a tower aesthetic and better the pedestrian experience. In this regard, we not only have staff run through it, we run it independently through both an urban design and an architectural consultant to provide feedback during the TRAD process.
Okay. Well, okay, so I guess really, and Mr. Attorney, please jump in if you have anything. The only thing that I guess we want to just make sure of is the legality and properness of the way we're doing things. If we're good with it, we'll just, go with it the way it is for the moment, because you're the experts, so.
The Commissioner Smuggler has cited to a section of the code that she believes categorically states that, waivers are not allowed for new development that are subject to site plan approval. What I hear the applicant and staff saying is that the project is subject to the mixed-use zoning district regulations, which are a set of regulations that City Commission adopted specific to these areas in the city. And those regulations, the mixed use, does provide for limited waiver of provisions of the mixed use district regulations when, in the opinion of the director and staff, there are sufficient conditions or other situations that ameliorate or mitigate the potential requested waiver.
It creates the exception.
And so there is that standalone provision in the mixed-use district regulations that's separate from and distinct from the section of the code that the commissioner is saying. Now, in a perfect world, should the language that the commissioner is mentioning say, unless it's in a mixed-use district? Yes.
Yes, yes.
And that's probably a glitch or a correction that we need to make moving forward, so there isn't this. And it is through this process that some of these deficiencies are identified. And, we had this discussion during the workshop, which is, at the end of the day, this mixed-use district concept what this is what this commission and this community wants, and if not, then we begin the process of changing the regulations. But right now, this applicant is asking you all to review its project in light of the existing regulations that do provide for this limited waiver as explained by Mr. Ng. If I am not explaining it correctly, Mr. Ng or Mr. Amster, please correct me, but I believe that is what I'm hearing. And to the extent that the mixed-use regulations, which are, again, designed and intended to be specific to this area, provide for it, that's, what you should follow.
Okay. So I think that what I'm seeing is that either, when there's a motion, there's something need to say to stipulate clarification with that, or does it need to be, so it doesn't need to be switched to a variance, basically?
No, sir.
Okay.
Again, so we're clear. What you have before you is a site plan application with a request for 13 waivers. You evaluate the site plan and the requested waivers in accordance with your regulations. There's no switching, there's no changing. If you all want to impose potentially additional conditions to mitigate the impact, and the developer is willing to conform to those conditions beyond what staff is already recommending, that's obviously a discussion for you all to have with the developer during the course of your motion to approve. But what you have before you is what I just said, a site plan request pursuant to the mixed-use district regulations with 13 related variances.
Okay. So I want to make sure we're hearing this correctly. So basically the potential discrepancy that Vice Mayor Smucker is pointing out is really more of a lack of clarity issue, but really the intent and spirit of what's happened here is compliant to the mixed-use district, and everything's completely legit in that respect.
That is a better, the last part you said is really what's happening here, is the more specific regulations govern and apply over the general regulations, because this city, this commission, or previous iterations of this commission decided we are going to develop and implement mixed-use district regulations for this area. Here's what they are, here's how they're supposed to be applied, and that's what your code is as how your code is currently written. So that is what you apply.
Okay.
The more specific governs over the more general.
Okay, so I apologize to the developer for the city mistakes.
Commissioner, I think that your comment is on point in pointing out that there is a lack of clarity that needs to be addressed moving forward.
All right, so I'm apologizing to the developer for the city's mistakes.
Okay.
And I want to thank her for bringing it up, because I too want to make sure that we did not have an administrative approval on anything, because it was very clear, and I read it as well, that you couldn't have that. But now that shows us again how we have to review what's there and bring it to what it needs to be done if we're going to continue. Thank you.
That's an ongoing process. That's always going to happen. You know, things change, things move. People don't realize things. So, okay. All right. So that's noted. And the city manager is aware of that thing. Okay, good. All right. Commissioner Chernoff.
Good evening. In regards to that, I would address code to the staff to look at our code where we have conflicts, which is obviously this, where one place it says you can't do it, and then we create a mixed-use district that says you can do it. So it needs to then explain that we waive the other requirement. They got to cross each other so that we don't get in conflicts. And this happened with the elections too. And when we were talking about the 120 days or anything like that, it doesn't reference the other, and it causes trouble of interpretation. And she's not wrong. It does say that. It says clearly that, but our own guy who we're saying is in charge of it all is saying no, that under the mixed use thing, very mixed use, whatever, regulation, that they're complying. And they're allowed to do these things, and that's why it came forward with variances, 13 of them versus anything else. And that's... You know,
all right, so it's been brought out. It's been brought out. We understand. We're all good, and we're going to make the necessary change so that we don't have the non-clarity issue in the future.
All right, me being the... I don't think I'm the oldest. No, I'm not the oldest here. But I'm the longest sitting on the city commission. I'm sorry, Phyllis.
Always bringing up my age.
But I was on the original commission, we called it a council back then, who created Hanford Boulevard. And we created the concept of what should be built on Hanford Boulevard. So if you want to get mad at anybody, get mad at me. I was on that commission. Okay, what we envisioned was certain parts of the city where we have the marina, whatever it's called now. That was one of the places that we envisioned high stories, high density, and not near our residential stuff. So again, they're coming in under regulations that were thought of 25 years ago, and then was updated by 2015, whoever was on the council in 2015. I wasn't there in 2015. I left in 2009. But I was in the one that they were revising what I did. So they now made it super density if you build and you want. Let's all not forget the Lorenzo family, who was a great family for our community, who did a lot, but they never improved their property. Okay, we as a city came to them every year, do something, do something. It was all concrete. There was no landscaping, there was no, then they put the little island in after. We had to fight with them in order for them to improve the property. That property was there for 30 years. That was I won't say an eyesore, it was an institution in our city. Everybody loved it, but they didn't. They
didn't improve it.
May he rest in peace.
Yeah.
Ben Lorenzo said no. every time the cities came to him and told him to do something. He didn't want to do it. Now, they're coming forward, they're on this application, they have to, they're owners. So the Lorenzo family wants this to be developed. This is the point of that street. That street dead ends there, goes no further. They're building what we asked them to build. What more can we, we can try to regulate, no, we're not going to try, we can tell them what color to be, what to do, make them come back with architecturally a better looking building than they did before. They're nice enough to comply with us. And, look at the process we put these people through as a developer. We had a hearing, we tabled the hearing. We made them go to a workshop. Now we're at a hearing again. They're doing what we asked them to do, and they've been working with our staff and trying to comply. And they're trying to make us a beautiful structure that we can be proud of to be in our city when you drive down 164th Street. We have one building on 164th Street who has done what we asked them to do, which is the one that's already up. Nobody else has built. Nobody else, we have many applications that I've seen the application. They haven't built. They've gotten approval. They're not building. They're not putting a shovel in the ground. Hopefully if we approve this project, they put shovels in the ground and move forward. I think it's a good win-win situation for a property that has historically been a property that needed some improvement. And now they're going to have this beautiful, monstrous, and I keep saying, sorry guys, it's a big development. There's no question about it. It's 4 buildings that are, it's a lot of building. But it's on the end of 164th Street. Most of the problem, if they have a problem, is going to be their own problem. It's going to be getting in and out of their own property. So if they build it and their residents can't get in, guess what's going to happen? They're not going to go there. They're not going to get the residents. It's not going to happen. So they're going to hurt their own residents if they don't have the ability to move, if they can't get in and out, if they don't have the transparency. So again, I have a question about the commercial space. When is the commercial space going to be built?
Probably 2/3 of it, roughly, is in phase 1, because that's the entire north part, north of 164th Street. So
that'll be open.
3/4, I apologize.
That'll be open while the last building is being built.
Yeah, it can even be open during phase 1, which is only one of the north towers. Phase 2 is the second north tower. They should be able to get COs for the commercial spaces at the beginning, when the first residential tower comes on board.
Thank you. And the 15% of workforce housing, I think that's very nice of you to commit to that. Thank you very much. And I will vote for this project. I think this project is what we wanted. This is what we required, and they're doing what we required. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Joseph.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Some of my comments were I already mentioned them. I'm sorry. Some of my comments I already mentioned them. One of my main concerns is I wanted to see more transparency in who the players are in this particular project. Because this is going to be something that goes on for the next 5, 6, 7, 8 years, depending on when the county moves forward. I know also the timing of everything is kind of like, to me, it sounds like a lot of it's up in the air because it's really contingent on how other third parties are going to move forward and really developing this project. And those create certain pauses for me. Traffic is a major issue, but as one of my commissioners says, anytime we develop traffic will be an issue, and how do we mitigate that? I know the traffic study consultant came up and said, when I guess when Commissioner Smuckler brought up the fact of, did you really take Brightline into consideration, Tri-Rail into consideration, on this project? And the way he explained it was just not as clear as I would hope it could have been. It was very kind of like, there's really nothing we could have done given the fact of that data not being readily available. But, I know we're going to eventually get the Brightline station. I know that the Mackin property is it's moving super fast. To his credit, and I know that that corridor is going to get extremely busy really quickly, and from all intents and purposes, I understand this is about business and trying to do trying to attract business to our community, but at the same time there has to be a balancing act for me. There has to be a balancing act. And there's been plenty of developments that have come up here, and I've been, I said I don't talk that much. A lot of people know I don't talk that much when it comes to certain projects or development projects. I get my questions answered to the best of my ability, and if it makes sense, it makes sense. But there's a lot of question marks for me from just some of the things I pointed out. Who are the players? Why wasn't it more detailed analysis when it comes to Brightline, when it comes to Tri-Rail, when it comes to the potential station that's going to come down the road? That, like I said, it creates an issue for me. And I look forward to hearing the rest of my colleagues opine. Thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot. All right, Commissioner Smith.
Thank you. Let me say I have just a few brief questions. One is, is there a dog park, a dog walk? I don't see any green space. Where are you going to have the dogs? And is there going to be an area for children to have a play area, green space?
The amenity deck, right, is quite expansive, multiple pools, lots of green space. They'll have a ability to have a dog park there for all the residents.
Okay.
And plenty of play space and pools and different size pools. There can be, I don't know if is there a child specific pool? And a pet spa is on that amenity level.
Mr. Nang, the regulation that you can't have more than 300 feet on a street, and this one's 400 and something as a variance. What's the purpose of that? If you own the whole block and it's 500, 600 feet, why would you only build on half the block?
Staff, in reviewing the record and looking at the spirit intent, note that regulations of that type usually are so that you can break up the facade of the building. If you look at other communities like South Miami, for example, from a technical standpoint, we always hear about Sunset Place being like a fortress-like thing, and that's why people don't want to visit that area. The whole point of that code is so that you don't create one giant wall. It's broken up from a visual standpoint so that you have people who want to walk the street and see something a little bit different.
But with the mixed-use area, the bottom floor is broken up because it'll be different stores. One could be a beauty parlor, one could be a shop, one could be a restaurant. So the straight lineage of whether it's 600, 700 feet would not be a straight look if it was like a concrete block. I'm just wondering if that's something that needs to also be addressed. See, here's the issue that I'm going to take a few minutes, and only a few minutes, Mr. Mayor, don't get nervous. This is the issue. The issue is the mixed use, which comes, let's say, from 17th Avenue to the Bay. The mixed use has given regulations that can and cannot be done. And that's the area that was pinpointed, and when the new code was established, that's what they established. Now, what's important to know is you don't want traffic. You don't want ugly high buildings. You don't want to give up air rights. Except for one thing, you certainly don't want to raise your taxes. So we voted tonight on 3 different resolutions that said $20,000 for our janitorial equipment, supplies, went up to $170. $170,000. Now it was a combination of departments, but at the same token, the insurance is going up, the cost of labor is going up, the cost of materials are going up. And if we want to modernize anything, if we want to clean anything, if we want to have better lighting, more playgrounds, we need more revenue. So how are you going to get the revenue? We could raise the taxes, or we could say that we are going to have new construction. And the big thing about it is, keep looking at this picture, because the big thing about new construction is, where are we going to have it? I don't want it in my backyard. You don't want it in your backyard. So there's very few places in North Miami Beach, West Dixie Highway, Biscayne Boulevard, 35th Avenue, where there's a shopping center currently, 163rd. Very few places you can do this. So here comes a project before us, which it's give and take. It certainly is give and take. Again, I agree wholeheartedly with my commissioner that you don't have the right to give administrative waivers. But if you're telling me these two things on the other page, if you flip the page, they're really not called administrative waivers. That's something that, thanks to our commissioner, was brought to our attention that needs to be fixed. But when you look at the project itself, and you look at what the city would like maybe to do to make our city a little more enjoyable, a little more modern, a little more, all the things that you see around us that are happening, whether it's Midtown, whether it's Brickell, whether it's Aventura, whether it's, even if you go down to Coral Gables, we sat stagnant. And the only way to do anything like that is with money. And the only way you're going to get money is to recognize that this is the type of revenue that can change your city. Now, as far as the traffic goes, and as far as, okay, we want to have buildings, but Commissioner, we don't want 30 stories. Well, you know what? Then we have to have a immediate, not 6 months and another 6 months and 2 years. We have to go together and say, what do we want? And then you have to change the code. What they're bringing before us, and I've gone over this to ad nauseum, and you know it because I have made several people crazy, which I'm capable of doing. Could be any one of you next. I have gone over this to such nauseam because it's already in the code. Yes, you could say no to the variances. We're not going to let you have a piece of art. We're not going to let it be 3 stories up. The problem is, if we don't do that, then you're going to have an ugly 32-story building that they're allowed to have. They're allowed to have it, and they're allowed to have a number of parking, which is less than they're doing. So that's my speech. I'm getting off my speech, and I just want my last question. I want you to verify with me 2 things. Actually, if you can make sure that the artwork's going to cover your 5-story parking bridge, or whatever, that bridge that you want to build for your parking, that's not going to be a concrete, it's going to be covered looking there. I just verified it with the manager. Am I correct? The bridge is to go from one building to the other?
Yes, and the art, these are in our plans. This is the area that it will cover. It's dimensioned in the plans. The final art design needs to be, this is conceptual, but we will work with your staff to make that. But this is there's even a materials page to show you much more detailed of the actual installation itself.
Okay, and so I want to make sure 2 things with the materials. That artwork material will be something that will be permanent and will be durable, and because when they talk about paint fading, I didn't see this as paint. I saw your addition of the brown as some kind of a metal, some kind of almost an art piece on the side of the building. Are you thinking it's just going to be a wood thing or a concrete thing that we're going to paint it brown?
No, it is a metal framework. The art. Yeah.
Not the art. I'm talking about both
the brown detail.
the side of the building
Right,
that's going to make the building have some.
It's a concrete, but it's actually offset from the building. It's an architectural.
I know, but
detail,
what is
so-
it? What is it? Is it going to
Concrete,
be
right?
a wood and painted?
Concrete painted.
Concrete painted?
Yes.
Okay, so then it'll be up to the condominium when it's finished, or whoever owns it, to put money away as they do now.
It's maintenance.
It's a maintenance
Right.
issue, just like the landscaping's a maintenance issue, everything else. I mean, I have to tell you, it's supposed to be compatible. And I never brought this up to anybody, but compatible to what? They made an 8-story building, and I spoke to Alan Mackin. I'm sorry, I spoke to Alan Mackin about the project too. So,
Jennings.
so, why did he go from 15 stories to 8 stories? And what's interesting is, and thank you for reminding me, it's going to be compatible to the building we already gave approval to. It's not compatible to anything that we have now and the building that they gave approval to on 20th. So this is where you said you could do it when you did that. And if you don't want any more, you have to quickly not take 4 or 5 years, but change your code and say no more. I happen to say a lot of work, a lot of effort. Many times we come up here, we vote on this, we discuss this, and then it never comes to fruition. I hope I live long enough to see it come to fruition. Having had the privilege to meet the young man that is the developer, I believe it will come here. And as when I spoke to somebody in planning and zoning, they say there's no vested interest, they don't live in the community. Oh, yes, this builder lives in the community. So I just can't, with all the objections that make sense, it makes less sense not to go forward. So I appreciate your coming 3 times to bring this before us.
Can I just say something about the dog? Walking the dog.
1 second, please.
Or the spa, or the spa.
Just say it very quickly, please.
Okay, no, so.
Yes, you did very
Okay,
good.
so you can't really talk, you can't.
She gets a gold
There's
star.
only
Okay.
4.4% of pervious space to walk the dog, so there's no space to walk the dog based on the administrative waiver that they're getting. In fact, I'm not even sure where they're gonna.
Commissioner, if I may, I can clarify for that.
Okay.
All right, let's do it quick because we really got to keep moving.
Sure, that's the amount at ground level, but we have 24,878 square feet, which is 18.9% up on the amenity deck level. So
On the 11th floor,
it's the 9th floor.
the 9th floor.
Well, I'll just make a regulation. You have to get a dog under 20 pounds, and then everything's fine. Little dog, little area. I want to just quickly. I'm finished, but I want to mention that I have been to a TRAD meeting when I was first elected in 2007. I went to everything, and for the public's own information, when you go to TRAD, everybody from every department, the police department, the engineering department, the safety department, they come and they make 50, 60 pages of corrections on the initial plan. This particular project went to TRAD 4 times, 60 pages, before it ever goes to planning and zoning, before it ever comes to us. So much has been worked out. Please don't think this whole project, something of this enormous change in our city, don't think it came here for, a couple hours tonight and a couple hours other nights. This project has had professionals been looking at it again and again and again. I'd like the public to know that.
Okay, thank you. All right. Commissioner Flourmont.
Yeah, I know we're the only ones between you guys and reservations at Casa D'Angelo tonight, so we don't want to belabor any points. So I'm good. I want to hear what everyone else has to say before I make any comments. Well, Commissioner Jean hasn't spoken, has she? No. So I'll wait until she's done speaking. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll start with the point about the waiver and the when there's an issue where there's a conflict within a code and a new area within our city, I think the onus falls on you, the director, to be able to bring that notice to us. Because I remember when Vice Mayor Smuggler mentioned it, and I think if there was a discrepancy, those are times where we expect staff to bring that to our attention so that those things can be averted for future. What was the consensus about the flood and evacuation update, the plan update?
In regard to
the area.
So in that, what staff looked at generally as a rule, like across all the project, is the direction of the evacuation route. In our case, it's generally direction is north and west, toward I-95 and up Aventura, depending on the flow. In addition, staff takes into account on the review that in those extreme emergencies, when the state comes in, you can actually direct traffic towards one way. And those are actually acceptable emergency plans. So instead of looking at it from your regular traffic standpoint of 2 or 3 lanes, you're looking at 6 lanes all going in one direction and then routing traffic a certain way at certain times. In that regard, the city comprehensive plan is supposed to account for the density in such a way that allows for evacuation. That's why the on review, because the evacuation routes are DOT's responsibilities and the county's responsibility. When you update your comprehensive plan as a city, it actually goes through a state coordinated review. The other agencies that come into play here and actually have the right to comment and provide feedback to the city, including objections, include DOT and the county. Every update sent to them. And so in that review process, when you have the comprehensive plan, you look at whether your density capacity is enough and your evacuations are enough to handle that density. In other parts of the state, they actually, especially areas of critical state concern, they actually have limitations to how much you can build as a result. The Keys, for example, have a limitation to, they have a maximum density that the state said, unless you got more capacity along this route, you ain't building anymore. We haven't hit that. So that's what staff looked at.
Okay, thank you. Did city staff confirm the county's expansion plan?
Yes, ma'am. We received a update just before the commission meeting started. Their schedule, they hope to have it out to bid with construction started in the fall of 2025 and hopefully completion in 27.
Thank you. One of the things that I believe is one of the gems of North Miami Beach is the diversity of the community. And I've had these talks with Mr. Attorney of how do you address, our desire, if you will, to see not only diversity in the projects that come before us, the teams that come before us, but also the availability and inclusion for those that are going to be able to live in this particular unit, if you will. So my ask to the developer is your hope to really have a diverse community be able to have access to living within the building? I don't know if you can answer that or...
They're not going to be discriminating against anyone who's coming. And as we said, we already put the 15% set aside for workforce housing. So that will help to create an area that attracts many different type of residences. There's a large mix of units. There's studios, 1 bedroom, for your, single people, and then there's larger, 2 and 3 bedrooms, so they can accommodate families. They have this great big amenity deck. They have, parking in the building and many commercial uses right, at the ground level. So that will be attractive to quite a number of people, and I think it'll be quite a mix and be very accommodating.
Thank you for that. I know the question about the cost of the trolley as it relates to an actual stop versus expansion, but it wasn't clear what would you really be committed to. So I don't know if you can put that on the record for us.
So we will definitely make sure that there is an appropriate trolley stop within the building itself. When we are committed to, explore with the city what it's going to take to get that line extended, and we'll work with the city to make that happen.
to pay for it.
Right?
We are absent, unfortunately, what that happens to be. And so I cannot commit to an open. We're open to explore it, and we want to make sure this happens. Putting a trolley stop, whatever sign and physicality to it, it means nothing if the the line isn't there to accommodate it. So we have to work with the city to make that happen. I will say that we've already been working with the city to make sure to actually include this in there because in large part, the widening of Harriet Tubman, it was precluding a trolley stop being located at that side of the street. So we said, fine, why don't we work? And I think this was actually Mr. Ng's idea. Can you accommodate it inside the property? We went right to work to see if we could make that happen, and we can. So we're already committed to working with the city, and that's what we'll continue to do.
So in good faith, that means you also hopefully share the costs if there's any.
Yeah, well, we need to see what those costs are, but I believe that at least some of those costs we can definitely consider.
No, he's not.
We want a yes, Mr. Amster.
I cannot commit to an open-ended amount of money, but I'm sure that this is not going to be an extensive amount, so we can certainly work it out.
Sounds great. Another question that I had was within the units that you're going to have within the ground floor, one of the considerations that I want to put on the table is for us to have something for our PAL, something that may be a city-owned space or shared space where residents of the particular building itself or any resident can participate in I've seen it in Hollandale, I believe they have a development, but they also have an area within the development that's a city operated space within one of the units on the bottom floor. So that's a consideration that I want to put on the table to see if your team would be willing to consider.
I don't know if that's been considered, but we can explore that, but I'm not sure what that entails. I think I get an idea, some community area.
Yes.
So we haven't considered it. I can, the developers here and listening to you, but I don't know if that's, again, I don't know what the city's needs are either. So I don't know, again, this is a bit new to us as well as a bit open-ended, not sure what the actual need is. If you all could, come up and give us an idea of what you're looking for in the future. Again,
I'm particularly advocating for our PAL program, which is looking for a more designated space, but it would be a shared community space that could possibly be ran with city programmings in mind. So that would be, I've seen it in Hollandale. They have a beautiful open space within one of the P3s that they have, and there's a space that's operated, quote unquote, by the city. So I'm looking for something to see in that realm.
Are you thinking like if there was a party room or something in the building where they could have potential access to book it?
Right.
Right.
If I may make a suggestion, keeping in mind that we're bless you. What's before you is the site plan application, the variance request, assuming that's then that there's a movement and a vote to move forward, then we obviously need to meet with the developer to address the issue of the purchase of the air rights. And I think that the issues that several of you have talked about and voiced concerns about would be an appropriate place to have that conversation because it is a negotiation.
It could be done now as well. I mean, as a consideration, it's not anything to put it as a contingency for approval, but it's a thought as it relates to the creativity of the potential area.
Right. Understood.
So we can have we can have it as a potential.
Yes, I think that when you the developer could say no, and again, then the place where we would have those conversations as part of the negotiation.
Like I'm saying, it's not a condition. It's an opinion or it's a thought. So it's not contingent on approval. This is just a point of creativity.
Right. You want to put out there the fact that it would be nice if they had a party room or something that they might make it open or let them book some time for particular organizations to utilize that space.
Mm-hmm. To some point.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're willing to work with the city, find out what your needs are, and see if we can accommodate it. But that's.
And here's what I want to say to the team itself, as it relates to the process of bringing a development that you believe is going to enhance the city of North Miami Beach. And I think ultimately that's all of our hope, that from the technical perspective to the staff perspective, that we're not a pain in your side as it relates to approval, but also I think our due diligence is also in making sure that what we approve fits into the live, work, and play of the city of North Miami Beach. So I don't want to make it that the conversations that we have up here is like an obstacle to approving a project that could benefit our community, but in the same token, we all live here and we want to see something that fits it well. So from my seat, it's not, what's the word that you use?
Well, it's not an ask. It's
No,
a suggestion.
exactly.
It's not an ask.
It's not
a
to
suggestion.
say that this project should not go forward, but what it is to make sure that it fits into the construct of what North Miami Beach is evolving to be. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, so Commissioner Florimond, I don't know why you went the last word. Are you trying to be mayor someday?
Oh, well,
Is that what it is? Is that what it's, you're practicing?
oh man, Madam
Okay, go
Clerk.
ahead.
No, and you seem like you had a longer checklist, so honestly, I'm just thinking about this whole process, and to a certain degree, I feel like we're beggars at our own gate, right? Because there's so many rights that developers have, and even if you go through the process and you ask for this and ask for that, and with all due respect to Mr. Amster, he will commit to thinking about considering it.
I love that.
Right? So, that's really not saying much, right? And you really can't hold him to much either, right?
We have numerous proffers that we are
No, I know
tying
that,
ourselves to.
and that's greatly appreciated.
in the trolley, that's
Whenever those proffers do hit, everyone is going to be grateful for that. But I guess what I'm saying is, in the grand scheme of things, it's not only about you, but it's about the process of development and where it's going with the state, right? That cities are basically becoming beggars at their own gate. Look at what's happening on Miami Beach, right? With this project at the Clevelander, right? It's so and look at when you're exiting off of 41st and Alton, right there in the middle of there's in the middle of the road, there's probably 10-story building that they just erected right off of Alton and 41st, and it's like, okay, this is almost literally side by side with the highway, right? So it's like, where do we stop? I don't know, and so I'm not here to necessarily bash developers. I don't want there to be a Developers Anonymous on account of North Miami Beach, but the reality is that this is where development is going. This is where development is going. I don't know what happens if we don't approve these waivers, what the project looks like if these waivers are not approved, or these not waivers, variances are not approved. Do you have an answer to that, Mr. Amster?
Well, again, this has been thoroughly vetted. Some of these are the result of conflicts in trying to meet with the property assemblage, right? The shape, the size of these lots and the property that we have to deal with make us have to require some of these variances just because they can't meet the code requirement because of what the land size and shape are. So there would be no project without a variance. There could be a different project, differently designed, going to need the same variance request. Others, again, as we've thoroughly vetted and tried to go through all of the very extensive zoning regulations to try to come up with the best project that you can put into this property, is where other variances arise. One of them, is the ADA parking space that hopefully is just an anomaly that will, in an ordinance coming up, will be replaced. But perhaps some of these other ones are of that similar nature. Having an ADA space that's longer, I don't know what the genesis of that requirement was in the first place, but some of our, for example, our drive aisle variance, which is limited in only a few places because, again, the shape of the lots and trying to put in a cohesive parking level with the appropriate circulation has us be up to 1 foot lower, but yet that 22 feet is completely compliant in many other places in Miami-Dade County and other municipalities. So some of these we are not going to provide something that's substandard. It just happens to be that it doesn't meet the code requirement. And yet, from, again, the basic intent and purpose, there's no safety issue, there's no harm in doing that. So that's the attempt to try to make the best project that can be meeting all the urban design, the pedestrian and friendly commercial live, work, and play type of environment and building to benefit the city. We have this, which I actually think is for a project of this size and for the scope of what we've accomplished here, a reasonable amount. And because really what is happening is this is a one-size-fit-all written code, and that you only start to realize how it comes into play when you have these actual properties. And that's why there is a variance procedure. It is a relief valve to understand, and the criteria are to make sure that you are following the intent of, okay, so do I have appropriate breaks in my massing so that it justifies the variance request? Yes, we do. Your staff is vetting all of that in order to provide you that detail, not just our justification, but they're vetting it and providing it in your staff report. All that evidence is what is used to, think about this holistically, that you're providing the best project. So if we were to try to, at least in some limited extent, reduce or eliminate any variances, now you're setting us back what had been all this good planning, including this tremendous review by the technical review and even your planning and zoning staff, to a point where, this project may never happen. And that may be a disservice to, again, the vision. Like, this is the time to act. This is the opportunity that finally is happening here from 2015 that it may be lost if this project doesn't go forward or gets significantly delayed to try to redesign when you're still going to have some variances just due to the nature of the assemblage of these properties.
Thank you for the explanation. Commissioner Smuckler made mention about the variances versus waivers. I want to know, was that a hard pressed issue for you, Commissioner, or because I want to make sure that while our administration is giving us advice, I know that in my conversations with the city attorney, there's always a disclaimer that his advice, is his advice, right? But at the end of the day, we have a responsibility as the commission to make decisions. And we've already said during our Jennings disclosure that we're making these decisions based on information that we're given. We're relying on it, but at the end of the day, it's our decision. So I didn't know if that was a hard issue for you, a hard-pressed issue that you want to see addressed as far as those waivers being actual variances. Because if it is, I'd like to help you get to I'd like to get you to that point. And I don't know what that looks like from the attorney. If those waivers had to be changed to variances, what does that process look like? Is that something that happens tonight, or is that something that has a separate process?
They are part of this application. And so it would be, I don't think that, or it's my advice, that you don't approve the site plan without all that's needed, whether you call it, as staff is calling it, a waiver of those two items, or we go from 13 variances to 15.
Right. But we're being told, I think, pretty much by everybody that the way it is legally good.
Well, with all due respect to that, Mr. Mayor, I guess what I'm saying is it's in black and white, right?
So you would have to continue the item and request the applicant go back, amend their application to include the 2 additional variances. Staff would then evaluate those 2 additional variances against the criteria in the code and make a recommendation to you all as to whether or not it meets the criteria or not in their professional opinion, and provide that information to you at a continued hearing.
All right, well, thank you for answering that question, because it's in black and white what she's saying. Sorry?
No, I think what was explained before, this is an issue of what's generally stated in the code that applies to site plans and what's specific for a site plan that going through the mixed-use project. That generality.
Is there, Mr. Amster, because, I mean, it's your responsibility and job to know all the details and nuances, as it is Mr. Ings, right, and our city attorney. And it's our responsibility to review that and ask questions that are pertinent to coming up with a conclusion. So can we get a copy of what she has? And are there any caveats that are written that say that it's okay to have the waiver instead of the variance?
Well,
I just want to see that.
Let me say one thing. Let's just say that theoretically, if it got approved the way that it is, and then it was found to be legally defective at a later date, because I'm sure you're going to be checking into this right away, just to be sure, would there be a problem for them to come back to get it corrected in the event that we determined there was a legal defect?
So we're all clear. My advice to you is that if you are, to the mayor's question and to Commissioner Florimond's question, if you all believe that the 2 administrative variances should be waivers, the administrative waivers should be variances, then that's your direction, and we continue the hearing, they amend their application, and we convert them to variances. I don't believe that that's required under the code. Okay.
So show it to us. I mean, we're here for a reason. We have until 12 o'clock.
I don't know if you had stepped out. I mean, I honestly, because I know that you were gone, but at a point I explained to the commission that in general, the rules of statutory construction, which govern ordinances, state that the more specific apply over the more general. The most recently enacted regulations specific to a particular piece of property or area control over the general regulations. That's why you go through the process of amending the code, because admittedly, from time to time, you may have a section of your code that you adopt or you amend, and you don't realize that it potentially conflicts with another section in your ordinance or in your code. And so you will see in a lot of the ordinances that we put before you, as well as the resolutions, there's again a clause that says if there's any inconsistent provision, the more specific applies over the less specific, or this ordinance prevails over previous ones that are in conflict with it, in order to account and address that issue. But the general rule of statutory construction, again, is the more specific controls over the general, and the most recently adopted regulation controls over the older adopted.
So, regulation. Mr. Attorney, if because I want to be able to do what my job is here, right?
Correct.
And my job is really, because there's a lot I can say about this project, right? But a lot of what I can say about this project really has nothing to do with my job here as an elected official. And I want to be able to, proceed with what my responsibilities are to this developer and to everyone who's worked so hard on this project. I really want to be able to proceed with that. But if there is a comment that was made by my fellow commissioner, which rises to the level of something that I want to make sure is fully addressed, can we see your response in black and white right now? You can go print it out, give us each of us a copy, and we can have it, and we can go ahead and move forward.
It's going to say what it's on the record. If I go and I type up.
No. What I'm saying is, can you show us because you were referencing, you made a reference.
The mixed-use district.
No, not the mixed-use district. He was referencing general versus specific, and there was a particular.
The rules of construction?
The rules of construction that you were mentioning. If you can
Yeah, you're asking for a legal opinion and citing to the case law that says that the more specific applies over the more general. I can do that, but it's going to require a continuance or a break in this meeting to allow me to do that, and it's not going to be any different than what I'm stating here.
What was the answer if it was deemed defective at a later date and it needed to be corrected? What is
it puts the entire project in legal jeopardy. If there's any question about the process, then you should correct it. With that said, what I am saying to you as your attorney, based upon my knowledge of the law, my years of experience dealing with these types of projects, these types of hearings, is that the rules of statutory construction very specifically state that the specific rule and the most recent rule prevail over the general and the older.
And another reason I'm asking, we've seen projects get approved here that have been, the brakes have been put on in court because of certain challenges by different groups, right?
Yes.
And that further delays the development of a project, right? And me, when I approve something, I like to see it happen as soon as possible. But we've seen that in our own city where these projects have gotten slowed down in court by different groups, et cetera. And we don't want to be the ones to provide that opening if we approve something.
All right, here's one more point. Mr. Hamster, question. After hearing what you're hearing today and knowing that in the event that there was some sort of legal defect, just from hearing what you're hearing today, that you would be the one having to deal with at a later date, are you still comfortable moving forward as it's written, knowing that, if the defect blows up your deal later on, that you don't come back to the city and say, hey, guys, you guys are responsible for this because it's out here now that
Mr.
what
Mayor,
the question is.
With all due respect, that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying.
I know, but I want to hear it.
I hear you, but okay, so you're asking for your own.
I'm asking for myself.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay? And if anyone else benefits from it, fine.
Okay.
But does it change your position?
I do not see any defect because of what we have explained here, that the specificity, the general, is overridden by the specificity in the mixed-use district that has been thoroughly vetted by your competent staff and also vouched for as far as the statutory construction. That his case law is well-known and used quite effectively throughout the legal community. And so I do not see any defect. I feel that we are all appropriate. Every request that we've had in this application for over a year and a half is all been properly vetted, reviewed, noticed. This is the waiver for the pervious open space. This is a waiver for the parking liner, and I feel very comfortable that we are appropriately before you today to have a vote, and I do not see that there will be consequences arising from these waivers.
Okay. So wait, Mr. Plum, you good for it right now?
I
just wanted you to finish your thought so that I can.
Okay. Well, I'm not the mayor, so I don't want to do that.
I wanted you to finish your round one. We'll give everybody a quick round two, and then we're going to keep moving.
Yeah. So that's my only concern. The waivers, you explained the waivers. The variances and the requests, and as far as how the project is structured. So I appreciate that explanation. I just want to make sure that what Commissioner Smuggler said is addressed, because I think it's a valid point. And I'm not sure if she had that conversation with the city attorney prior to making the statement on the dais. But if this is such a widely used, which I believe it's widely used, all it takes is a few minutes to not only copy what she has that she's reading from and disseminate it to the commission, but also to just download it and give us a copy of it as we're voting. I sure would like a copy of it.
Well, I think
that's all.
I said before, the waiver provision that we're talking about is not the administrative waiver provision that the that Commissioner Smuckler mentioned. There's a very specific section in our code that talks about administrative waivers and where they and so the difference is that it's not an administrative waiver. What Mr. Ng previously explained is that within the mixed use zoning district regulations, there's a provision to allow modifications to the requirements if certain conditions are met. I don't have the staff report and as some of the backup to my in my agenda. I have the site plan, but it would be appropriate to ask your professional staff to explain to you the distinction or the difference, whether or not that is sufficient to explain and allow you to move forward. I can also print out a copy of the administrative variance provision if Mr. Ng knows off the top of his head the section of the city code in the mixed use zoning district regulations that talks about or identifies what the circumstances that a waiver can be permitted. I can print those out. I can go upstairs and take 5 minutes to find that information and provide it to you all.
Well, I mean, if you needed time, if that was going to be something that was key, and you thought you can come up with that, and you needed a short recess so that we can move on to another item and come back, I guess.
No,
A
but
good
if
point.
he
But
needs to go print it, he can't be here.
oh well, you have to be presiding at the meeting, I guess, since you're reading all the other items. Yeah.
On this.
Okay, wait. All right. Hang on. Guys, all right, hang on. You're done with. Okay, you're good. All right. So I want to jump. Commissioner Turner's been asking for his round 2 hit for a while, so let me give him his round 2 hit, then I'll come back to you.
City Clerk, I'd like to declare that Karen Howard was one of my Jennings also. Okay. In regards to that, Mr. Attorney, I want to make sure when we do the air rights that we make sure that it's specific to the space that they're asking for and not the space above it, and they can never build above it.
Correct.
Thank you.
We would retain ownership and control over the area above that which we are conveying to them. In other words, we will only be selling to them the air rights that they need for this specific project as it's being proposed to you here this evening.
Right, and that's how I would suggest that we continue with all air rights that we start negotiating. Thank you.
Okay.
I have a second.
All right, she was asking first, so.
That was part of my question. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, about the air rights and to Commissioner Smuckler's point about the transfer of rights. So are we transferring them? How does that work? Like, what's the clarity there?
So I think that's
for another conversation.
Yeah. That's another conversation. It's like a whole long conversation, I think, and that's probably the questions that we're going to be asking when we have that whole air rights thing. But I mean,
be concerned now.
You're certainly. Would you want to ask the attorney something on that?
Our attorney.
Yeah. Talk in the microphone, so it's
very official. Mr. Mayor, he gave us a couple of options. Is there? He said that with all the additional questions that we brought up, is there inclination to possibly have? I would not do a workshop. I'll do a special meeting on this issue, just on this issue.
Right.
So all the stuff, and that it could be on the record, and not do a workshop. Are we amenable to doing that? I wouldn't say next week Thursday, but next week Wednesday or Tuesday.
On which issue?
Just on this particular on having all our questions answered, having the legal opinions provided for this issue, either on next week Tuesday or Wednesday. They have enough time to.
We won't be here.
What do you mean? Oh yeah. Wait. Oh yes. We're not. What about Wednesday?
That's going to be the day some people are traveling back
from Tallahassee.
Yeah.
Well, Thursday's that
Mayor.
second meeting that.
Yeah. I mean.
Yeah. So
I had another question.
Okay, hang on
Let me
one sec.
just throw in my question real quick. The second question was about the ownership, the caveat about the ownership piece. I don't think that was clarified for us.
No, I asked that, as I pointed out before, I brought up that question in regards to what was pretty much who's part of the deal, right? Who are the players? I did bring that up. The city attorney came back saying that they were not forthcoming in putting that out. That created some additional pause because this is like I said, we're giving them a benefit and we don't know who will really benefit from it.
Commissioner, to Commissioner Jean, I think the question you were trying to get the attorney's attention was in regards to the air rights in the negotiation. You wanted to know what were the options. Were we negotiating to then turn over the air rights in perpetuity? What the way that I see it, and there's still quite a bit of work that the city would have to do in this, but there are a few different options that the city can pursue and negotiate before we bring back what we feel would be the best deal that we can get in this negotiation. One is to sell the air rights above the roadway for what they need in their garage, right? Another could possibly be, which has been mentioned, although much different, but in other areas, it's, well, why not do a 100-year lease, for example? There are different components and different ways to approach it. And so it's kind of identifying, first we'd have to go through and finalize the evaluation of what that would look like. And then we would be able to kind of start negotiating of what would be the best deal for the city and what would be amenable to the applicant as well, so that we can make this a win-win situation for the city.
And that's going to come to a cost for us as well, for us to get that information, or so we haven't, saying that this project is approved tonight, we haven't decided how much it would cost for us to discover these options and potential framework of negotiation as it relates to price. We don't know how much that's going to cost us, but we're going to have to absorb that, or...
It's going to be subject to negotiation using methodology, which then will be subject to the review of the commission. The commission, you'll have the opportunity to question it and negotiate with the applicant. Staff will gather the information and make a recommendation to you, but ultimately, it'll be your decision.
But the question was, will the city have to pay to get the information? Meaning, do we have to pay another professional to figure out, or are you guys ready to be able to?
No, that's not something we can do in-house. We would have to hire a consultant.
Right.
And typically in those, the city typically has an escrow during these applications that we draw down from. So it's usually the applicant that has that money to do those type of things that we then charge off of.
And Mr. Attorney, I guess the next question is for you about the ownership piece. So let's say a developer comes before us to develop on the land that they don't fully own. What provisions of the city has, or is that something that doesn't necessarily matter?
No, the city code provides that an applicant with the authorization of the underlying property owner can submit an application for these types of development approvals.
So in this case, what would be the verdict? So since they're pending,
there would be a letter or the applicant, if Mr. Amster's client is joined in by the property owner, they provided a letter of authorization saying that Mr. Amster and his client are authorized to apply for these approvals on their behalf as well, or vice versa.
Mayor, this is where as staff, I have to put on the record for your benefit as your staff are officially on record. on the actual application as signed, the property owner's signatures are provided on page 5 of the official application. That is Carol Lorenzo in her capacity as manager of Lorenzo's Italian Center LLC, as manager of 2255 Land Associates LLC as well. And that satisfies the clause that you have in your, that we have in the application process. For the record, I also have to note that in terms of requiring the bonded signature of an applicant, the reference section 24-174 is actually for rezoning only. That's the section that's relevant to it, because it's a site plan application. It does not apply legally in this case.
This is this one that you gave me is this one.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
So meaning that, explain that last part one more time to me that you just mentioned.
The reference section 24-174 is in regard to rezoning only as per the code, and it's not something that this process right here can be subjected to in terms of requiring the owner. Further, the applicant, the owner of the property has signed, and that is sufficient for staff review purposes.
Thank you.
Okay. So who needed another? You need a round?
I needed a round.
That's your round 4, but we'll let it go.
No, it's my second round. And you interrupted me on my first round. I have Mr. Amster.
Wait. She was
Oh, I'm sorry.
So I too had seen about the administrative waivers. And when my colleague brought it up, I thought you answered, and if I'm mistaken, let me know, that it's not considered administrative waiver because in the other part of the code, you have the right to do it without it being an administrative waiver. It's that am I correct? Because here's my problem I'm having here when you want to have another meeting and let's get everything straightened out. What's going to be the difference? I don't understand. We have a professional, thank you. We have a professional that we've hired. I mean, Mr. Manager, Mr. Eng and his company, is that something you have faith in? Obviously, you hired him. And he's giving the professional advice that it's not an administrative waiver. And the attorney is saying that even if you wanted to interpret it that way, if it falls in a category that is, the category is beyond what the administrative waiver is, then it doesn't apply. So I don't understand what delaying it a week, having another meeting will do. Are we going to hire a different planner between now and then who will give us a different answer?
I'm getting that.
No, and again, I mean, I feel that as mayor and commissioners, we are not lawyers. I mean, some of us are, but we're not here as lawyers today.
7 years away.
And we're not planning and zoning professionals, right?
Not yet.
Right. Okay. We might think we are, but so the thing is that we are here to rely on the staff that we basically choose to keep in place through our manager, right? So we have to rely on the experts to some degree. Now, I understand if there's a red flag or a smoking gun, mistakes can happen. We have to ask the questions. But at the end of the day, we really have to rely upon their advice. Otherwise, we shouldn't have them here.
Okay, so add what he just said to my time, because that's exactly what I said. And that's what makes me I'm really in a quandary here because I don't know what the benefit of a week will do. He gave us the answer as somebody that works for us. And if you don't feel that answer is correct, then you have to talk to the manager about having competent people in the department.
Right. And so that's why my feeling
Not only the gentleman, but his whole company has been with us for years.
Right.
And I just don't feel a week is going to make a difference. If Commissioner can explain it to me.
Oh, no, there's a couple of questions. One that was brought up was actually evaluating the the cost associated with the air rights in that sense, giving enough time to get that information, because it's still a conversation we're going to have nonetheless. For me, I would want a more in-depth study in Brightline and Tri-Rail being a part of the traffic study, some type of detail, some type of specificity. They could do that in a week or two. That's just me. Those are my conditions. I understand how you feel about it.
No, but you know what? I didn't bring this up because I've said it ad nauseum. But the truth is about traffic study, if you're going to be bumper to bumper for 4 hours in front of that building, it doesn't matter, because Aventura is using North Miami Beach to get there, and that's why we have all that traffic. Sunny Isles is using North Miami Beach to get there, and that's why we have all the traffic. North Miami is using North Miami Beach to get there, and that's why we have all the traffic. So I can only say to you, and Miami Gardens the same. So we're having all this traffic, whether that's built or not built, and we're not benefiting. That's just going through us. We're not benefiting. I understand there are points. Nothing can be 1,000% perfect. I had a very big problem. I will share with you, and I went over this with Mr. Amster. I had a very big problem. How can the air rights not come before him first? I went over that because they can't build it unless they have that air right. They need that. Now, they need to come to us to negotiate. So all these points that you're making up, they're going to have to knock on our door. And they're going to, I've been in negotiations for 43 years. They're in a very weak position. So why they didn't do that first, I have no idea. That's the way he did it. And, well, I wasn't going to bring out everything we discussed because I could. You want to stay for 2 or 3 weeks, I could tell you everybody I talked to and what I said. But not necessary. Not necessary. What I feel strongly is we have a professional. We asked the professional. He gave us his opinion, and I'd like to know how the benefit would be to put this whole project off for a week.
I don't think putting it off makes sense. I'm not in favor of that. I think that between, we have 2 professionals that are advising us, and and that's the reason why I asked the applicant attorney what I asked them, because I want to make sure, because listen, if I was the applicant attorney and I wasn't comfortable with what was going on, I'd be running for the hills and say, guys, you need to straighten this out, because at the end of the day, I'm going to own that problem. So that's why, so now I kind of have a level of comfort just knowing that I'm hearing from one professional, I'm hearing from another professional, and I don't have the applicant running for the hills. To me, that's kind of enough to give me a pretty good feeling that, it's pretty safe. And that's just my opinion, though. It doesn't mean anything to anybody else necessarily. But that's where I stand on that. So did anybody else need a second round? Did you have something else to say?
Yes. Hi. Can you tell me how many parking spaces on the bridge on each level?
Okay, when you say bridge, are you talking about the entire parking level?
The air rights area, right?
Yeah, yes.
The air rights area. How many spots are in that air rights section?
Hold on, I don't have that number readily available.
A lot.
No, you're talking about just the 9,800
four levels of parking, right?
Yeah.
5. Well, we think of new things when.
Okay, so it's not an exact science here, because I'm doing this off the cuff, and also not full parking space, because of the parking arrangement, right? That's going to be connected with a whole level of parking. Some portions of these parking spaces are not, they're outside of the air rights area. So I get roughly 25.
It's actually a little bit higher, Matt.
It's like 30.
If you were to account for the fact that if the air wasn't there, you have to have a redesign
No,
with
I
the
meant
parking lights.
per level.
Per level? Oh.
Yeah.
No. Per level, it's still higher. Still slightly higher. because of how the configuration are, because of how the lane has to be constructed. Yeah, it's slightly higher than that. It's about 30 to 36.
Sorry, I'm making you work so much.
I don't know how you get up to
You have
36.
tandem.
I respectfully think that, I know that there's ramping, but
Yeah, it had to do with how everything else would have to be configured as well. So
what do we think? Huh?
yeah, yeah.
Well, maybe it's 30, but I
Yeah,
don't.
well,
I
I
don't.
kinda-
I don't. Also, also, please, the full parking space is not even in that air rights area. So I think 25 is the appropriate number.
Matt, I counted 45 spaces per floor, and that you would need a redesign. I'm taking a reduction off of that to about 30 to 36 as a result. But officially on the sheet
So
that
if
you
you
have,
look at
45.
drawing,
What are you saying, between
I'm
150 and
just going to tell
200?
you, if you look
yes,
at
sir.
drawing A as an apple dash 113, it's just, I can't, since it's on paper, I can't expand it and see. So if you can just tell me, because I can't see it.
That's what I'm counting the 25 on, is
The
from
25?
A113. That's exactly the floor plate I'm looking at.
Perfect, that's the one I want to know.
Portions of, again, on the north side of it and the south side of it have spaces that are outside of our
They
air
said
rights.
approximately 150 to 200, right, in that area. Is that good for you?
All right. So
Okay.
it's like 150 probably, 30 on each floor, 5 floors?
It's, yeah, 6 times 25 is 150.
All right.
Okay, good.
Yes, and I just want to say about the traffic study, and I'm not putting the engineer down when I say that it's flawed. I'm not saying that you're flawed. I'm just saying that I think that when we don't take into account the tri-rail and the bright line into a traffic study, and I think the last 7 traffic studies that have been done in our city have not been taken into account the bright line and the tri-rail, and especially now that the tri-rail is adding all these stops to compete against the bright line, I think that that's a problem when it's not being included.
What was the purpose of the number? I heard 25, but what was the purpose? Was it negative, positive, or with the number of parking places on the bridge?
It was 150.
We're just trying to find out why she was
I was
asking
just asking
about the
because-
20.
because I couldn't see it on the on the
She was
papers
just-
that they
she
gave
was
us.
just curious.
I want to know if it was in.
I think she's thinking of renting an apartment there, and she wants to know all these details. That's what I think, but I could be wrong. Okay, all right. Did everybody get their second round here?
Just waiting on one more thing from the attorney, and I'll be good to go.
Okay.
Commissioner Smith?
She did.
I did.
Twice.
Do you need Mr. Nang to make a copy of where he has the right to do this and it's not filed in an administrative?
That's what all this is.
Okay, so
That's what the attorney's been doing.
since we have free time, so on the
Amenity?
floor, where so how does the runoff go for like the pervious area? Like, is there ducts where the water goes down? How does that work?
Let me get the architect to answer your
Okay,
question.
thank you.
You have an extensive green room.
It comes down 2 ways. There's very simple floor drains. in
Wait, hold
the-
on. Okay, sorry. Go.
Very simple, sorry, and common floor drains in all of the hardscape and in the softscape, and where the planters are, there's specially designed drains that filter out all the dirt and everything so that the water can come down, and it goes into the storm system. And this is common in every building, that has upper level amenities.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Normal stuff.
Okay.
Okay. Did you have a question for Mr. Ng?
No. I was asking Mr. Nang, is he going to make copies that show us that, because they have copies about the administrative that I got today about the administrative waiver. Do you have copies where it's not administrative waiver in your code that you can show them?
Other than what was passed out, or I think in the staff report, it's the biggest example you can.
Do you have the bigger writing one here?
The parking,
this-
yeah, but it's just about parking garages.
Right. I think actually that actually points to one of the biggest examples within this within the staff report that you see, because why is there one variant for a parking liner and a waiver request for the other portion? Because the code is written, though it's split, that staff had to judge based on the number 1 and number 2 that you see, all architectural elements and no vehicles parked, on those 3 portions. And in the 4th portion, we can't make a decision on because it's not granted explicitly by the code, and therefore it's a variance. I would also ask the city attorney, because I thought I saw a note of it in the last memo that he sent out, if there is a consequence to requiring a variance when none is required. Because in other cases, my understanding is that the court can knock this back and remand these items back to you if you require a variance that is not required. That's my understanding, but I will defer on the city attorney in that regard.
Oh, that's interesting.
Right, does that actually give us liability?
He cannot?
Right, well, look, I mean.
Hold on, so let me put what Mr. Ng said in context. So I've handed out, Commissioner Flourmont has asked for an explanation of statutory rules of construction. I'm looking for an easy explanation of that. It's not that easy, unfortunately. But the 2-page document that you have that I handed out is section 24-176.1 administrative waiver process, which is the section of the city code that Commissioner Smuckler was referring to, and there is the following subsection B: the following are exceptions where administrative waivers shall not be authorized. C1, new development that is subject to site plan approval process provided in section 24-172. And so this is the general provision. This is as well as an older provision in our code. The specific or newer language is actually in the other 2 pages that I handed out. The first one, and I apologize the way it was printed, but so the section, the language that is on the sheet that starts with parking garages, that is section 24-58 K2BI of the city code, which is the mixed use district regulations. These are specific to mixed use district regulations. It is the parking regulations and parking garages. As you can see, it explains that standalone shall comply with the following standards. It goes on. The sentence that's about halfway down after habitable space period. The requirement for a liner building along the side and rear frontage may be waived by the director of the community development department or his/her designee if the applicant demonstrates compliance with the standards below. And there are 2 standards. And so that is specific to parking garages in the mixed use district. And what Mr. Ng has previously stated on the record is that he and his staff made a determination that the standards below, 1 and 2, were met, and therefore this project is eligible for a waiver by him pursuant to this section of the code. The other section where there's been an administrative waiver is section 24-58 S3C, which is the section of the code that talks about pervious requirements and what the pervious requirements are. For that, I need you to actually start with the subsection C, lot standards. You'll read lot standards including but not limited to dimensions and impervious surface area, are determined based on the selected building typology. Table MU2 lists the lot standards, and there's an entire 3 or 4 pages of that table. At the bottom of the table, there's a footnote, which is subsection 1 here. The planning director shall have the authority to waive administratively the requirements for minimum lot coverage, pervious area, lot depth, and lot width. And again, what Mr. Ng has testified and stated on the record is that, in his opinion and that of his staff, the lot standards and the pervious areas eligible for a waiver under this section of the code. And again, the subsection 2458S3C is specific to the mixed-use zoning category and therefore applies to mixed-use development applications, which is what's before you. And then we go back to, again, the statutory rules of construction, which is the more specific apply over the general, the newer regulations apply over the older.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to call a question, please.
I have a question for the attorney.
Yes, ma'am.
On the request for variance for L, which is the street not open to the sky variance, which that's for the air rights. It says here that it's a non-use variance to allow a portion of a primary street, specifically Northeast 164th Street, to be covered by podium of the building where 95% of the primary street is required to be open to the sky as per section 24-58. So if they were to get this variance, it doesn't say here, anywhere does it say that that this will be negotiated afterwards, the price of it.
I understand your question, your concern.
Mhm.
We certainly, I have no doubt in my mind, and I think you would agree with this particular variance is intended to apply and address the air rights issue. If you wish, we can modify the condition to add specific language that it is only effective if and when the city commission approves the sale of the air rights.
Okay, I'm okay with that.
Mr. Amster, object to that?
We have a condition that I believe already states that.
Yeah, they already offered it.
Oh, because it's not in my paperwork.
It's in the original.
Oh, that's right. I have the. I'm looking at the revised letter of intent from.
Condition 1.
Oh, and the general, it's in the general condition.
Yeah, that be sure that was included in order to cover the city.
Okay.
So it's already there.
All right.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Okay, all right, so I think
Question
that,
has been called.
yeah, well, let me just, can I give my opinion? Everybody else, I let everybody speak twice. Maybe I could say something, just for a minute. Okay, all right, so let me just give you, if you guys are all done now, let me just give you my overall opinion on the whole situation here. So I think that clearly we've beaten this thing up pretty good. I think that staff beat it up before it even came to us. Staff kind of dealt with the majority of the beat up with Trad and everything else. The bottom line is that the code that we created, or our predecessors and former commissions, and I know that Commissioner Chernoff confessed a little bit to being involved in some of those things in the past. I was planning and zoning board chair in the past as well. This is the way that the code was. This is what the intent was. Yes, there's a lot of density. We need the density. We need the people. Yes.
Yeah, Commissioner Flormont, I have your answer. It's actually in.
While you're giving that answer, I'm sorry, not while you're giving the answer because I'm cutting you off, but I apologize in advance. When it comes to the mixed-use district, there are buildings that currently exist within that district. So those buildings that currently exist within that district, the Department of Community Development has that administrative waiver process of up to 25%, right, to decrease or increase any requirements up to 25%.
There's some limitation, sorry to interrupt you, sir. There's some limitation that provided in the code, yes.
Right. So I guess what I'm asking is, in this entire conversation, is the Community Development Department only able to can grant the parking garage variance, or sorry, parking garage waiver, or the lot standard waiver only for buildings that are already in existence up to 25%.
Correct, because the older buildings are actually considered to be, because they predate the mixed-use zoning district regulations in all likelihood, they're considered to be non-conforming to those regulations. If and when they are redeveloped, they would have to conform to the new regulations in their entirety. There's another provision in the city code that says that the city doesn't allow for the expansion of a nonconformity, so they would not arguably not be eligible for those administrative variances because they otherwise don't comply with the mixed-use zoning district regulations in their entirety. You can't cherry pick.
So, okay, so I don't know if you're understanding my question or my statement. So, in essence, I guess what I'm saying is if the building's already in existence and they needed the variance to make an addition to the existing structure.
That's my answer. Is that under our regulations, we don't allow the expansion of nonconformities.
Okay.
So you can't do that under our code.
Okay, thank you. Can you pick back and elaborate on that? Because I want to make sure that.
Yes, sir, Commissioner. We actually had to come up with another applicant where they wanted to expand on something that was non-conforming but built before we changed the rules. There's a specific section in the code, and I apologize for not knowing the number off my head, because it's 11 o'clock at night, we cannot, as the attorney stated, expand a non-conforming use. That's a hardwire into the code.
So then, Mr. Attorney and Mr. Ning, are you saying that buildings that currently exist within the mixed-use district, right? When we created the new rules, are you saying that how many of those buildings are non-conforming?
Any of them that predated the mixed-use zoning district regulations.
So basically, as those changes were adopted, no building right now in the mixed use that wasn't built after that is in compliance. All of them are out of compliance.
They're considered legally existing
non-conforming
uses.
Right.
But
if they wanted to do anything,
they would have to comply. They would have to comply with the new regulations. Yes, sir. That's the general rule that applies to everything.
And so the new regulation, what you're saying is, if they wanted to do something that was 25% or less, you still wouldn't approve that.
They cannot do that under our existing regs. Now, if you want us to change and say up to 25%, then direct us.
No, this is what I'm reading. What's on the document.
Correct. Well, that's for projects that are coming before you for approval under the mixed-use zoning district regulations. Okay. So to your specific question, it's actually addressed in the mixed-use zoning district regulations. It is section 24-58C2. I can print out and provide you with a copy of it. Conflict with other regulations. The provisions of this section, mixed-use zoning districts, shall apply generally to the creation and regulation of all mixed-use districts. Where conflicts exist between these mixed-use provisions and general zoning, subdivision, or other applicable regulations, the mixed-use regulation shall apply.
Okay. Well, and the reason I was asking is because when you're reading this on face value, it almost seems like it's being written so that buildings that were grandfathered in will have the ability to kind of catch up and modernize if they need to with the assistance of the Community Development Department. It doesn't sound like this is made for new development. It sounds like that waiver process of 25% are for older buildings
You want to say something?
that need that assistance.
If it will help clarify for commissioners, for commission, that rule is generally used when you say you have windows and you need to shift it 25%, or if you want to put in a door. Actually, one came in for ADA purposes and needed to move the door. Unfortunately, under that, you can't move a door either. There are limitations to that. You can't move a door. You can't add a certain amount of square footage. You can't change the parking, but you can do 25% things like facade, which is some of the items that you kind of look at when you do adaptive reuse, which is what comes in for these buildings.
But
that's not really relating to what we're talking about
But it's,
tonight.
but the pervious space is it's 25 increase or decrease of the 10% of the pervious space.
Again, it's not really,
Right.
it's
No, because
correct, but it's,
I'm just saying, because if it's
Right.
an increase or decrease, which is what I was trying to say before, of the 10% of the pervious space, then the highest would be 12.5%, and the lowest would be a 7.5%, which makes it 7.5%, and they're asking for 4.4%, which is lower
right, but that would
than
be
the
for,
25%.
but that would be for an older existing building.
No, I'm
In this case,
talking about I'm talking about this project.
for public record purposes, this is a new building and apply to the new rule. Mr. Attorney, if I correct me if I'm wrong.
I mean, we can certainly, I think what Commissioner Smuggler is questioning is the math.
Right.
I am questioning the math. It's wrong because 25% of 10%, the highest is 12.5%, and the lowest is 7.5%.
That doesn't
They're
apply here.
asking for 4.4%.
But that's not, that 25% does not apply here.
It
In fact,
applies
that's
for
what
the pervious, it doesn't apply for the administrative waiver?
Not the type of waiver that Mr. Ng is reviewed and says is applicable. The 25% is for existing buildings elsewhere.
That those don't apply here.
Okay.
I think we got the answer like 10 different ways already, guys.
Mayor,
So let's
motion
keep, let's
to call
go.
the question.
I'm not even going to let myself talk in a minute. I'm going to just say, call the question. But anyway, I'm going to talk for a minute. Okay. We promise we're not going to interrupt me for like 2 minutes. Okay. All right. Anyway, getting back to where I was, the code allows for this. This is what the intent was to have there. So that's just one thing we can't really debate or change. But with that being said, I do believe that it's actually a good thing. I think that we need the density, we need the people, we need the opportunity to provide diversity. This building will help us provide diversity. You saw that the young man that was there before came up and said, hey, I'm going to go to Aventura if there's not a place here. I want to stay in North Miami Beach. I grew up on 173rd Street and 10th Ave, and I want to stay here. But I want to live in a place where I have, an apartment. I don't want to live in a single-family home. This is what I want. And a lot of people want that. Obviously, if a lot of people didn't want that, Aventura, Sunny Isles Beach, Las Olas, Brickell would not be existing. So by providing this in our city, we're basically creating that diversity. So the people that want the single family homes, they have that. The people that want this have it. When we have that, we're going to have more people. We're going to have more money coming into our tax base. And then actually, even a really good point that Mr. Sakowicz brought up before in public comment was that another bonus from this that we don't even realize, and I've heard this from other landlords that I know, if you are a landlord with a building in the area and you've been able to kind of take advantage a little bit due to the current economic things that have happened, meaning you're charging really, really high rents. When a building like this comes around, there's going to be a certain degree of people that are going to be like, hey, we're going to the new, the nice, the pretty, and we're out, as long as they can afford to do it. That opens up space in these other buildings, and then those landlords have to get more reasonable with their rents because they don't provide that better type of building. What does that do? It makes them lower their rents. What does that create? Affordable housing. So there is a secondary benefit that comes out of this too that helps out as well. But anyway, the thing is that there's nothing
that's trickle down economics.
Okay.
And
that's fine.
That's not really happening out here.
Well, you haven't given it a chance. All right. Well, okay. Well, listen, I'm just telling you what I believe, and I'm just using the example, and I'm just telling you what I heard. So, you don't necessarily have to believe me or listen to me. I'm just telling you my opinion from being around these kind of things a long time. I'm telling you,
what's happens is that these type of projects kind of take us out of our comfort zone. Okay, we get taken out of our comfort zone. I went through the same thing when we had Marina Palms. Okay, we were building our first high-rise project in North Miami Beach. People were scared.
Got sued.
People weren't sure what was going on. It got dragged out. There was all kinds of issues. And I said, you know, we have to give it a chance. And at the end of the day, exactly what I said back then was that there was almost, the biggest concern was traffic. Okay, there's almost no traffic impact from Marina Palms. I go up and down Biscayne Boulevard all the time, and very rarely do I even get caught at the red light there. So, you know, okay. Again, I'm just saying the impact from if you heard the people that were publicly commenting, the people that were, listen, I don't like the fact that they cut off the green light when you make a left going at 172nd. And believe me, when that happened, I complained, but then it was a DOT thing. But I get that. Anyway, the thing is that, you know, these projects, they're not necessarily as bad as some people want to think. You should have heard the way that people were concerned about all these bad things that were going to happen from Marina Palms. And the other thing is that these developers, they didn't get super rich from being dumb. That's the bottom line. And they're not going to build a project that they can't rent. I mean, it's not even a matter of they're trying to sell it. I mean, they are building this to rent. They're in for the longer haul. If they end up with a building that's not rentable, and then they start having to lower the rents and lower the rents and lower the rents, it's going to put them into a bad situation. And I haven't seen too many developers lately do things like that. So my guess is that they also know that it's going to be okay in that respect. Anyway, my opinion is that I feel that we need that. We need to get this part of the city cleaned up. We need to have some new life. And I think that this is something that really could spark what we need in the city, bring more dollars into the city. And that's where I stand with it. Anybody want to call the question?
I do.
Okay, so.
Before you call the question, I know you mentioned something during the workshop about the demolition timeline.
4 months after we approve.
Yes.
4 months. And are we looking to potentially use the space for something else?
Well, I know that I had mentioned, you know, along the lines where after they demolish the space, that they might be open, since they're going to have a couple-year period before they can get a shovel in the ground, maybe letting us somehow work out some sort of lease deal or something where we can, I even mentioned something like a Nomi Village type of thing, like a food truck venue or something where we can have some public use of that space until they need to start constructing, because there will be a time period. So yeah, I think they said within 4 months, you're going to demolish the existing structures, correct?
We're going to put in the building permits within 4 months after our approvals.
Right. So then.
And we are open to looking to see what can be done. These type of temporary uses, we just got to work it out with staff, and I'm sure we can try to accommodate something. It will make a good use of the property before construction begins.
Right. Okay.
And before we call the question, I appreciate your statements and everyone's statements. I just think that, when we're approving these things, we need to approve them based on, what's on the documentation. We hear the comments, we understand if you build it, they will come, they will spend money. But the reality is, the more expensive their high rise is the more expensive, people that live in my building are gonna be forced to pay. It doesn't get, it doesn't get any better. You know what I mean? It just gets more expensive for everyone because it's all relative, right?
Your rent might go down.
It's all relative. At the end of the day, if the person who couldn't afford to buy a gallon of milk at $2, hey, maybe at $2 it's relatively inexpensive to the person who's used to buying, almond milk, but that person still can't afford it at $3, even if it's relatively inexpensive compared to the ones who are paying for the premium, milk or premium, whatever it may be. So I just don't see that. And I think that's kind of where a lot of us have our, like Commissioner Joseph says, these things kind of give us pause because it's like, how do we solve those issues up here? We're very limited in how we solve them up here. The developer has their proposition. If they meet the codes and they meet the rules, well, who are we to stop them, right? But, you know, I think the building Solesse, it's $3,000.
We created the code, by the way.
No, I know. Well,
So,
that's what I'm
you
saying. It's
know,
$3,000.
so-
It's $3,000 for a studio.
But it wouldn't be $3,000 if nobody rented it.
Well,
So if that's what they can get.
Right, but now we're talking about global economic issues
yeah, it's $3,000 for a
that
studio.
are.
And you know
right.
what other landlords say when they raise their rents? They say, well, if you can't pay it here, then go over there and see what they're paying.
Well,
right? And you have no choice.
That's going to be changing, and it's already changing. And you can ask the real estate people around here, and they'll confirm that. But anyway, okay. So,
Call the question.
okay, Commissioner Chernow, who's the?
I'm a broken record. When you say call the question,
Okay.
you got to call the question.
All right. Do we have a second?
No, you don't need a second. If he calls the question now, you have to get the vote. So she has to call it because it's a quasi-judicial.
Oh, okay, okay. We don't need a second on that one.
Can you?
Okay, I know it's a roll call.
Can you
but we need a
restate
second for roll call.
the with some of the provisions that were suggested, based on what he agreed to?
Well, they are provided for in the actual body of the resolution.
There were two more that were agreed to as well.
And everything, there's a catch-all provision. If you give me a moment.
Madam Clerk, we don't need a
Saying
second on this?
tonight. She's saying tonight.
The parliamentarian said no.
Okay.
So call it.
Okay.
Hold on. In answer to Commissioner Jean's question.
That's not the way it works.
Subsection 3 of the resolution says, all representations proffered by the applicant's representative as part of the application review at the Planning and Zoning Board, City Commission, public hearings becomes a condition of approval. So anything that they've agreed to during the course of this hearing, which we have a record of, become a condition of approval.
Okay.
Don't we need a motion?
We have a motion. We need a roll call.
A motion, there's a motion to.
Approve.
Well, hold on. The way that you do this historically is you make a motion to introduce, gets a second, and there's the discussion. Now there needs to be a motion to approve.
Right.
And we would vote on it.
Okay, so we need a second. Okay.
So moved. A motion to approve.
Okay, so now we need a second.
With our proffers?
With the proffers, with everything that was put on the record. Thank
Okay,
you.
we have a second.
Second.
Commissioner Smith on the second. Roll call.
Commissioner Chernoff,
Yes.
Commissioner Florimon,
Yes.
Commissioner Jean,
Can you come back to me?
Commissioner Joseph. Commissioner Smith,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Smuggler,
No.
Commissioner Jean,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Piper.
I thought I was mayor.
Mayor Piper, please.
Yes, you get a vote.
So I get demoted at 11 o'clock. Huh?
I apologize.
You get a vote.
No, I really apologize.
Yes.
Mayor Piper, please excuse me.
Okay, so,
Passes 5-2.
yeah, okay, now, and what is the
Thank you
vote,
all
by
very
the way?
much.
4-3 passes?
4-2.
4-2.
And thank you.
Wait,
No, wait, that's
it
not
can't be
right.
4-2. What is it? 5-2.
5-2.
Wait, you're
Now,
right
wait,
till the end,
you
right
said
till
you were
the
doing
end.
math.
Okay.
5-2.
Good math.
Mr. Mayor.
No, I said 5. She said 4-2, and I listened to her.
Madam
And
Clerk, I'd like to ask you or the attorney, can she do that? Wait until she hears the other votes to ask for you to pass her?
She can do that, sure.
Yeah, but
No, because I'm gonna start to do it every time. How can you do that?
That's up to the chair. If he allows it, that's fine.
Okay, we have to, let's talk about that some other time, but right now, we're good.
As a
Okay,
general
keep moving.
rule, you all have directed the clerk and have a rule that, I believe you.
Audience, please. Audience.
You do it on a random basis? Correct. Correct. It gets rotated on votes, so.
It makes a difference though, yes?
Okay,
Mr. Mayor,
all right, yes.
over here.
We're running short on time. If you
Which is-
please tell me the really important things so we can keep the city moving that you need us to.
Right. I would just ask, because it does come down to a timeline of trying to get operations moving, the consideration for the weekly recycling service. We have it as a discussion item, but at the request of Commissioner Joseph, a resolution was provided to all of you, and it was moved to 11.4. Weekly recycling service.
Oh, I didn't get a resolution.
No, it was a separate piece of paper that came afterwards. That was one of the changes.
And also we if we can, the G5 business tax receipt 12.1 to authorize liquor renewal requests from 4 a.m. to 6 a.m.
Okay, we also have to vote for the people going on the board because we don't have a plan.
Those should be really fast.
We could do let's do the appointments real quick. And then we'll come back to this resolution and then we'll go from there.
Mr. Mayor,
Here.
Move to approve the appointments.
Got it? Okay. Okay. Hang on.
He's got to tell us what appointment.
There's 4 appointments.
Okay. Let's make sure Madam Clerk is with us on this. You there?
13.1, 13.2, 13.3, 13.4.
Do we need to have the attorney read them all, or?
for the sake of time, we should read them all, but for the sake of time, we're just going to have one vote on all
Okay.
three or four.
All right. So then we have the vote. You're going to handle that.
So let me just read them all just for, okay? Item 13.1, appointing Janet Masumian to the Planning and Zoning Board. Item 13.2, appointing Hilda Diaz to the Redevelopment Advisory Board. 13.3, reappointing Jordan Desnick as an ex officio to the Eastern Shore's First Edition Security Guard Special Taxing District. Item 13.4, appointing Anna Bonet to the Senior Citizen Advisory Committee. May I please have a motion and a second, a vote to approve them all?
I motion.
Okay. Vice Mayor Smucker made the motion. Who's seconding it?
I'll second it.
Okay. Commissioner Smith seconding it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you.
Okay.
Before Commissioner Joseph, I'd like to move that we approve 15.3 to go out for insourcing.
That's a discussion.
That's just.
No.
Okay.
No. In order to, again, I don't want this keeps getting deferred.
Yes, they're all done. Okay.
15.2.
She read them all. But we didn't vote one at a time. We voted them as a package. Okay.
Motion to introduce? Second.
Okay, this is for, yeah, okay, so this is going to be the one that we're adding on now,
The
correct?
weekly is 15.2.
It's already been added, so.
Right.
Okay, Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I cannot vote for this because I don't want us to add something on the dais that we don't read at 11:30 at night, no discussion, especially something like this. Mr. Manager, even though one of the commissioners wants to do this, if it's past Thursday, how can we do this?
Ma'am, they was walked onto the agenda and the commission approved putting it onto the agenda.
No, the commission.
The commission.
Yeah.
The commission. I don't know.
It wasn't in our packet on Thursday. Thursday prior to the meeting, we have to have the packet complete. We already had 3 things added.
Can I answer that question?
Put your mic on.
Oh, sorry. So the memo, as well as the cost and everything, was in our packet from the get-go. It was in there from Thursday. Correct me if I'm wrong.
And prior meetings as well.
And prior meetings as well. It's been on the agenda from going back to, I think, December, October, November?
No, I read, it was a discussion. I read that, but I didn't have a resolution.
So the resolution is only memorializing the discussion item so you can give us direction in the form of a resolution,
That's all it is.
Commissioner. That's,
Okay, so,
no additional
There's
information.
no additional stuff. Let's go, let's move it.
all right.
Okay.
Right.
So a motion to introduce has been made, and a second needs to be made, so I can read the title of the resolution.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Commissioner John. Okay.
This is a resolution entitled, "A Resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing a change order to the contract with Coastal Waste and Recycling of Florida, Inc., increasing the frequency of recycling pickup to weekly service and increasing the corresponding monthly fee per residential unit by $3.50 per month, and authorizing the city manager designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date."
Mayor, essentially, as part of the discussion, that what was going to be discussed was that currently Coastal provides recycling pickup bi-weekly, and there is a lot of confusion within the community as to what week is what. When one person puts it out by mistake, then you have the entire block or neighborhood putting it out. The question was, what would it take to move it to a weekly pickup? The additional cost is $3.50 per residential unit, which when we first did the analysis, I think it was like $29,000 for the year, but it's been several months since then for the remainder of the year. So the resolution in front of you is essentially asking to increase that cost for weekly pickup so that there is a weekly pickup, and to move forward with that as quickly as we can, work that out with the contractor to do.
Is that cost getting passed through, or is that being absorbed by us?
Typically, it would be passed through to the residents. I believe there may be capacity within the contract based on costs that the contract typically gives us on an annual basis. The vendor gives the city on an annual basis, and because it's less than 30,000, we'll be able to kind of do that. So if the commission wishes to absorb that cost for the remainder of this fiscal year, there is a path forward on that, but typically it's just forwarded over to the customer.
Okay. All right. Okay.
So I have a question. So it's $350 per month. That's residential, and then the condos are considered residential, or they're considered?
So it's considered per residential unit.
So
right?
every condo unit will be paying
correct.
$350. Okay. And what about, do the businesses have recycling? No.
Yeah, they have to have recycling.
No, they don't have to.
They just have both?
Yeah. This would only affect our residents.
We're only concerned about the
We're only,
residents.
this is
Just
only
come
about our
on, come on.
residents.
Is it okay if the representative from Coastal comes here and speaks?
Eileen Damas with Coastal Waste and Recycling. The 350 is for the single-family homes, basically, whoever has 96-gallon card. The commercial, thank you. The commercial entities, some of them still currently have a contract with Waste Management for the recycling. The recycling is not exclusive, so they can have a contract with somebody else. So we're only doing for the single-family homes is a 350.
And the condo?
The condos, if they have a 96-gallon cart, if they have, then yes, they get the recycling. But if they don't, because they have a front loader mechanism, they probably don't have recycling, or they might have kept what they had with Waste Management, because Waste Management has not left the recycling contracts.
Okay.
All right, so this is basically just for the single-family
Yes.
homes and some condos.
Those who have the 96-gallon carts that have that schedule that it's every other week.
And when would this be effective?
It'll take us about 60 days to get a new equipment, because we want to get new trucks, because we have some trucks floating around, but just to be sure that we have those trucks in order, it will be 60 days. So it's probably between either
Why
March.
would you need new trucks?
We need, because the service has changed. So we need those trucks to pick up all the homes. Right now, we're only doing half we have approximately 8,000. So we're only doing 4,000 one week and 4,000 the other week. So we need more trucks.
And how this price of $350, how long is it effective to? Like, does it go up at some point, or?
It might go up according with the CPI. I just, that's the only answer that I have.
Which is
So,
3%.
so when does,
Yeah, per the contract, I don't, there's a maximum that we can't go. I think it's either 3 or 5%, that we can't go more than that.
okay, and that would be like October 1st?
Yes.
So, and we, in 60 days, we're looking at end of March?
Probably April 1st will be a good startup date. I mean, it could be sooner, but I can't guarantee that.
Commissioner Smith?
Okay, so first place, I asked the manager because it was in our packet for discussion, and of course I reviewed it. And I asked the manager, what's the benefit? Because years ago, we used to get money for the recycling.
Not anymore.
No.
So, okay, so there is no financial plus to us.
No.
This is supposed to be for a feel good for a resident, just to know what day they put out the garbage. We would be better, I mean, the recycle, we'd be better off to spend the money and print a calendar, because I walk my dog at 4:00 in the morning. And I will tell you, this morning, the recycle that was there, or whatever day it was, had palm fronds in it. They're not putting the recycle that's supposed to be in there now. To spend each, and eventually it's going to have to go to whoever is the homeowner. To ask the homeowner to pay an additional, it doesn't seem like a lot of money, but it's another $42 a
Give me 1
year.
sec. Let me just, Ms. What generated this whole thing in the first place?
Our residents.
Our residents.
Our residents have been complaining about
Can
it.
I speak to that?
Yes.
I live in Surrey West.
Right.
And it is, and it affects Sky Lake as well.
Oh, yeah. The
It creates
residents-
bedlam for us. Since this has happened, it's been bedlam. And the confusion and what have you, it's the confusion. And also when it comes to the fact, and they have been, we've had a bigger increase of cardboard because we've become more involved with Amazon and everything else. And since the pandemic, so people have gotten used to it. They were used for quite some time, and then when it went away, it just got even worse.
So they're overfilling the cans.
So it's worth the extra
It is
$350.
worth it. Believe
Okay, all right.
I will agree with the commissioner, though. We do need to expand on the education process, because either the bags are in there, or palm fronds are in there, or toys, or hoses. There's a lot of education that needs to happen with the recycling, so that you can have nice, clean, and good recycling.
So who's going to pay for the education? Because one of the biggest things that's a shocker is when you go to Publix and you buy the bags that are recycle bags, guess what? They're not
Right.
recycle bags.
Exactly.
So, everybody
That
I
is
see
part
these
of-
white recycle bags.
Commissioner, that is part of the, in the contract.
In the contract.
The vendor provides the city funds to be able to create those, and we're currently in the process of development of those
And this would just be one additional
materials.
opportunity to educate.
Okay, let's try to move this along, I guess. I think it's a no-brainer. Anything else real quick?
She
or-
wanted to have something, and then I had
I
to
just wanted to say that the city really needs to be cleaner, and I think that this may help us. I know people are not doing it properly, but it's out of control. When you're driving around the city, I've sent so many emails about just the city is full of litter, and people are dumping it on the floor. So I know it's not properly done as it relates to recycling, but I support this because we just need to try to find a mitigation to be able to control the level of trash that we're seeing in front of these homes.
I just want to ask one more question, being as every time I talk, somebody took it. But I would like to know, what if it doesn't work?
What do you mean, what if it doesn't work?
What if we find that instead of people putting it out every week, we're finding they're putting it out and it's not the right trash, the education isn't working? What's the reverse if we want to reverse this in October when it comes to financial? What's the penalty, or do we just get the opportunity to say, no, we only want it once a week, or we don't want any more?
If we're going to renegotiate at that point, then I guess that could be.
No, but I want to know what's our obligation if we
You can-
vote for this.
If we
You can
start.
always change it.
You could always discontinue.
You adopt a resolution saying we're going back to biweekly.
And no penalty from coastal.
No.
Let her answer, please.
I don't have the answer for that one. I mean, I'm sure we can use a truck somewhere else, but I don't have the answers for
No,
some. for that.
remember that if they're asking us for $350 per
Commissioner Smith
resident.
makes a good point, because
No, no,
they're
I'm
going to have
answering.
extra trucks.
Okay, if we're charging the residents $350, or it passes on to the residents, then they're getting a service. If we take it away, they get the $350 back. They don't pay the $350 anymore, and it goes to biweekly again. They're the ones who gave us the contract for biweekly.
Right, the same
That
way,
was
the
part
same
of their
way, the same way
contract.
we're doing a change
Right.
order to increase the service, we could do a change order to decrease the service.
Just remember that each truck costs approximately $400,000.
But you can't use it somewhere, you're buying it for us?
Yeah, we will be purchasing new trucks
use it
for that
somewhere
one.
else?
We have, I just don't know where right now we have a couple of other contracts that are popping up, and I don't know what trucks we have available, but the intention, according to John Casagrande, was to purchase 2 new trucks.
But we don't have an obligation.
How many trucks you guys own? Like thousands?
No, we don't, we're not up to thousands, we're about to 700, but we do have, I mean, between Florida and South Carolina and Georgia.
Okay, so I have a
Okay.
question for the
All right.
manager.
We need to like make a motion
Okay,
on this,
so I have a question for the
and
manager,
then make the
though.
motion when you're done.
Okay, so you said that there's money in the contract to absorb it?
Fine.
For how long?
Be done with it.
I don't,
For the remainder of this year.
but we're not making that promise right now. He needs to evaluate for sure what he's got, right? Or you want to.
There's capacity on the amount that the vendor has already paid to the city that we could use that money to offset the cost to the resident
What
for
were we gonna
this
use it
fiscal
for
year.
If we didn't use it for this, though.
There's a few different categories that the money can be used for. One is outreach. The other is education, although that's already allocated. And there was another category as well. Utilities.
Maybe we
So
should, maybe
we
we
can-
should use it to clean up the city. I happen to agree with my commissioner that the city's filthy.
Yeah, and we've activated
We don't have to decide tonight
Well,
if
yes,
we're-
we
what we're going to
do,
do.
because-
No, we have to decide that we're spending the 350.
Well, but I want to know that we're going to spend it wisely. I mean, either we're going to spend it or it's coming.
Yeah, or
I need
is the
to.
public going to pay? You have to decide that now.
Is that the question? I didn't see.
we would
Yes, it's costing.
we would ask
Okay.
if you're
If you can absorb the, I'll make a motion if you can absorb the cost, can we do that for our residents?
yes, sir.
And I'll make that motion
Until September 30th.
until September.
For
30th.
this
Do I have a-
fiscal
Do I have
year.
a second?
Second.
Okay.
Okay.
Can we call the vote?
Yeah. Where did the clerk go?
What, the clerk?
Don't worry, I will try.
Oh, so you're the clerk? Okay.
I know the clerk, but I will try to help her. So it's a voice vote. So
Yeah, voice vote.
Okay.
All in favor, say
all
aye.
in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Any opposed? Okay, pass 7-0.
Mr. Mayor?
Okay.
Can I ask,
No.
can I
I
ask
got
a question about this?
15.3,
Second.
solid waste and recycling collection and disposal insourcing.
I wanted to ask
The
a
manager
question.
wants direction to look into it. I thought we looked into it months ago.
Before we do that, hang on just one second. Is
The
there-
mayor run the meeting,
Is there
please.
anything that is critical on this
G5.
agenda that we need to do so we can keep this city running and until next month? So can you please-
Critical and keep the city running could be two different things. So
Okay.
the
I do have a
business
question,
tax
but I
receipt
wanted-
is a request from the business G5. It's item 12.1. And is requesting a renewal of its liquor license for the 4 a.m. to 6 a.m. period. And the location is 337 Northwest 170th Street, and it's called G5.
Okay.
Who's here from G5?
My client had to leave to go take care of something at the business, but if there are any questions, I could answer pretty much anything on behalf of them.
You'll have to come up to the microphone, sir.
Okay. All right. So so first of all, we need to do public comment at some point here, but I don't know if we can let him talk about it first, then we can do public comment. The
No
clerk's
more
not
public.
here, so I want to make sure we got the,
And I think we need Ed here as well.
huh?
He may have stepped outside. Ed?
Yeah, are they in the, is the clerk or
Can
in here? I think they went to go look for
I
him.
ask a question about something else in the meantime?
Go ahead.
So-
Who are you asking, the
So
manager?
the manager, but I want the coastal to listen.
I thought we were
So,
doing that.
so when we go back to, assuming that in September or in October, we stay with the weekly, there's people that, especially, single, a person that's single, that doesn't really need the weekly, but now is going to be having to pay for it. I mean, can we pick and choose somehow? No?
No.
nightmare.
Either get it or you don't.
No,
Yeah.
they can't do that.
I mean, honestly, myself, I don't even need it weekly because I know how to recycle. So,
Okay. All right, Madam Clerk.
no, we would,
We are looking at
they would tell us
business
why.
tax receipts 12.1.
Okay.
And do we need to, first of all, are we going to need to read anything in? Do we need the attorney to read anything? Do we need to open for public comment? Do we introduce the item first with Mr.
Do all
Ing?
three.
We need, in what
Motion
order?
to introduce
Okay,
item 12.1.
okay. Thank you.
You need a second.
Need a second on that?
Second.
Okay, we got the second. You good?
Yes.
Okay, all right, perfect. You want to do public comment first, or you want to have it introduced first?
So the title was read into the record, right?
Huh?
The title? of
No,
the item?
does the attorney want to read that in the record, or do you want to read it in the record?
It doesn't matter.
The item is G5, 4 a.m. to 6 p.m. liquor renewal request.
Okay, got it.
Anyone would like to speak on this item?
Okay, I guess let the record reflect no one came forward.
Right.
Okay,
Public comment is closed.
okay, all right. And then I guess we don't really need well, Mr. Ing, you want to introduce that?
Very quickly, sir.
Yeah.
G5 located at 337 Northwest 170 Street, per City Code of Ordinances. If anyone comes for a 4 to 6 a.m. application, it needs to come before the commission. They pay their annual renewal fee, and we had to send that to the police department to review call log for the property. Staff needs to know for the record for you that there are 22 police required call for service during the time frame, October 1st to 2022 to November 14, 2023. Did it at the pleasure and determination of the commission. Extension of hours license is subject to a PTR payment of $3,150 at the Class C nightclub establishment as provided for under Section 12.2 of the City Code Ordinance. It is located in the B4 district.
Okay, great. Okay, and then commissioners, okay, Commissioner Smith.
Okay, so are they caught up on all of their permit fees and everything that they owe?
Ma'am, they are pending this item in order to complete their permit fee process.
Okay, but there was no past due.
There are no past due at the time, my understanding. In any case, if you do agree to this and they pay this, we will also double check at that time to make sure.
No, but at one time they were past due, so that's why I'm asking.
Yes, ma'am. They were, but my understanding is that they're caught up.
Yeah, and there's a check and balance in place anyway. That'll be held up if they're not.
That's not the point. We want this kind of business, we want to make sure that they don't fall behind and they aren't in a position of negative owed to the city. The city chief, please, acting chief, could you come up? The calls to service, please. The calls to service for this entity, please tell me the calls to service.
Basically, too.
I have it. I want the chief to put it on the record, please, before we vote. Thank you.
It's been a total of about 32 calls for service, but none of them that will prevent this business to be able to get their license, their times reduced. So it's basically the majority of them were just disturbances, just a couple of fights, but it was just nothing that is unusual for a place that is busy.
And we have our off-duty police there.
Yes, ma'am.
From what time to what time?
We have it from midnight to closing time.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other commissioners have anything to say? No? All right, then we need a motion and a second to approve. Huh? We got the motion?
Second.
Okay, okay. Madam Clerk, you with us?
Yes, I
Okay,
am.
I know a lot's happening.
Mayor
quick, so-
Piper.
Yes.
I feel so bad about that. I'm sorry. Okay, I'm with you, and we can do this by voice vote.
Yes, so all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you,
Congrats.
guys.
Next year, I'd like to see less police calls, please. For next year. Less police calls for
They'd
next
like
year.
to see it too.
And it was 22, not 32.
Right,
Okay.
it was 22.
Okay.
Okay, next year it'll be
Even lower, best wearability.
11.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to
Okay.
introduce 15.3. This is remember, 4 months ago, or whenever I got elected, almost 11
Okay,
months ago, we
just
wanted to go
wait. There was just one.
outsourcing.
Wait. I'm not. Was there anything else? Are we okay to move on to that? Or is there anything else urgent that you need, or we're good?
Can we do the with all due respect, Mr. Mayor, can we do the P&Z appointment because that's critical?
We already did.
That already. That's all done.
you see,
Every appointment's done.
It's already done.
Oh, yeah, we did do that. That's true.
They're all
Okay.
done.
Okay,
All
Mr.
right.
Manager, is there anything you need?
Nothing else you need? We're good?
Well, there's 2 ordinances first reading. Do we need that? No. Okay.
We need it.
All right, Commissioner Chernoff, go ahead.
No, but we
Okay,
didn't really let him
15.3
answer. You didn't
is
answer.
giving the city manager direction to go out and do the study of what it would take to insource our garbage and trash again. And then we wouldn't have the problem of hiring more and paying more for the residents and coming, we could do it however we
I
want.
thought we did that in September or no.
I thought we did
October.
too. He said we never
No.
gave him direction, so I want to give him direction.
No, and just to clarify, the study that we found previously had various numbers that
Yeah, you
we-
brought something back, didn't you? Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. We've had the agenda since, I think,
But it was
July.
flawed. It was
It's on there. Even if we accept the numbers that were previously done, initially it's looking at a potential $15 million to insource solid waste and recycling. And so what we're asking for is to be able to conduct a financial study. The study can cost between $150,000 to $200,000. This is not a budgeted line item. And it would have a scope of work for a detailed in-source study as outlined in great detail of financial and service level impact to the residents and businesses of the city, where it would produce a maintenance and life cycle cost of equipment, recruitment, retraining, retain and training of employees, liability coverage and claims, employee salaries and benefits, fuel costs, phasing in-source plan, space planning and layout, disposal fees, supplies, materials, and uniform costs, optimized route plans for efficient routing, technology and billing infrastructure, public awareness and education. So it's really putting all of these and doing that financial forecasting over X amount of years of what it might cost, not only from the first day that we get it, but then subsequent years of what those increases may cost the city overall. We're estimating that it's going to be about $150,000 to $200,000, and again, it's not a budgeted line item. So essentially, we would either have to eliminate something that is for that amount or take it out of reserves.
How much do we have in reserves?
We want to.
We have about $19 million.
Oh, okay.
And I want to make sure you study leasing versus buying trucks.
Yes, sir.
So I guess so really,
Take it out of reserves if you have to.
so you're saying that it's going to be, the study's going to cost how much? 150 grand?
We're estimating between 150 to 200.
Okay, any other questions or comments?
Can this be taken out of the quote-unquote rainy day fund, or this is not?
It can
This is
be.
the same thing as the?
That's where you should have used that
reserve?
30,000.
Yes. Fund balance.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
well, we just voted not to, we just voted to use the 30,000 to pay the 350 a month.
I'm not quite sure what the question was.
The mayor brought up the fact of,
Can you speak into the mic,
The
Commissioner? Sorry.
the 29 and change that you had, 30,000 that you had, that you were going to absorb.
you said
350 a
you
month.
said you would look
That-
into it. You would look into it, but like he was asking to clarify, it was the rainy day fund. She was mentioning the 19 million that you said. That's where we potentially get the money for this particular
Study.
right? And he was mentioning we could have gotten the 30 grand from there, and but
We could have used
No.
30,000 from that you want to use to absorb the 350 a
No,
month.
that funds that we're talking about to absorb the recycling is funds that comes from the vendor on a yearly basis into the
Yeah, it'll
city.
be
Different pot.
different amount.
Where the rainy day fund is the fund balance or the reserves, which we have about $19 million.
Well, no, the point was just, could we have avoided going in the reserves 30 grand if we used the 30?
We're not going into the reserves for 30 grand for the weekly, sir.
They're using
No, he's saying, could you put it,
their own money in the contract that they have.
No, but I understand. I understand what you're saying. But like you said that you're gonna look into it, which to see if it could be used, but not.
I'm fairly confident we can,
That's it.
for the capacity of the weekly, for the remainder of the year, I'm fairly confident we're fine with it.
Cool beans.
I have to say that I think whatever it costs, we owe it to the public. We owe it to the public to find out
Whether it's feasible.
if it's feasible, and if not, we have to be on top of what Coastal's doing or bid it out or whatever.
So I heard,
We owe it to the
I heard a motion to move that in
I
a second.
I second Commissioner.
Can we do a voice vote?
I second.
Okay, so just hang on.
Do you want me to, okay.
I got distracted for a second there, so just tell me what we're going to vote on. Okay.
Okay, my understanding of the motion is to direct staff to initiate an RFP that will provide a feasibility study with everything that I listed to bring recycling and garbage pickup in-house as opposed to vendor, okay? Our initial quote for the study is between 150 to 200,000. And so we would be using the fund balance to be able to fund that study.
And the fund balance, which fund balance?
Reserves, city reserves.
Okay. Okay.
And how long does that study take about?
90 days, maybe?
No, it's probably going to take several months because they have to go and take a look at quite a lot of detail to go into. Can you just?
Commissioner, the study will take about 6 to 8 months.
Okay, that'll give us right before our budget to see what we're going to do. So
I think that's a fair investment. This is something that we all have run on.
Yeah.
And this is something that a lot of people have wanted to really bring back, but for us to understand what that it costs, what it entails, I think we all are in that agreement, all of us.
Right. Yeah, I think we need to know, one way or the other.
Yeah.
So
No, I think that's fair.
Yeah.
That's fair. That's an investment in ourselves. So.
All right. So I guess then we need to make a motion to.
It was already made.
Study.
Yeah,
You got the motion? You got it seconded? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously.
Okay, make a motion to adjourn.
I second. Yep, hang on.
Wait, you got to deal with the rest of your agenda.
So I would ask that the city commission consider before we leave, the two items that are listed under the city attorney. One, so we can get moving on the engagement of outside counsel to have an independent analysis review of the Intercoastal Mall project that information has been provided to you.
I make the motion.
All right, first of all, should we get another 10 minutes then? Should we go to 12:10?
I can
finish it right now?
6 minutes is enough for my two items.
All right, you go.
So I just need a motion and
I make a motion.
Second.
Okay.
All in favor?
Second?
Yeah.
All right, so this is going to be, okay, what are we voting?
Attorney.
we're voting to engage outside counsel.
Okay.
You're authorizing me to engage
For
outside
Eastern
counsel.
Shores project.
Okay, you have your who made the motion?
I made the motion.
Second by Commissioner Trump.
Turn off second. All in favor?
Yes, it's in the proposal, approximately 10,000.
Okay, so it's 10,000 for them to do the analysis. Okay, all right. So we got the motion, we got the second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, any opposed? Okay, passes unanimously.
And the other one is, the memo I distributed. Do you all want us to hold process servers to the letter of the law that they serve the mayor, or do you want to designate someone at staff level to accept process of service for lawsuits? Because since I've been here, it's been a mishmash.
No.
I never saw that.
Letter of the law.
Okay, I mean, I saw, so then we can then inform all the staff and department heads not to accept process of service. They're going to have to track down the mayor, which we all know is going to be here at least once a month.
Okay.
To serve.
Whoever it may be.
Okay, so they'll be knocking on my door. So okay,
And I understand the inconvenience to the mayor and the vice.
well here's the point. Let me just this point. The only and it's not about me. I don't care if it's not an interruption for me. I don't care.
Oh, I mean, you're the one that's going to mostly be affected because when they do those lawsuits, it's always
They're going to name me personally, I'm sure. How come no one told me all these things before? Anyway.
Sounds like you wouldn't have run.
Okay, so
I don't want to be the mayor.
Right. And then if I ever ran again one day, they'd say, look at all the lawsuits you got.
I don't care.
So
We just need some direction.
here's a question real quick. The question is that what is the reason why we would be doing that? So we make it more difficult to get served?
No, it's just that they follow the
They
law.
have to follow the law. They're trying to make it. We'll be creating a process that's easier for a service processor to
Right.
serve. That's what this is. It's not a.
We have process servers who go to the clerk's office, say,
Drop someone off.
can I speak to someone? Someone goes up there not knowing what they're there for. They go to the counter, and the process server throws it down, says, "Here, you've been served," and walk away. That's not process of service under
All
the
right.
law.
But let's just say that we made, so let's just talk about the private sector where you'd have like a registered agent that would accept service.
I understand what you're saying.
Okay. And what if we made like the clerk the registered agent or whatever
That's what I'm asking.
Could be the clerk, it could be the attorney. But my point is that there's no benefit to not know about the lawsuit for an extra mile.
I concur. I concur with his assessment from a business standpoint. You're right. From a registered agent standpoint, like when you get surveyed, always goes to the registered agent. So who would be the apropos person?
Well, the easiest
Would be the city attorney or the
would
city
be
clerk?
would be the clerk because they're on the first floor.
They're at her office.
So you want to designate the city clerk specifically?
City clerk or the city clerk's department or the city attorney's office or the city manager.
Do we want it to be the city attorney and the city clerk or anyone in that office?
Well,
I don't like the office thing because if it's the office thing, they could say it's lost and.
Well, no, I would rather it be the city attorney.
I'd rather be the city attorney.
Because then the city attorney will know whether to accept it or not.
No, you have no choice but to accept it. You have no choice.
I make the motion.
I second the motion for city.
Can we call the vote?
But the city attorney's not here all day either.
So what?
They got to serve them.
So what?
Well, so neither you.
But that's the point.
What if you're not home?
I think you're missing the point. Quick
Watch your
motion
time.
that we go for 5 more minutes. Second it. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, good. All right. My point is that I want to ask the attorney this.
Yes.
What is the benefit of not knowing about the lawsuit quicker? Like
It's nothing to do about.
Hold on. The answer to your question is the time frame does not begin to run.
I know.
Until you're served. So it doesn't impact us one way or the other from a legal standpoint.
But you're properly informed. You know that it's going to a person. You know someone's going to actually tell you.
We don't care.
But the clerk will do that too.
No.
No, the clerk immediately informs me.
Right. So if the clerk got served, don't do that to you. All right, leave it to the attorney. All right.
The only reason I'm not making and telling you is that someone on the ground floor, okay, is easier to serve than them having to go to the security guard, ask to have access to the 4th floor, get buzzed up, and then track down myself or the manager. It would be track down me. And then me buzz them in. So I don't care, though.
I'm fine.
Well, listen, if it's a crazy person suing me for some ridiculous reason, then I don't want them to get service.
Yeah, but this is different now. This is different.
No, you can't do that. You cannot do that. So
that's the truth.
Wait, I motion that we designate the city attorney as.
You made the motion, and I second.
Okay, we have a second.
Okay, we have a second. All right.
Can we call the vote?
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Motion to.
All right.
Okay.
No, wait. Don't we need to address the rest of the items?
That's up to you all.
The budget, the agenda wasn't
He
finished.
said he only had 2 items.
We just did it.
I asked for 2 items
No,
before you
he's
adjourned.
2 items.
No, because the manager said we're okay. We can do it.
They can hold over?
Yeah. All right.
Okay.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Yeah. There's just.
One day we'll catch up.
Oh, I'm sorry. We're not. We're rolling over to next month.
No. Next month we're going to try.
Next month we're not having that.
No, he didn't have a tie. He wanted a tie. At midnight?
I was told that it wasn't happening.
Who told you
I
that?
told him that because there was an email that said that Commissioner Joseph wasn't going to be here.
He might not be there, and we called, and he said he was having the picture.
No.
Yeah, I spoke to the